Others go down the mountain to worship the goddess, but I treat the goddess like she's nothing. Chapter 1. I couldn't hold back. Be gentle, it hurts. Endure it. After a night of wild passion, Chu Fei woke from his slumber. He had expected the woman who had ridden him 3 times last night to scream the moment she woke up, pointing at him and calling him a beast. But to his surprise, she was eerily calm, just grabbing a pair of scissors, ready to snip something off. Chu Fei reacted swiftly, catching her wrist. Sis, you're still young. Don't throw your life away on crime. You're talking to me about the law? If you cared about the law, you wouldn't have raped me. Shen Miao's beautiful eyes burned with fury. She was the CEO of Shen Corporation, Longcheng's top-tier white-collar beauty. She had kept herself pure all these years only to lose her virginity to some random man. Right now, she wanted nothing more than to kill this bastard. Where's this coming from? Chu Fei spread his hands. Last night, you were on top most of the time. With that position, you could argue you raped me. I was the one begging you to stop. Shen Miao tried to recall the events of last night, her icy gaze fixed on him. Explain. What exactly happened between us? The first time was on the bed, you were riding me. The second time was in the shower, you wouldn't even let me wash in peace. The third time was against the floor-to-ceiling window, you had your back to me. And then I. Stop. Shen Miao's cheeks flushed. I'm asking why we slept together, not for the play-by-play. Chu Fei rolled his eyes. Should we said so earlier? I didn't want to relive the trauma. You were brutal. Enough. Get to the point. You were drugged at the bar. I tried to save you. Shen Miao glanced at the hickeys covering her body and the torn stockings, gritting her teeth. This is how you saved me. Technically, there were other ways to detox, but I changed my mind. Shen Miao couldn't help asking, why? You were too hot. I couldn't hold back. Shen Miao. This man was driving her insane. Who drugged me? She pressed, barely containing her anger. Chu Fei shrugged. The woman sitting with you. She left right after. Then a few thugs showed up. At that point, you can guess what would happened. So I really just acted heroically. After hearing this, Shen Miao had a rough idea of the culprit. Last night, feeling down, she had dragged her younger sister, Shen Linglong, to the bar for drinks. But she never imagined her own sister would do something like this, trying to ruin her reputation. Now that we've cleared that up, can I go? Chu Fei cautiously started dressing. Shen Miao stared at him in disbelief. You do that to me and think you can just walk away? What else do you want? Chu Fei pulled out a wad of cash and tossed it at her. Want me to call the cops? Tell them I solicited you. Shen Miao's face darkened as she stared at the money. What the hell did he take her for? Chu Fei backtracked. Relax, just kidding. I know it was your first time. If you want me to take responsibility, I. Before he could finish, Shen Miao cut him off with a scoff. Responsibility? With what? Do you even know who I am? Could you afford to take responsibility? Probably not. Chu Fei finished his sentence, then turned to leave. He never wanted to take responsibility anyway. Who had time to coddle her? He'd just gotten down from the mountain, no way he was tying himself down to one woman. Sure, she was as stunning as his 5 senior sisters, but women would only slow him down. Seeing him actually walk away, Shen Miao shouted, Get back here. Seriously, sis, what do you want? Shen Miao's eyes lit up with an idea. I want you to be my husband. Don't make me repeat myself. First you say I can't take responsibility. Now you want me as your husband? Are you bipolar? Chu Fei frowned. Had last night scrambled her brain? Shen Miao explained. In name only. Let us be real, my family's forcing me to marry someone I hate. You'll be my shield. I'll pay you. Chu Fei raised an eyebrow. I don't need money. Shen Miao realized this guy responded better to softness than force. To avoid the arranged marriage, she had to keep this scoundrel around. Recalling his preferences from last night, she stretched out her long legs, still clad in torn stockings. If you agree, I'll let you play with my feet. Deal. Chu Fei agreed instantly. What could he say? He was a sucker for stockings and legs. Besides, he'd already arranged to meet his 3rd senior sister in Longcheng. Since he'd be staying a while, he might as well help this woman out. Chu Fei had spent his childhood on Dragon Cry Mountain. This trip down was to change his fate and uncover his origins. His beautiful master had told him he carried the true dragon bloodline, a gift cursed by heaven. He wouldn't live past 25. And then nothing else. Because Chu Fei had dared to pinch her butt, she kicked him off the mountain, telling him to find his third senior sister for answers. He sighed. He regretted his actions. If he'd known that would get him kicked out, he should have gone all the way. Noticing his shifting expressions, sometimes lewd, sometimes regretful, Shen Miaoyu snapped, "What are you fantasizing about?" Chu Fei snapped back to reality. "Nothing. Just wondering who the kind soul, the bastard who drugged you was." "My sister." Shen Miaoyu dressed as she spoke. "Turn around. I'm putting on clothes." "Really? Even I get the gentleman treatment." Chu Fei grumbled but complied. Once she was dressed and had removed the ruined stockings, he turned back. "Your sister drugged you, sent thugs to assault you, and if I had to guess, planned to take photos too? She's creative. She wants to marry Ouyang-ju. Ruining my reputation was her play," Shen Miaoyu said coldly. "Who is Ouyang-ju?" "My fiancé, scion of a wealthy Longcheng family. My clan needs their financial support, but I refuse to marry him. Hence, you." After explaining, she took Chu Fei to the Shen residence. As they stepped out of the car, a woman approached. She bore some resemblance to Shen Miaoyu but carried a sharper, more spiteful air. Chu Fei didn't need to guess this was Shen Linglong, the mastermind behind it all. Shen Linglong eyed Chu Fei, noting his handsome face but outdated grey robe. Who dresses like that these days? Big sister, you must have been desperate to sink this low, even a Taoist. Shen Miaoyu smirked. "No more pretending. Why bother? You're just a slut who fuck anyone now." Shen Linglong sneered. "I'll tell Mom and Dad everything. Do you really think the Shen family will tolerate such shame? You'll be kicked out like a stray dog, while I marry into the Ouyang family with glory. From then on, you'll always be beneath me." Chapter 2. Did I give you too much face? Shen Miaoyu looked at her younger sister, whom she had grown up with, her tone laced with sorrow. "Why would you do this? We're still sisters, no matter what." "Sisters? Ha." Shen Linglong first let out a cold laugh, then her face twisted into something vicious. "Because you're just too damn annoying. I hate how perfect you are. I hate how you stole my brother Ouyang from me. Why don't you just die, Shen Miaoyu? Your very existence disgusts me." Seeing her sister's true face, Shen Miaoyu's lingering hope finally died. That sweet, obedient little sister she had known all these years, it had all been an act. "Finished. Can you move now?" Shen Miaoyu didn't want to waste any more time arguing. But Shen Linglong, after pretending for so many years and finally having Shen Miaoyu at her mercy, wasn't about to let her go so easily. She sneered down at her. "You don't want Mom and Dad to find out about this, do you? Kneel and beg me now, and maybe I'll be merciful enough to keep your little secret." "No way. Get out of my way." Shen Miaoyu snapped. Shen Linglong scoffed. "I'm not moving. What are you gonna do, you bitch? Call that country bumpkin to hit me?" Slap. Chu Fei obliged without hesitation. Request like that? He'd never heard anything so ridiculous in his life. Of course he had to fulfill it. Shen Linglong clutched her stinging cheek, staring in disbelief at Chu Fei, who smirked back at her. "You fucking dare hit me? Do you even know who I am?" Slap. "You're a fucking nobody." Chu Fei backhanded her again. "And do you know who I am?" Under his sharp gaze, Shen Linglong faltered. But she still couldn't resist asking, "Who the hell are you?" "On Dragon Crime Mountain stands a dashing lad. I'm Chu Fei, the baddest you've ever had." Shen Linglong. Shen Miaoyu. Bro's spitting bars like his life depends on it. Chu Fei's sudden violence didn't just shock Shen Linglong, even Shen Miaoyu was staring at him in surprise. "What's so surprising?" Chu Fei shrugged. "I'm an equal opportunist. Even if she is an ugly bitch, if she acts up, I'll slap the stupid out of her without hesitation. But she is still part of the Shen family. She'll come after you for this. You shouldn't have been so reckless." Shen Miaoyu sighed. Chu Fei turned back to Shen Linglong and shouted, "Come on then. Fight me. I'll wreck you so hard you'll wish you were never born." Shen Miaoyu. Shen Linglong. Is this guy mentally ill? Chu Fei couldn't be bothered with the likes of her. He grabbed Shen Miaoyu's hand. She was still a little dazed and pulled her inside. The house was packed. Aside from Shen Miaoyu's parents, the entire Shen family seemed to be gathered there. "What is going on, Miaoyu? Why did you bring some random man home? You didn't come home last night. Don't tell me you were fooling around with this guy. Have you lost your mind? Ditching a high society catch like young Master Ouyang for some low-life Taoist?" The relatives fired off questions one after another, their eyes filled with disdain as they scrutinized Chu Fei. Chu Fei glared right back whatever they were thinking. He mentally cursed them out first with his eyes. Meanwhile, Shen Qiushan, seated at the head of the room, scowled darkly. Miaoyu. I demand an explanation. Before Shen Miaoyu could respond, Shen Linglong rushed in, wailing to her father. Dad, who knows where sister picked up this trash, but when I tried to talk sense into her to think of the family's interests, she had this loser hit me. You have to stand up for me. If the family had only been suspecting something before, Shen Linglong's words all but confirmed it. They had one thought: Shen Miaoyu has lost her damn mind. What did you say? Shen Qiushan slammed the table and stood up. Shen Miaoyu, are you seriously involved with this country bumpkin? Seeing her father's fury, Shen Linglong smirked in triumph. Shen Miaoyu had expected this. She wrapped her arm around Chu Fei's. Yes. He's my man. I've already given him my first time. Silence. The entire room fell dead silent. Only Chu Fei remained unfazed. What could he say? He had no class. He lived to piss people off. Shen Qiushan finally snapped. You're already engaged. How dare you mess around with some bastard of unknown origins? Are you trying to kill me with rage? Chu Fei's sleeves were already rolled up. He lunged forward, ready to throw hands. Your mom is the one who is dead, you old fart. You can insult her all you want, but keep running your mouth at me, and I'll send you to join her. Shen Miaoyu yanked him back, barely managing to restrain the human-shaped honey badger. Once she had him under control, she turned to her fuming father. Dad, I don't love Ouyang Ju. Why are you forcing me to marry him? Because you're a Shen. This family raised you, gave you a life of luxury, and you owe it your loyalty. Shen Qiushan roared. Whether it's Ouyang Ju or some random pig or dog, if it benefits the family, you'll do it without question. And this he pointed at Chu Fei in disgust. What kind of taste do you have? A pheasant like him could never match a phoenix like you. Chu Fei was livid. He turned to Shen Miaoyu, indignant. That's way over the line. How dare he call you a pheasant? Shen Miaoyu. When she didn't respond, Chu Fei took matters into his own hands. He jabbed a finger at Shen Qiushan. Your mom's old enough to know how to pamper a man, and she won't ask for a dowry. Why don't you marry her off to Ouyang Ju? Kill two birds with one stone. She'd be both his wife and your mom. People would praise your family's efficiency. Fuck. Shen Qiushan was visibly seething. Shen Linglong scoffed. Who the hell do you think you are? This is no place for a toad like you to speak. Do you even know how to write the word death? Chu Fei. Take that kind of insult? Hell no. He stormed over and slapped Shen Linglong repeatedly across the face, then dumped a trash can over her head before kicking her straight into Shen Qiushan's lap. You want more? Did I give you too much face? Watch your damn tone with me. Shen Linglong couldn't believe it. Even in front of everyone, Chu Fei still dared to hit her. She scrambled out from under the trash can, disheveled, and hid behind her father. Dad, are you really going to let him treat me like this? You've gone too far, boy. Shen Qiushan bellowed. You dare lay hands on my daughter in front of me? Do you think the Shen family is some pushover? Drunk on power and feeling bold, huh? Step up, and I'll send you to meet your ancestors. Chu Fei shot back. Shen Qiushan laughed coldly. Fine. You're asking for it. Old Zhu, break him. Hearing this, Shen Linglong peeked out from behind her father, gloating. Even Shen Miaoyu looked worried. Zhu Yunying was a martial arts master hired by the Shen family. If he made a move, Chu Fei might not walk out alive. You little bastard. Zhu Yunying stepped forward, cracking his knuckles. Kneel and apologize to Master Shen now, or I'll make you wish for death. Chu Fei ignored him completely, like he hadn't even heard. Are you deaf? Humiliated, Zhu Yunying charged at Chu Fei, fists ready. I said kneel and beg for forgiveness, you fucking hear me now. Chapter 3 Uncle, you were right. Just when Zhu Yunying's heavy punch was about to hit Chu Fei's face, Chu Fei slowly stretched out his right hand. It was placed on Zhu Yunying's head. Boom. A powerful aura emanated from the air. Zhu Yunying was pressed to the ground by Chu Fei's hand. Both kneecaps were shattered and I couldn't get up again. Zhu Yunying raised her head with difficulty. He looked at Chu Fei in front of him in disbelief, his eyes filled with fear and anxiety. Chu Fei still kept smiling and said, Why don't you scream? The whole audience was shocked. Everyone looked at Chu Fei in surprise. Zhu Yunying was a master of Chinese martial arts. 10 ordinary people couldn't get close to him, but Chu Fei killed them in one move. How could this not surprise them? Especially Shen Linglong's expression is the most exciting. She thought Zhu Yunying could easily defeat Chu Fei, but she didn't expect this result. No, you are a martial artist. Why do you have to pick on me, a cultivator? Chu Fei lowered his head and glanced at Zhu Yunying. Then he planned to clench his 5 fingers and crush his head. Zhu Yunying sensed Chu Fei's murderous intent and immediately shouted towards Shen Miaoyu. Hurry up, his mouth is about to twist. Miss, please help me plead for mercy. Shen Miaoyu and Zhu Yunying usually had a good relationship, so she began to plead for mercy. Let Uncle Zhu go. He is just following orders. This is the last time. Chu Fei then let go of Zhu Yunying and looked around at everyone with an expressionless face. If it happens again, I'll kill them all. Do you really think I'm the most handsome man in Longming Mountain and I'm easy to bully? Before Chu Fei went down the mountain, the beautiful master only gave him 4 words. That is to do whatever you want. So if it wasn't for Shen Miaoyu's sake, those who dared to disrespect me would have been beheaded long ago. Shen Qiushan, who had recovered from his shock, couldn't help but ask, Who are you? Didn't I just say that he is the most handsome man in Longming Mountain? Are you deaf? Longming Mountain? Never heard of it. Who knew it was that remote place? So he's just a little jerk. Shen Miaoyu's cousin snorted coldly and said, What's the point of knowing how to fight? To get involved you need power and background, you. Bang! Before his cousin could finish speaking, Chu Fei shook his hand in midair. This cousin who insisted on running into the muzzle of the gun instantly turned into a bloody mist, without even a corpse left. He had said before that if there was a next time, he would kill everyone who came. Do you really think his words are wind in your ears? Hiss! Looking at my cousin who turned into blood mist. Everyone gasped. Others can't survive more than 3 chapters, but you can't survive more than 200 words. Seeing Chu Fei's cruel methods, Shen Miaoyu immediately said in dissatisfaction, He just said a few words, do you have to kill him? I didn't. I just glared at him and he exploded. Chu Fei looked innocent. Will you explode if you look at it for one more moment? Who can believe this? But no one really saw Chu Fei take action, and killing people from a distance was far beyond the comprehension of ordinary people like them. 1 force can defeat 10 skills. When the Shen family met Chu Fei, it was like a scholar meeting a soldier. No one will listen to you even if you have reason, let alone unreasonable ones. Shen Qiushan took a deep breath and said, I admit that you have some strength, but if you only rely on your fists, you are not worthy of my daughter. I'm not worthy of her. Chu Fei retorted, How am I not worthy of her? I am worthy of her 800 times, but I am not worthy of her to death. Shen Miaoyu, do you listen to what others say? Shen Qiushan was also speechless. How come this guy's mouth is like a machine gun, speaking fast and harshly, and making it impossible to refute? But now no one can subdue him. Shen Qiushan decided to appeal to their emotions and reason. He took another deep breath and said in a slightly more relaxed tone, Little brother, Miaoyu has already been engaged to the young master of the Ouyang family. It is said that parents' orders and matchmakers' words are final. It is very immoral for you to interfere like this. Besides, our Shen family cannot afford to offend the powerful Ouyang family. If we refuse the marriage, our Shen family will be in big trouble. If you really like Miaoyu, you probably don't want to put her in danger, so if you are willing to let her go, I can give you some money as compensation. What do you think? Shen Miaoyu couldn't help but said, Dad, Chu Fei won't agree. Even if he agrees, I won't marry Ouyang Ju. Shen Qiushan snorted coldly, and then said to Chu Fei earnestly, Little brother, please think about it. The Ouyang family is really not easy to mess with. If you go against them, you will only die. Why don't you do as I say and everyone make concessions? I know you were just impulsive, so there's no need to offend the Ouyang family for a woman, don't you think? After Chu Fei heard it, I think what Shen Qiushan said makes a lot of sense. He nodded and said, Uncle's words really enlightened me. So, you agree? Shen Qiushan was overjoyed. Shen Miaoyu looked at Chu Fei with some disappointment, thinking that the other party was indeed afraid of the Ouyang family. But come to think of it, as long as one is a smart person, he will not commit suicide for himself. She and Chu Fei just had a one-night stand, so how could he risk his life for her? Result. Next second. Chu Fei said seriously, Well, I'm going to beat that Ouyang Ju to death right now. Yes, beat him to death. Huh. Shen Qiushan looked at Chu Fei in shock. How did this guy come to this conclusion? Shen Miaoyu was stunned for a moment, then she couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh. This man is quite cute. You didn't understand what I meant. Let me explain it to you again. Shen Qiushan wanted to continue persuading him. Chu Fei interrupted directly. I understand what uncle means. The reason why we are in this difficult situation is because of the existence of the Ouyang family. If the Ouyang family is gone, wouldn't the problem be solved? That's right. No, that's not what I meant at all. Shen Qiushan came to his senses and shouted. It was obvious that he was the one fooling Chu Fei, but how come he was the one being fooled instead? I almost agreed with his ridiculous idea. This man is so scary. Shen Qiushan was not given a chance to continue speaking. Chu Fei said directly to Shen Miaoyu, give me the address of Ouyang's house. 10 minutes later, in front of Ouyang's house. Ouyang Ju, I'm here to take your life. Ouyang Ju, who was leisurely drinking tea with his elders at home, stood up and asked with a puzzled look on his face, Ah. Chapter 4, Why do you force me? Ouyang Ju was confused. I was drinking tea and humming a song at home, when suddenly someone shouted at me and wanted to kill me. Is there still a king's law? Is there still law? He immediately stood up, looked towards the door and asked, Who the hell wants to kill me? You know you are a dog. I am glad you have this self-awareness. Chu Fei walked into Ouyang's house and looked at him with a smile. Everyone from the Ouyang family. As soon as they saw Chu Fei breaking in alone, they were all filled with anger. Their Ouyang family is one of the largest and most powerful families in Longcheng. They have always been the ones stepping on others, and when has anyone ever dared to step on them? And he even dared to call the young master of the Ouyang family a dog in public. Who are you, kid? Do you know where this place is? How dare you come here and act so recklessly? This is the Ouyang family. If you dare to act wildly here, you will die. Boy, I advise you to kneel down and apologize right now. Maybe you can keep your body intact. Everyone accused Chu Fei indignantly. Chu Fei ignored them. Instead, he waved his hand casually, and 3 streams of spiritual energy shot towards the 3 people at the same time. A moment later, the 3 of them turned into blood mist on the spot, just like the cousin from the Shen family. Shen Miaoyu is no longer around. Chu Fei could finally kill people openly. God knows how frustrated he was in the Shen family, especially when facing Shen Linglong's beautiful crown. How many times has he wanted to unscrew it to see if there was shit inside? And this move. The people in the Ouyang family also understood. This guy didn't airdrop into the Ouyang family, but came to attack the Ouyang family. Looking at the relatives who turned into 3 blood mists in the blink of an eye, the other members of the Ouyang family stepped back silently, leaving only Ouyang Ju standing at the front. Ouyang Ju was about to continue uttering harsh words, but he found that there was no one around him, so he could only retreat behind his father Ouyang Cai in shame. Dad, this guy is too domineering, and he is probably my nemesis. How about you come? Ouyang Ju thought to himself. Ouyang Cai also saw that Chu Fei was not a pushover, so he whispered, Notify Mr. Li from the National Martial Arts Museum and ask him to come over to help. I'll hold him back first. Ouyang Ju nodded. He stepped aside and made a phone call. Chu Fei did not stop him. Instead, he sat carelessly on the sofa in the living room and looked at Ouyang Cai. I'm here to kill your son. Do you have any objection? Ouyang Cai pretended to be profound and laughed. Young people don't have martial ethics. I advise you to take care of yourself. Bang! The words haven't finished yet. Chu Fei grabbed Ouyang Cai's head and smashed it on the table. The table shattered in an instant, and Ouyang Cai's face was covered in blood, looking extremely embarrassed. Chu Fei frowned and said, I'm asking for your opinion. Why are you smiling? You little bastard, don't go too far. Our Ouyang family is not a pushover. Ouyang Cai threatened, If you don't let me go, I will make you pay for it. You scolded me. Chu Fei smashed Ouyang Cai's head on the ground again and again. I hit you, and you actually scolded me. Ouyang Cai. Ouyang Ju. What the hell are you still standing there for? Save my dad. Ouyang Ju came back to his senses and shouted at the bodyguards. The bodyguards bravely tried to step forward, but Chu Fei just gave them a look. The murderous intent that seemed to be real appeared in all directions, and the absolute feeling of oppression shocked everyone. The bodyguards froze in place, not daring to move. Some of the weaker ones even fell to the ground. Faced with such an evil spirit, who would dare to seek death? Ouyang Cai couldn't stand it anymore and could only force himself to speak. This, little brother, there may be a misunderstanding between us. Please give me a chance to explain. No way. If Chu Fei hits him like this again, he's lost his life. The most urgent task is to stabilize the other party first. As long as Mr. Li comes, the situation can be turned around. Misunderstand. Chu Fei was very angry and said, "The first woman I got after I came down the mountain was your son's fiancée. Your Ouyang family is trying to snatch women from me. Isn't this forcing me to destroy your Ouyang family? You guys pushed me to this point, and now you're telling me it's just a misunderstanding. Isn't this bullying an honest person?" If their perception is correct, it seems that this kid has cheated on the young master of their Ouyang family. Logically speaking, the Ouyang family should be the victims, right? But why? How can he be so confident? You had sex with Shen Miaoyu. Ouyang Ju glared at Chu Fei and said, "I'm asking you, did you have an affair with Shen Miaoyu? She's my woman." He has always been pursuing Shen Miaoyu. He even did not hesitate to use the power of his family to force Shen Miaoyu to marry him. He also announced it to the world. Let the whole Longcheng know that Shen Miaoyu will soon be his plaything. As a result, before he could enjoy it, the person in front of him got there first. At this moment, he wished he could tear Chu Fei into pieces immediately. Chu Fei let go of the dying Ouyang Cai. He also made an okay gesture to Ouyang Ju. Ouyang Ju glared at him and said, "I asked you if you did it. What does your okay sign mean? Didn't I answer you?" Chu Fei shook his finger and said, "It happened 3 times tilde. I'll fucking kill you." Ouyang Ju was so angry that he lost his mind and was about to rush up to fight Chu Fei to the death. Just at this time, a middle-aged man stood in front of Ouyang Ju. This person was none other than the reinforcement that the Shen family had brought in Li Changsheng. The deputy director of Longcheng Martial Arts Museum. His strength is enough to rank among the top 10 in Longcheng. "Master Ouyang, you are no match for him, let me do it." After Li Changsheng stopped Ouyang Ju from committing suicide, he said to Chu Fei, "Young man, you must cherish your life. If you kneel down and apologize now, you may still have a chance to survive. Otherwise, you will be wiped out." Chu Fei disagreed, tilted his head, and raised the corners of his lips slightly. "What a coincidence. I just like to seek death." "Then don't blame this deputy director for bullying the weak." Li Changsheng shouted angrily, then sank his knees and shot out like an arrow. The speed is so fast that it is hard to keep up. Seeing that Li Changsheng was serious, everyone present also believed that Chu Fei would definitely lose. After all, this is Li Changsheng who has been fighting in the martial arts arena for most of his life. He should be more than capable of dealing with a young junior. However, next second, Li Changsheng, who rushed in front of Chu Fei, was slapped away and fell to the ground, enjoying a baby-like sleep. Chu Fei picked up the tissue on the table and wiped his hands with some disgust. "You scared me. Your movements were so impressive. I thought you were in the nascent soul stage. But this is it." Ouyang Ju. Ouyang Ci. Ignoring everyone's surprised looks. After getting rid of Li Changsheng, Chu Fei walked towards Ouyang Ju. Ouyang Ju stepped back and said, "Don't come over here." Just when Chu Fei was about to kill him, a voice suddenly came from outside the door. "I know you're anxious, but don't be anxious." Chapter 5. What a weird car. Chu Fei turned his head away in confusion. I wondered which show-off was coming to interrupt my pretense, but as soon as he saw the person who was speaking, his expression suddenly became a little ugly. This is a woman, a very beautiful woman to be precise. She was wearing a black and white OL outfit. The tight white shirt and black hip skirt brought out her curvy figure to the fullest, and her beautiful legs wrapped in black stockings were even more eye-catching. Before Chu Fei could speak, the Ouyang family father and son rushed forward as if they had seen a life-saving straw. Ouyang Cai was the first to speak. "Miss Meng, you came at the right time. This kid is about to destroy our Ouyang family. Please give justice to our Ouyang family." "Yes, Miss Meng, this guy not only stole my woman, but also wanted to kill me and my father. It's really too much. Please give him a hand." Ouyang Ju also shouted. Meng Zi, the eldest daughter of the Meng family in the imperial capital, and also the biggest supporter of the Ouyang family. The Ouyang family's current status is largely due to the support of the Meng family. With her status and position, she can destroy a wild boy like Chu Fei with just one sentence. Meng Zia heard the complaints of the father and son. His expression immediately became as ugly as Chu Fei's. She looked at Chu Fei and asked, "Is what they said true?" Chu Fei said awkwardly, "You can't blame me for this. I was forced to do this." Hear the conversation between the two. Ouyang and his son thought that Meng Zia was blaming Chu Fei for causing trouble at Ouyang's house. Chu Fei recognized Meng Zia's identity, so he didn't dare to be arrogant. At this time, Meng Zia asked again, "If you don't want to do this, how can she force you?" "That's right," Chu Fei said with a double meaning. Meng Zia was stunned at first. Then I couldn't help but complain in my heart. Damn, what a weird car. Ouyang saw that Chu Fei was trying to quibble, and quickly said, he wasn't forced to do it. Miss Meng, you don't know that he just said it to him 3 times with great pride. If a normal person is forced, can he do it 3 times? So he must not have been forced. Hearing this, Chu Fei stared at Ouyang angrily. I was completely honest with you and told you how many times I had slept with your fiancé, but you turn around and clicked report. Is it polite for you to do this? Nothing to say. When Ouyang saw Chu Fei's expression, he thought that Chu Fei was afraid. He immediately sneered and said, Boy, I think you have guessed her identity. That's right, she is Miss Meng Zia from the Meng family in the imperial capital, and she is also the backer of our Ouyang family. Our Ouyang family has the support of the Meng family. Killing you is like killing a dog. This day next year will be your death anniversary. Chu Fei was too lazy to pay attention to Ouyang and instead said to Meng Zia, well, listen to my excuse. Ouyang interrupted again. It's too late to beg for mercy now. You killed so many people in our Ouyang family, you must pay the price. After Miss Meng's people kill you, I will bring your body to Shen Miaoyu. Then, in front of your corpse, I will torture Shen Miaoyu mercilessly. When I get tired of her, I will kill that stinky bitch and bury her with you. Ouyang was talking happily. As a result, he was slapped in the face. The slap was so powerful that it caused Ouyang head to spin 180 degrees on his neck, and he was facing Ouyang behind him, until Ouyang fell to the ground with a bang. Only then did Ouyang come back to his senses. His own son died so hastily, and was killed by Meng Zia with a slap. Do you talk a lot? Meng Zia looked at Ouyang body and said calmly, talking too much can kill people. Ouyang, who had come to his senses, became furious and asked, Meng Zia, why did you do this? Do you know who he is? Meng Zia pointed at Chu Fei and asked. Ouyang shook his head in confusion. Meng Zia then added, she is my junior apprentice. Your Ouyang family is nothing but a group of dogs raised by our family. Why should he kneel down? Ouyang looked at Chu Fei in shock. He finally understood why Chu Fei was so confident. It turns out there is such a woman supporting him behind the scenes. But even so, you don't have to kill my son. Ouyang completely lost his mind and shouted at Meng Zia with gnashing teeth. You bitch, you killed my son, you must give me an explanation, otherwise, our Ouyang family. Bang! Before Ouyang could finish his words, his body exploded. Chu Fei, who acted behind him, just took this opportunity to flatter him. It's okay for you to scold me, but how can you scold my smart, beautiful, big-breasted, and smart third sister? These words are really useful. Meng Zia was not so angry anymore. She has always doted on this junior fellow apprentice and would not tolerate anyone saying a bad word about him. Otherwise, she wouldn't have slapped the chattering Ouyang to death just for him. And the remaining people of the Ouyang family. Seeing the sisters and brothers who were so decisive in killing, they all took a deep breath. As expected, they were all taught by the same master. Not only do they do things in an unconventional way, but they also kill people over a disagreement. He seemed to be aware of the fearful looks around him. Chu Fei also consoled them considerately. Don't worry, the deceased was not injured. Everyone in the Ouyang family. Chu Fei's words. It was like a punch. Hit everyone's IQ. Meng Zia ignored everyone's gaze. She walked in front of Chu Fei in high heels. Chu Fei enthusiastically wanted to throw himself into the arms of the third senior sister, but Meng Zia grabbed his ear first. Third sister, what are you doing? Ouch tilde. Meng Zia said angrily, you just came down the mountain yesterday and you robbed someone's fiancé. Why don't you go to heaven? How can God be better than you? Meng Zia used more force in his hands. Man, you have successfully attracted my attention. It's only been a few years since we last met, and now even the third senior sister dares to tease you, right? As the saying goes, reputation can be good or bad. It was what it was before, and it is abnormal now. Chu Fei replied slowly. It's now. Okay, I was wrong, third sister. Meng Zia let Chu Fei go only after he saw Chu Fei admit his mistake. Who knew that the kid would say the next second, I'll dare to do it next time. Seeing Meng Zia was about to take action again, Chu Fei quickly changed the subject and said, Third senior sister, didn't we agree to meet in the evening? How did you know I was here? The beautiful master told Chu Fei. She has already told her third senior sister how to change her fate. This was also the reason why he chose Longcheng as his first stop, but before the two met, the special factor Shen Miaoyu appeared. I don't know. I came here to discuss business and met you by chance. Meng Zia said calmly. Chu Fei looked at Ouyang Ju's body. His mouth twitched as he said, Are you just insisting on talking? As soon as the words fell, a pretty secretary wearing gold-rimmed glasses rushed in. Seeing the situation at the scene, he looked at Meng Zia in confusion and said, Miss, what's going on? Ouyang Ju scolded my junior brother, so I killed him. As for Ouyang Cai, he got mad at himself. The secretary's eyes widened as he said, We are here to discuss business, miss. Keep talking. The Ouyang family is not extinct. Meng Zia said nonchalantly, and I am going to take my junior brother home to reminisce about the past. Watching Meng Zia pulling Chu Fei away like this, the secretary ran after him, crying without tears. Come back here. You've killed a whole bunch of people. What else can I talk to you about? Should I take care of the aftermath? Chapter 6. Are you acting in a science fiction movie? Meng Zia ignored Secretary Jin. Instead, he took Chu Fei back to the car. Compared to the Ouyang family's affairs, she was more concerned about what happened between Chu Fei and Shen Miaoyu. Man, tell me the truth. What's going on between you and Ouyang Ju's fiancé? So Meng Zia always spoke in this tone. Meng Zia stared at Chu Fei like a domineering boss, but his hands made a twitching gesture that didn't fit the domineering boss personality. You really did it. Chu Fei complained. Rude, third senior sister, you are too rude. You are a daughter of an aristocratic family after all. Can you use more civilized words? A man's best dowry is his innocence. Meng Zia said dissatisfiedly, You have lost all your dowry, how can I be civilized? I'm very angry now, you'd better explain it to me. Chu Fei joked, How about I help senior sister calm down physically first, and then explain it later? Don't touch me, man, you are no longer clean. Meng Zia pushed away Chu Fei who was trying to squeeze in. Chu Fei said with a hurt face, Your words hurt my self-esteem. You hurt me and my passionate heart. Do you know that? Meng Zia rolled his eyes and said, Don't try to trick me. Explain it to me now, right now. I can't avoid it. Chu Fei could only tell Meng Zia everything that happened between him and Shen Miaoyu. Only some details were changed. For example, he was not tempted by beauty, but he gave in because he had no choice but to save the person. No matter how wronged you feel, it's okay. He lied in all seriousness, and even at the end he did not forget to express his loyalty and affection. Even if she gets my body, she can't get my heart. The one I love most in my heart is still third senior sister. This sentence was undoubtedly what Meng Zia loved to hear the most. It is also Chu Fei's trump card. No matter whether it's true or not, just tell me whether you like it or not. However, although the third sister is easy to deceive, they have been senior sisters for many years after all. So Chu Fei couldn't lie carelessly. He had to express his feelings in a passionate way to show his respect to her. Otherwise, I kind of looked down on her. Chu Fei was explaining this process. Secretary Jin had finished dealing with the Ouyang family's affairs and returned to the car. Listening to Chu Fei fooling Meng Zia from behind the car, she had only one thought in her mind. How could this person express something like this so innocently and not make the audience laugh? Meng Zia, who received a wave of respect from Chu Fei, just said this quietly. You act in science fiction movies. This sentence is absolutely fatal. Chu Fei scratched his head in embarrassment for a moment. This is indeed quite sci-fi, and if Liu Cixin came, we would have to say it's awesome. Forget it. Things have already happened. How do you plan to deal with your relationship with her? Meng Zia asked the key question. Chu Fei smiled and said, I don't want to delay her. She deserves better, not the best like me. Chu Fei had already saved Shen Miaoyu once last night. Now he has helped her solve the trouble of Ouyang Ju. To be honest, the two of them are even. As for whether or not we are responsible, we are all adults and independent individuals. It is enough for us to be responsible for our own actions. Moreover, in a relationship, if you don't have the ability to withdraw at any time, you must be prepared to be controlled by the other party. Can Chu Fei, a man who paid to take a full set of PUA courses, be controlled by a woman? When Secretary Jin heard Chu Fei's words, she secretly cursed him as a scumbag. Meng Zia did not comment on this. She just asked, So you're going now? Of course, go to Shen's house. Chu Fei said seriously, Even if you want to dump someone, you have to say it to their face. What's the point of keeping someone hanging around? Wouldn't that make you a scumbag? I'm not a scumbag. Secretary Jin cursed inwardly again. What a shameless scumbag. Shen family. Did this kid really go to the Ouyang family? Shen Shenchan has not yet come to terms with Chu Fei's bizarre train of thought. He really couldn't understand how a normal person could think like this. Shen Linglong sneered. He is just bragging. Everyone knows how powerful the Ouyang family is in Longcheng. I don't believe he really dares to go to the Ouyang family. Linglong is right. I think that guy took this opportunity to run away. Miaoyu, what kind of man is this? He has no sense of responsibility at all. Yeah, I don't know what you're thinking. How can this country bumpkin be better than Master Ouyang? I'm afraid he's not even a hair better than Master Ouyang. All the relatives also felt that Chu Fei didn't have the courage to do so. Shen Miaoyu did not refute them. She was just thinking that with Chu Fei's personality, he might really go to Ouyang's house. After all, after spending a day together, she felt it clearly. This bastard is just a troublemaker and never plays by the rules. If this is true, Chu Fei will be in great danger. Based on her understanding of Ouyang Ju, he would definitely not let Chu Fei leave the Ouyang family alive. After all, this incident was caused by me. If Chu Fei died, I would feel guilty. Jiang Hong said, let's ignore that kid for now and think about what to do next. What else can we do? This matter must be kept secret. If the Ouyang family knew that Miaoyu did such a shameful thing, they would definitely vent their anger on our Shen family. How can we keep it a secret? Shen Miaoyu is no longer a virgin. If we send her to the bridal chamber, it will be exposed. This is easy, just let Shen Miaoyu fix it, and as long as this matter can be kept secret, we will be able to get away with it. Hearing such disgusting words from everyone, Shen Miaoyu laughed at herself. In the eyes of these so-called relatives, I am not a human being at all, but just an item for trading. I said, I won't marry into the Ouyang family, so I will be honest with the Ouyang family about this matter. Shen Miaoyu said boldly. Shen Qiushan was so angry that he yelled, are you crazy? Don't you think it's not enough to harm our Shen family? Shen Miaoyu's eyes were firm. She would never compromise this time. Shen Linglong sneered, Dad, you don't need to be so angry. You don't only have my sister as your daughter. I can marry into the Ouyang family in my sister's place. As soon as these words came out, everyone looked at Shen Linglong. Although Shen Linglong's appearance is not as good as Shen Miaoyu, she is also considered a beauty. A playboy like Ouyang Ju, who would even take a bite of a passing female mosquito, shouldn't have any objection. Shen Qiushan looked at Shen Linglong in surprise and said, my dear daughter, are you really willing to marry Ouyang Ju in place of your sister? Of course, I'm not as ungrateful as my sister. Shen Linglong said in a very green tea way, Brother Ouyang is handsome and powerful, how could I not be willing? Not everyone has such a strong taste like my sister, who likes a Taoist priest who is so rustic that he can't even fall off the dregs. And this is all for the Shen family. Mom and Dad, you raised me up so big, I should repay you, instead of being ungrateful like my sister. Shen Qiushan praised, look, this is my good daughter, Shen Qiushan. Shen Miaoyu, you should really learn from your sister. Shen Miaoyu laughed and went all out. What should I learn from her? Her superb acting skills and shamelessness? Her lack of morals and her spitting of shit? Or her bitchy and vicious heart? Bang! Shen Qiushan slapped her and said, Shen Miaoyu, how can you say that about your sister? She has wronged herself just for you. Wronged? The person who is truly wronged is yourself. Shen Miaoyu's eyes passed over her father and looked straight at Shen Linglong, who had a smug look on her face. She felt clearly that there was no place for her in this home anymore. Met Shen Miaoyu's eyes. Shen Linglong looked vicious and said, Dad, I can marry Brother Ouyang for the Shen family, but I have one condition, that is, she must be kicked out of the Shen family. Chapter 7 Did I Get You High? Shen Linglong's original plan was to drug Shen Miaoyu. Then she let several strong men take turns to rape her and take photos. Then use these photos to ruin Shen Miaoyu's reputation and drive her out of the Shen family, and then marry Ouyang Ju in her place. Although the plan was disrupted by the special factor Chu Fei. But for now it seems the result is the same. Because Shen Miaoyu was even more stupid than she thought, and this just made her wish come true. Linglong, isn't this a bit too much? Jiang Hong said. After all, she was her own daughter, so she still felt a little reluctant. Shen Linglong replied, Mom, it's not too much at all, it's Shen Miaoyu who is being shameless. You also heard that she will tell the Ouyang family about her affair. Rather than letting her harm our Shen family, we might as well kick her out of the Shen family first. This way, the Ouyang family can have an explanation, and I can marry into the Ouyang family legitimately. Shen Linglong is determined to kill them all. She will not give up until Shen Miaoyu is driven out of the Shen family. The Shen family currently has no choice. If Shen Miaoyu does not cooperate, they can only treat her as an abandoned pawn. I think Linglong is right. Shen Miaoyu has no shame and is not qualified to stay in the Shen family. Kick her out of the Shen family, lest she continue to embarrass our Shen family. Uncle, just do as Linglong said. This is the only way to avoid offending the Ouyang family. What are you still hesitating about? Shen Qiushan snorted coldly. Shen Miaoyu, you heard it all, don't force me. Shen Miaoyu actually knew it better than anyone else. As long as she agreed to marry Ouyang Ju now and kept this secret, Shen Linglong's plan would fail. But after seeing the true face of the Shen family, she finally realized it. She can't satisfy everyone, but she can choose to make everyone dissatisfied. You don't have to drive me away. I will leave the Shen family by myself. Shen Miaoyu said calmly, I've had enough of your hypocrisy. I don't want to stay in the Shen family. Shen Qiushan said angrily, Do you know what you are saying? Are you trying to rebel? Jiang Hong also hurriedly advised, Miaoyu, stop fooling around. If you really don't want to get married, let Linglong take your place. Mom, I told you, if I don't kick her out, the Ouyang family won't accept me. Shen Linglong continued to add insult to injury. She just wanted to step on Shen Miaoyu to reach the peak of her life. Jiang Hong was anxious and could only say to Shen Miaoyu, Miaoyu, as long as you keep this secret and ask Linglong to help you, you can continue to stay in the Shen family. Hearing this, Shen Linglong folded her hands across her chest, with a condescending attitude, waiting for Shen Miaoyu to beg her. Please her. Shen Miaoyu dragged out the ending tone. Then he picked up an ashtray from the table and smashed it on Shen Linglong's head. After smashing it, Shen Miaoyu smiled and asked, Are you going to die? Shen Linglong was hit so hard that her head was covered in blood. She yelled like a shrew, Dad, kick her out of the Shen family. She's crazy. Shen Qiushan raised his hand and was about to slap Shen Miaoyu again. But this time, Shen Miaoyu grabbed it. Shen Miaoyu was not only mad, she was also going crazy. Try to hit me again, and I will let Chu Fei kill you all. As soon as the words fell, a nasty voice came from the door. Are you serious? Everyone looked in the direction of the sound and saw that the evil star Chu Fei had returned again. Seeing Chu Fei, Shen Qiushan subconsciously took a few steps back. Who wouldn't feel intimidated when seeing this kind of idiot who will explode if he looks at her for one more second? Chu Fei walked to Shen Miaoyu's side and said unhappily, What happened to your face? Who hit you? Shen Miaoyu didn't dare to say anything. I was afraid that Shen Qiushan would explode on the spot like his cousin. Chu Fei didn't hesitate and rushed over and stepped on Shen Linglong's bloody face. When Shen Linglong was full of questions, she saw Chu Fei stepping on and cursing at the same time. Oh shit, are you really a masochist or do you have a short memory? I'm starting to wonder if I beat you up too much. Ah. Shen Linglong wanted to quibble. But Chu Fei didn't give her any chance at all and stomped hard on her face. After he had trampled Shen Linglong half to death, he turned around and asked Shen Miaoyu, Since she's been trampled like this, why don't we just bury her? Shen Miaoyu shook her head and said, Forget it, I have already chosen to leave the Shen family. There is no need to dirty your hands because of her. Is it voluntary or forced? Chu Fei asked, Does it make any difference? Of course. Chu Fei said seriously, If you are forced, then I will kill them all. You will be the only one left in the Shen family, and there will be no such thing as being forced. Shen Miaoyu was afraid that Chu Fei would really start a massacre, so she could only ask first, What if I volunteer? If you are willing, then without your Shen family, there is no need for it to exist for me. I can just destroy it. Chu Fei suddenly realized, It seems that there is really no difference, forget it. I'll change any rule that doesn't allow them to die. Good job. The Shen family was immediately amazed. It seems that they will die anyway. How much does this bastard want to destroy their Shen family that he can find so many excuses to convince himself? Shen Miaoyu sighed and could only change the subject. Didn't you go to Ouyang's house? Why did you come back so soon? I will come back after I kill them. Chu Fei said truthfully. Hearing this, the Shen family couldn't help but laugh out loud. This guy is as crazy as Shen Miaoyu. He actually said that he destroyed the Ouyang family. That's not the way you brag. You were gone for less than 20 minutes and the Ouyang family was gone. Do you think you're a human nuclear bomb? I think you don't dare to go, and you're afraid that we'll laugh at you, so you come here to show off. Shen Miaoyu also felt that Chu Fei was exaggerating. The Ouyang family is not like their Shen family, so it is not so easy to be destroyed. However, it is meaningless to say this now. Shen Miaoyu was afraid that if she stayed any longer, Chu Fei would really kill someone. She could only say, I'm tired, let's go, Chu Fei. Where are you going? Chu Fei asked, let's go back to the hotel and continue. Shen Miaoyu replied helplessly, be a decent person, I'm like this, and you still say such things. People may not be good at doing it, but they are quite good at love. Chu Fei said happily. The last time Shen Miaoyu was so speechless was the last time, and she could only pull this person away. Before leaving, Chu Fei said, for Miaoyu's sake, I will spare your lives, but I believe you will beg Miaoyu to come back soon. After the two of them left, Shen Qiushan just breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't dare to look Chu Fei in the eyes just now, for fear that he would explode if he looked at him any longer. Shen Linglong said with a bloody face, Dad, don't worry, when I marry into the Ouyang family, there are plenty of ways to kill that guy, and then Shen Miaoyu will come back crying. Just at this moment, Shen Qiushan's phone rang. After he answered the phone, his expression became particularly interesting. What's wrong, Dad? Shen Linglong asked. Shen Qiushan trembled and said, the Ouyang family was really destroyed. Shen Linglong. Everyone in the Shen family. Are you fucking serious? Chapter 8. There's no need to be normal. No way. Was the Ouyang family really destroyed by that kid? How could he destroy the Ouyang family by himself? Does this guy have someone behind him? If that's the case, then if we drive Shen Miaoyu out of the Shen family, will that guy retaliate against us? After all, he even dared to destroy the Ouyang family. All the relatives were terrified and a little afraid of Chu Fei's revenge. Among them, Shen Qiushan was the most frightened because of what an old friend on the phone told him. The reason why the Ouyang family was destroyed was because they offended someone they shouldn't have offended. If that person is really Chu Fei, then their Shen family is really finished. Hurry, hurry, go and invite Miaoyu back. Shen Qiushan shouted hurriedly. But Shen Linglong, who had come to her senses, stopped him and said, wait a minute, Dad, have you figured it out? Was it really Chu Fei who destroyed the Ouyang family? Old Chen didn't say who it was, but he just said that the Ouyang family offended someone they shouldn't have offended, and they were almost wiped out. Ouyang Ju and his son died in a horrible way. Ouyang Ju's death surprised Shen Linglong a little, but she didn't think that country bumpkin Chu Fei had that ability. Besides, it was not easy to drive Shen Miaoyu out of the Shen family, so how could we let her come back like this? If she comes back, all my work will be in vain. Shen Linglong thought for a moment and said, I don't think that stinky Taoist priest has this ability. Maybe the Ouyang family was destroyed by other big shots. Dad, you should find out what happened first. Shen Qiushan felt that what his daughter said made some sense. He called his business partners to inquire about the truth behind the demise of the Ouyang family. The final answer was that it was the Meng family in the imperial capital that destroyed the Ouyang family. As for the reason, the Meng family did not announce it to the public. Instead, he acquired the Ouyang family's assets with lightning speed. Hear this. Shen Linglong breathed a sigh of relief and said, I told you, that country bumpkin who only knows how to beat women doesn't have this ability. Doesn't the Ouyang family depend on the Meng family? How come they were destroyed by the Meng family? Shen Qiushan was a little confused. That's not something we're worried about. Shen Linglong didn't care about Ouyang Ju's death at all, but analyzed rationally, we are in urgent need of a new backer to help us through this difficult time. I think the Meng family is the most suitable. Besides, the Ouyang family has been destroyed, and the Meng family should also want to find a new partner now. Dad, we can try to get one. Shen Qiushan sighed and said, but will a big family like the Meng family look down upon us? They are not even as good as the Ouyang family. Not to mention directly contacting the Meng family. Shen Linglong said confidently, Dad, don't worry, leave this to me. I used to be a classmate of the Meng family's young master in elementary school. It just so happens that there is a class reunion tomorrow. I will take this opportunity to contact him. Ouyang Ju is already dead. Shen Linglong could only change her target. Shen Qiushan felt relieved when he heard this, and said to Shen Linglong, Linglong, I'll leave this matter to you. Okay, I will definitely convince Mr. Meng to cooperate with our Shen family. Shen Linglong said. Jiang Hong interrupted at an inopportune moment. Since the Ouyang family has been destroyed, can Miaoyu be brought back? Shen Qiushan hasn't spoken yet. Shen Linglong said first, why let that bitch come back? Isn't it enough that she has embarrassed us? Besides, she wanted to leave the Shen family on her own. Does she want us to beg her for it? But Jiang Hong still wanted to persuade. Shen Qiushan interrupted. Linglong is right. If she insists on going with that kind of rubbish, let her go. I don't believe she can stay alive for long after leaving the Shen family. Sooner or later, she will beg us to let her come back. It has come to this. Jiang Hong didn't know what to say. However, Shen Linglong was thinking maliciously in her heart that once she got on board the Meng family's big ship, she would definitely kill that couple. After leaving the Shen family, Shen Miaoyu walked aimlessly on the street. Chu Fei followed behind her. She has always worked hard for the Shen family. But now he has ended up like a stray dog, and I couldn't help but feel sad, but soon this turned into anger. The show is over. We have nothing to do with each other anymore. Why are you still following me? Shen Miaoyu suddenly turned around and yelled at Chu Fei behind her. Chu Fei frowned and said, "What are you yelling for? You scared me." Looking at Chu Fei's indifferent expression, she became even more angry and said, "Don't you understand what I'm saying? I told you not to follow me. Do you really think that just because I slept with you and was kicked out of the Shen family, you're worthy of me? Then I'll leave." Chu Fei didn't wait for Shen Miaoyu to answer. He put his hands in his pockets and walked in another direction. Shen Miaoyu saw Chu Fei leave like this. She was so angry that she squatted on the ground and started crying, as if she wanted to vent all the grievances she had suffered that day. Tears were falling from her big eyes, and her nose was bubbling with snot. "Idiot, scumbag, brainless, I told you to leave and you really left." As soon as he finished cursing, Chu Fei's voice came to his ears. "Why are you crying like a little cat?" Shen Miaoyu raised her head. Then I saw Chu Fei holding 2 ice creams in his hands. She wiped her tears, not wanting Chu Fei to see her in such a miserable state. Chu Fei handed over an ice cream in his hand. Shen Miaoyu thought that this guy had a change of heart. Just as she was about to take it, she found that Chu Fei directly poked the ice cream into her forehead. "Look, a unicorn?" Question mark. A short question mark carries so much of her emotions and feelings. "Chu Fei, you bastard, do you have any sense at all?" It can make the usually elegant eldest daughter of the Shen family angry and turn her into a mad woman. I can only say that he is worthy of it. Chu Fei said a little aggrievedly, "I'm just trying to make you happy, why don't you laugh?" First of all, his intention is good, but secondly, it is better not to start yet. Shen Miaoyu took the ice cream off her head. He snatched another ice cream from Chu Fei's hand. Finally, he used his own method to fight back and stuck 2 ice creams on Chu Fei's head. "Look, it's the Bull Demon King. Do you think this is fun?" Chu Fei was not angry either. Instead, he sat next to Shen Miaoyu. With 2 ice creams on his head, he said, "That's right. Instead of wasting your energy on yourself, it's better to go crazy and waste the whole world. As a human being, there's no need to be too normal." Shen Miaoyu hugged her knees and said, "You don't understand since you have no family." "Is this polite? I'm just asking you if this is polite." Shen Miaoyu looked at Chu Fei seriously and asked, "Why are you following me? Do you like me?" "I'm afraid you'll commit suicide halfway." Chu Fei said truthfully, "As for whether I like you or not, I can only say that I like your legs, and—" Shen Miaoyu couldn't help but interrupt, "You'd better shut up and stop talking nonsense. You were the one who started it." Chu Fei stood up and said, "Okay, stop looking so sad, let's go, my third sister must be waiting anxiously." "What third senior sister?" Just when Shen Miaoyu was confused, a Rolls-Royce Phantom appeared before their eyes. The stunningly beautiful Meng Zia looked out the window, glanced at Shen Miaoyu and said, "Men, you haven't separated them yet." Chapter 9. Oh my god, it's so exciting. This Rolls-Royce is very expensive. It's more expensive than any car driven by anyone in the Shen family. Not to mention the license plate is Emperor 886 SB. Then it's not just about being rich, but also about having an extraordinary identity. After all, which ordinary person would dare to use such a hateful license plate? Especially the woman sitting in the car, who gave Shen Miaoyu a huge pressure, which came from the momentum of the superior. Some women are like this. You only need to take one look to know that they are out of your reach. Shen Miaoyu was proud, but she could not be proud in front of Meng Zi. This made her feel a sense of frustration she had never felt before. It was truly the aura that suppressed her. Not for now. Chu Fei replied with a smile and opened the car door. Then he said to Shen Miaoyu behind him, "Why are you standing there? Get in the car. Didn't you say you would let me play with your legs?" Shen Miaoyu came back to her senses, looked at Chu Fei and asked, "What did you mean by not breaking up for the time being?" "I helped you deal with the Ouyang family, so we are even now." Chu Fei said sincerely, "So I went back to the Shen family to explain our relationship to you, but I didn't know that the stupid idiots in the Shen family kicked you out. You're already so pathetic. If I bring up our separation now, I'd seem like a bit of a beast." Shen Miaoyu couldn't help but curse. "You are indeed a beast. You took my first time and you don't intend to take responsibility." You are such a cold-hearted woman. Chu Fei said calmly, you were planning to use me. If I were an ordinary person, I would have been killed by the Ouyang family and the Shen family long ago. I gave you my life, and you peed on me. Now stop trying to blackmail me. Shen Miaoyu was speechless. Because Chu Fei was right, she had intended to use Chu Fei from the very beginning. If Chu Fei was an ordinary person, he would have been killed at the Zhu Yunying level. So she really had no right to continue using this reason to blame Chu Fei. That is, although the words are rough, the logic is sound, but they are too rough. And it's obviously a bit improper. What do you mean by pissing on him? Are you that wasteful? So are you getting in the car or not? Shen Miaoyu knew that she couldn't say it if she was angry. This heartless bastard will leave immediately without any hesitation. So she hurriedly followed Chu Fei into the car. After all, she really had nowhere to go. See Shen Miaoyu get in the car. Meng Zia said somewhat unhappily, Man, what do you mean by this? Didn't you say you were going to dump her? Yes, I have dumped her. Now she and I are just ordinary friends. Chu Fei said happily, Third senior sister, so it's okay to give an ordinary friend a ride, right? Shen Miaoyu was somewhat dissatisfied. I wondered how this man could be so ruthless. What she didn't know was that Chu Fei was protecting her. The more he acted as if he didn't care about Shen Miaoyu, the more Meng Zia would feel at ease. Otherwise, with my third senior sister's terrible domineering possessiveness, it is estimated that Shen Miaoyu's fate will be similar to Ouyang Zhu's, a miserable death. Meng Zia snorted coldly. It's better that we have become ordinary friends, otherwise even if I don't take action, Lao Wu will come back to kill me. When I think of my fifth senior sister who has a Yandir attribute, Chu Fei couldn't help but shiver. All of his 5 senior sisters are talented, especially the 5th senior sister Yi Qingcheng, who was one of Chu Fei's childhood shadows. Third senior sister, please, don't let 5th senior sister know about this. Chu Fei clasped his hands together. It was rare to follow his heart. Meng Zia narrowed his eyes and said with a hint of temptation, That depends on your performance. He saw the two of them flirting in front of him. Shen Miaoyu couldn't help but cough and angrily showed her presence. Chu Fei took the initiative to change the subject. By the way, how did you deal with the bodies of the Ouyang family? Meng Zia hasn't replied yet. Secretary Jin, who was driving, shouted in dissatisfaction. What else can we do? Find a better crematorium to cremate them. You have to ask such a question. Are you trying to mess with my mentality? Keep your voice down. Do you want to scare me to death? Meng Zia frowned. Miss, it's okay that he is ignorant, but how come you are as ignorant as him? Secretary Jin was about to collapse. The Ouyang family was raised by our Meng family. This time, the Wanlicheng project, which is worth tens of billions, is the time for them to play a role. We have been planning this for a long time, but you two, senior brothers and sisters, just came and overturned the table like crows. Hear these words. Shen Miaoyu was a little dazed. Was the Ouyang family really destroyed? She originally thought Chu Fei was bragging, but now it seems to be true because they talked about the Meng family. This made Shen Miaoyu couldn't help but interrupt. Are you Meng Zia? Meng Zia ignored Shen Miaoyu and looked at Secretary Jin with an expression of indifference. It's not a big deal. At most, we can just find someone to take over the Ouyang family's business, and then find a new partner. Miss, do you have a suitable candidate? Meng Zia hasn't replied yet. Chu Fei on the side said seriously, Third senior sister, I want to learn how to do business. Are you interested in this kind of thing? Meng Zia looked at Chu Fei in surprise. Chu Fei blinked his eyes. Yes, but I don't have much experience, so I need someone to help me. Miaoyu happens to have experience in managing a large company, so let her help me. Chu Fei said that he would let the Shen family beg Shen Miaoyu to go back. As long as Shen Miaoyu replaces the Ouyang family and becomes the person in charge of the Meng family in Longcheng, the Shen family must carry her back in a sedan chair. Shen Miaoyu looked at Chu Fei with some surprise. She didn't expect that this bastard would actually get such an opportunity for herself. This wave is worth it. Meng Zia glanced at Shen Miaoyu, then at Chu Fei, and suddenly became speechless. You little guy, did you think of your lines before getting in my car? Chu Fei chuckled. Nothing can be hidden from third senior sister, so can this be accomplished? Now that you've said this, how can I not agree to you? Meng Zia curled his lips. Chu Fei glanced at Shen Miaoyu, who was still in a daze, and said, You are a little ignorant. Why don't you thank third senior sister? Thank you, third senior sister. Although Shen Miaoyu was proud, she could also distinguish between the big and small kings, and immediately expressed her loyalty. Third senior sister, I will definitely complete this project with Chu Fei. Come on, I still don't understand my little junior brother. Meng Zia waved his hand and said, he is at most a hands-off manager, and he doesn't have time to waste on such trivial matters. Shen Miaoyu couldn't help but complain in her heart. For a project worth tens of billions, is this a small matter? It's true that comparing goods to others will lead to loss, and comparing people to others will lead to damnation. After arriving at the Donghu villa where Meng Zia was temporarily living, Shen Miaoyu sat in the living room stiffly. Meng Zia called Chu Fei into the room with a serious face. Chu Fei thought that the third sister was going to tell him how to change his fate, but he didn't expect that she had just locked the door of the room. Meng Zia squatted in front of him and pulled his pants off. Oh my God, it's so spicy. Chapter 10. You came at the right time. Chu Fei stood in front of Meng Zia's hair. Because of the position Meng Zia was squatting in, the pose was extremely provocative. In this situation, any normal man would not be able to control himself, let alone Chu Fei, an old pervert. He was looking forward to Meng Zia's next behavior and expression. I just hope that third senior sister 1T be scared by me. However, Meng Zia just looked up at Chu Fei with disappointment. Chu Fei was immediately filled with question marks, wondering what this meant. What's wrong? What are you doing? Chu Fei was confused about his self-positioning after being made to feel awkward. I can definitely say that I am an adult, right? Meng Zia stood up and sat back on the sofa. His expression became even more distraught. No, third sister, please don't mess with my mentality. Chu Fei put on his pants and shouted at Meng Zia, hurry up and tell me, you are lying, or I will commit suicide. Meng Zia sighed and said, the dragon guard sand is really gone. It's not to the point where it's invisible, is it? Ah, are you talking about the dragon guarding sand? Chu Fei understood and felt relieved. Chu Fei is the only man in Longming Mountain. So in order to prevent him from doing anything wrong, the beautiful master planted dragon guarding sand on the side of his thigh since he was a child. And she warned him that if it disappeared before they went down the mountain, she would cut it off and use it for fishing. Meng Zia just took off his pants. It is to verify whether Shalongsha still exists. After all, this is her last hope. But the Shalongsha was gone, which meant that his virginity was really given to Shen Miaoyu. This is also why she was so disappointed. You're scaring me to death, you know that. Chu Fei said with lingering fear, why didn't you say earlier that you were guarding the dragon sand? Your eyes were so obscure that I misunderstood. Meng Zia's emotions came and went quickly. At this moment, she teased, what else do you think I was talking about, little earthworm? Senior sister, you are bullying me, Tilda. Chu Fei pretended to be shy and lay on Meng Zia's body. Meng Zia's pretty face turned slightly red and her eyes were blurred. That little expression of wanting to refuse but also to accept is simply irresistible. Stop messing around. Let's get down to business first. Chu Fei played with Meng Zia's toes while looking up and asked, is it about changing fate? Meng Zia struggled symbolically. Seeing that he couldn't avoid it, he just let Chu Fei act naughty and stupid. She picked up the 7 parchment scrolls that she had prepared long ago and threw them to Chu Fei. This is how you can change your fate. Chu Fei quickly glanced through them and said in surprise, if I'm not mistaken, these are all marriage certificates, and there are 7 copies. It's such a big deal, but what does this have to do with changing my fate? You also know that you have the blood of a true dragon and are destined to not live past the age of 25. Meng Zia explained, the only thing that can suppress the true dragon bloodline is the true phoenix bloodline. Only by mating with it can it change your fate. So these are the fiancés that Master helped you choose. Bring up this matter. Meng Zia was extremely unhappy. As the saying goes, good things should be kept within the family. The 5 sisters had long regarded Chu Fei as their exclusive love and were unwilling to share him with others. But this is Chu Fei's only way to change his fate. Meng Zia had no choice but to hand over all the marriage certificates to Chu Fei. Chu Fei asked, who among them has the true phoenix bloodline? I don't know. Meng Zia shook his head. So, try them one by one. You look excited. Chu Fei immediately shouted, no way, I swear that the person I love the most is third senior sister. I don't want any of these fiancés, I only want third senior sister. What if I'm not the one you love the most? Meng Zia asked a soul-searching question. Then I'll keep swearing. Meng Zia rolled his eyes. Go away, Tilda. Chu Fei was amused, and then he said seriously, in addition to changing my fate, Master also told you about my life experience, right? Yes, they are all hidden in this black box. Meng Zia took out a uniquely shaped black box and handed it to Chu Fei. There is a dragon pattern engraved on this box. The dragon has 7 eyes all over its body, which looks domineering but also weird. This was not the first time Chu Fei had seen this black box. He had always dreamed of it when he was a child. But every time he was about to open it, he was awakened. However, ever since he told this to the beautiful master, he never dreamed of this black box again. Or rather, he hasn't had any dream since then. So when you see this black box, Chu Fei was a little surprised. It turned out that this thing really existed. But why didn't the beautiful master tell me at that time? Chu Fei took the black box and wanted to open it immediately, but his current invincible strength made it impossible to open it. Why can't it be opened? Chu Fei looked at Meng Zia with a frown. Meng Zia spread his hands and said, I don't know either. Master just said to give this to you, and said that it not only contains your life experience, but also a huge secret. After hearing this, Chu Fei became even more curious. But now that I can't open it, there's no need to worry about it. If you can't figure something out, just put it aside for now. Maybe you won't be able to remember it tomorrow. After putting the black box away, Chu Fei stepped forward and said, Third senior sister, now that we have finished talking about serious matters, should we also do some personal things? Man, what do you want? Meng Zia stretched lazily, her body curves were perfect, and paired with that OL outfit, she was simply a naked temptation. Of course it's you. Chu Fei brazenly revealed his animal nature. He pushed Meng Zia onto the sofa. There was endless tenderness in Meng Zia's eyes. She pretended to be embarrassed. Shen Miaoyu is downstairs. Do you dare? Why not? Isn't this more exciting? Chu Fei made a move. Meng Zia was frightened. She panted softly, almost begging for mercy. Man, you better not move. This sound, like the sound of nature, stimulating Chu Fei's last bit of sanity. Just when Chu Fei couldn't control himself anymore, there was a violent knock on the door outside the room. It seems that someone can't stand it more than me. Meng Zia chuckled, obviously knowing that Shen Miaoyu was eavesdropping outside. Chu Fei didn't want to pay attention to the other party. But Meng Zia tidied up his clothes and took the initiative to open the door. Shen Miaoyu looked at the two people in the room and snorted coldly. It seems that I came at the wrong time. No, you came just in time. Chu Fei held Meng Zia's slender waist while reaching out his hand towards Shen Miaoyu. Damn it, you beast. Shen Miaoyu cursed in her heart, then slapped Chu Fei's hand away and said, Come out, I have something to tell you. Does it have to be at this time? Chu Fei was a little reluctant. Shen Miaoyu took immediate action and dragged Chu Fei out of the room. Before Chu Fei left, he shouted to Meng Zia, Third senior sister, remember to leave the door open at night. Meng Zia smiled but said nothing. Although she doted on Chu Fei, she could not cross the line even a single step. After all, they are still restricted by the blood contract. The behavior just now was just to deliberately anger Shen Miaoyu and vent her anger. She suddenly remembered the strange black box again. Even the top martial artist can't open that thing. I don't know what secrets are hidden in it. Come to the living room. Shen Miaoyu scolded Chu Fei. Do you still have some shame? I'm just downstairs. How can you? Third senior sister and I were just joking. We already knew you were eavesdropping outside. Chu Fei interrupted. Shen Miaoyu asked in confusion, Then why did you do this? To arouse your jealousy and let you know that you actually care about me. Chu Fei looked at Shen Miaoyu affectionately. Shen Miaoyu was stunned. Then, with a red face, he cursed the man for spreading rumors and turned around and hurried back to his room. And Secretary Kim was eating melon in the living room. Seeing Chu Fei's cool move, he put down the melon and made a 6. The next morning, Chu Fei didn't bother with the black box for the time being. Instead, he went to Longcheng University, intending to meet his first fiancée first. According to the information given by the third senior sister, the fiancée's name is Jiang Yunqi. She is the campus beauty of Longcheng University. She has countless suitors, but they have only flirted with each other and never had a romantic relationship. Chu Fei wondered isn't this the queen of the pure sea? When players meet, they compete to see who is worse. Chapter 11. The warm man is behind the dog. Walking in Longcheng University, Chu Fei looked at the young girls who walked past him with a youthful aura all over their bodies and took a deep breath of the fragrant air. This made him sigh. It's better to date the school beauty than to fight and kill. But if third senior sister saw me like a wolf entering a sheep's den at this moment, she would definitely pull my ears. But I've been stuck in the mountains for so many years. Can't I just enjoy myself? Continue to play music and continue to dance. Just when Chu Fei was enjoying his life as a college student and having a good life, suddenly a lot of people gathered in front, and some were making a noise. From what I heard, I knew someone was confessing his love. Chu Fei was not interested at first and just wanted to find Jiang Yunqi as soon as possible to resolve the engagement issue. But I didn't expect that he changed his mind after just one glance. Because the person who was surrounded by the crowd and confessed his love was none other than Jiang Yunqi, the person he was looking for. Let me see what's going on. Chu Fei muttered as he moved forward. Soon, Jiang Yunqi, the heroine of this confession, amazed Chu Fei. She has waist-length hair, all dyed the currently popular cherry blossom pink. The bangs on the right side slightly cover the cheek, and the tight oval face is covered with a layer of light makeup. There was a hint of pride and boldness in those almond-shaped eyes, and the rosy little mouth was sexy and charming. The most terrible thing is her outfit. An open black leather motorcycle jacket covered the outside, with a tight white vest underneath. The white vest is so short that it can't even cover her belly button, revealing her slender white waist without any scruples. The main theme from head to toe is just one word: cool. This chest looks only C-cup. Fortunately, Chu Fei has small hands, so everything he touches feels big. As for the man who confessed his love to Jiang Yunqi, description of his appearance is omitted. The man held a bouquet of roses in his right hand, knelt on one knee, and called to Jiang Yunqi affectionately. Chichi, I have been pursuing you since junior high school. Just promise me that I really like you. Promise him. Promise him. The younger brothers the man brought with him immediately joined in the fun. The onlookers were discussing in low voices. Do you think Jiang Yangrong can succeed this time? If I were the campus beauty of Jiang University, I would definitely agree to him. Jiang Yangrong is a rich second generation. Impossible. The campus beauty Jiang University wouldn't be so superficial. Chu Fei sneered in his heart. Only an idiot would confess his feelings in public. What is the difference between this and moral kidnapping and forcing people to accept something? The final result is that both parties will be embarrassed. What level are you? You dare to steal my girl. As expected, Jiang Yunqi said somewhat unhappily, Jiang Yangrong, can you please get up first? I don't want to fall in love for the time being, and don't call me Chichi anymore. The other party has made it so obvious. Jiang Yangrong still refused to give up. If you don't agree to me, I won't get up. Chu Fei covered his face. You are crazy. Even when I was a bootlicker, I was not as abstract as you. Jiang Yunqi in the field also said helplessly, you are so annoying. I really don't want to fall in love now. Can you please stop making things difficult for me? Jiang Yangrong thought Jiang Yunqi was testing his determination. He thought he was affectionate and said, when you were in middle school, you said you didn't want to fall in love too early. When you were in high school, you said you didn't want to affect your studies. So I've been waiting for you to go to college, and I'm saying this to make you understand. No matter how long I wait for you, I'm willing to do it. It doesn't matter if you reject me now. As soon as these words came out, some girls praised Jiang Yangrong for his affection. Some girls like men to treat them unconditionally well and even call it a test. Of course, this is just the idea of a small number of selfish girls. Most girls are still very sensible. If they don't like it, they don't like it. It's better for everyone to make it clear as soon as possible. Chu Fei curled his lips. This guy is a hopeless idiot. Jiang Yunqi said angrily, if you don't get up, I'm angry. Jiang Yangrong then quickly stood up and said, Chichi, don't be angry, it's all my fault. I shouldn't have confessed my feelings. I should have protected you silently. If you love someone, you should treat her well unconditionally. This remark attracted a few girls to like it. It seems that in the perception of these girls, men should be like this. But in fact, this is a wrong idea. Tolerating bootlickers will only hurt others and yourself in the end, just like Jiang Yunqi's current situation where he is in a dilemma. Chu Fei couldn't bear it any longer, and he cried out as he felt itchy all over. Hey, man, have you ever heard of warm men coming after dogs? As soon as these words came out, everyone looked at Chu Fei, especially Jiang Yunqi and Jiang Yangrong, the parties involved. The former had a hint of doubt, while the latter was somewhat dissatisfied. Jiang Yangrong, who had failed to express his feelings, immediately vented his anger on Chu Fei. It's none of your business. You don't need to keep talking nonsense. Do you know what love is? If you don't shut up, I'll kill you. Chu Fei was wearing a light blue robe today and had her hair tied into a small braid. Although this outfit is not ugly, it's even a little handsome. But these days no one really goes out dressed like this. In addition, Chu Fei's words were so hurtful that Jiang Yangrong couldn't help but curse. He even planned to have his younger brothers teach Chu Fei a lesson. I'm rustic. Hearing the other party say that he wanted to kill him, Chu Fei stepped forward and slapped Jiang Yangrong in the face. Do you understand the value of these words, trendsetter of the times? Jiang Yangrong covered his mouth and shouted, you are unreasonable. Why the hell did you hit me? Reason. Chu Fei laughed and said, if you try to reason with love, love will only give you the slap you love so much. I slapped you on behalf of love, you're welcome. What kind of person is this? He dares to be so arrogant after beating someone up. Jiang Yangrong was furious and said, do you f***ing know who my father is? How dare you hit me? Using the process of elimination, I'm not the first one. Chu Fei smiled playfully. You're looking for death, right? Come on, brothers. Jiang Yangrong gave an order. The lackeys behind him were ready to rush forward. But Jiang Yunqi had really had enough of the humiliation. She yelled, if you want to fight, do it outside, not in front of me. As soon as I heard the goddess speak, Jiang Yangrong quickly told his brothers to stop and apologized. Chichi, I'm sorry, I shouldn't be as barbaric as this guy. When saying this, Jiang Yangrong also secretly glared at Chu Fei, meaning that you kid just wait for me. Chu Fei has a good attitude. He even felt that he was not beating Jiang Yangrong, but saving Jiang Yangrong's living Buddha. As for Jiang Yangrong's threat, he naturally didn't take it seriously. Under the gaze of everyone, Chu Fei walked up to Jiang Yunqi and said bluntly, you didn't talk about it in junior high school, you didn't talk about it in high school, you didn't talk about it in college, so will you talk about it before you reincarnate? The campus beauty Jiang was shocked. This guy is coming for me. Chapter 12 I'm dying, I'm dying, I'm dying. Seeing that Jiang Yunqi was obviously shocked by his aura, Chu Fei raised the corner of his mouth. This was exactly the reaction he wanted. Meiyang Yang, who has many dogs flattering her, is flattered by boys to the point of being overwhelmed, so it is natural that she is arrogant. If I were to follow the conventional tactics, I would probably be regarded as one of the many bootlickers before I even start talking. So Chu Fei took another approach. This series of actions directly gave Jiang Yunqi a slight shock. Let her know that she is different from those other bootlickers. At least I won't spoil you, I may even bite you. See Chu Fei talking to Jiang Yunqi. Jiang Yangrong's younger brothers all became somewhat dissatisfied. Brother Jiang, why do I feel like he's playing you? Yeah, I'm using you as an insult to chat with the goddess. Jiang Yunqi blushed. Damn, he made her blush. Jiang Yangrong slapped the little brother in the face and said, I still want you to say it. If Chichi didn't forbid me to use violence, I would have made that kid kneel on the ground and talk to me. This was just finished. Jiang Yangrong was slapped in the face by Chu Fei from a distance and fainted. Upon seeing this, several younger brothers quickly gathered around him to check on his situation. But no one blamed Chu Fei because Chu Fei was far away from Jiang Yangrong. Based on the cognition of these ordinary people, they naturally would not think that it was Chu Fei who did it, but would only think that Jiang Yangrong was performing acrobatics. I was just acting when I hit my head on the ground? Hey, let me ask you a question. Do you want to talk about it before reincarnation? Chu Fei clapped his hands and lit a cigarette. Jiang Yunqi looked at the young man smoking in front of him and finally came to his senses. She blushed before only because Chu Fei's words revealed her thoughts. Not having a relationship is just an excuse. The bottom line is that no man is interested in you. But when this guy said it, it sounded like he was mocking himself for raising fish. Can the fairies' affairs be considered fish farming? Casting the net is my skill, and entering the net is your honor. Things like dog licking require mutual consent, okay? Jiang Yunqi regained her confidence and said, does it matter to you whether I fall in love or not? Do you live near the sea? Why do you mind so much? Oh, it's still a small pepper. Didn't wait for Chu Fei to reply. The other students began to laugh at him. Well done, Goddess Jiang. A pretentious guy like this should be killed. Boy, this is college. You think it's high school? Thinking of using this method to attract the attention of Goddess Jiang is really childish. What major is he in? I'm going to report him to his instructor. How dare he talk to my goddess like that? Chu Fei ignored these people. Because their words reached Chu Fei's ears. Only 3 words are left. Woof woof woof. Why should I bother with these lickers? When it comes to picking up girls, they only talk about it on paper. What else can they do except waste paper? Yeah, but you can't fish here. Chu Fei looked at Jiang Yunqi with a smile, not angry at all. Humorous and slightly offensive teasing can easily bring you closer to girls. Especially since Chu Fei had an aggressive look before, he suddenly showed such a smile. Such a contrast will make girls unable to figure out what kind of person you are, thus arousing their curiosity and facilitating the subsequent conversation. But Jiang Yunqi's rank is not that low. She showed a trace of disdain and said, this is how you attract girls' attention. Just like what they said, it's too childish. Brother, this trick of yours won't work on your sister. After saying this, Jiang Yunqi turned around and left with her best friend. As cool as a cowgirl in the West who shoots a gun without looking back. Seeing Chu Fei being left there, everyone started to mock again. What's the point of pretending? Goddess Jiang doesn't give a shit about you. Who are you pretending for? I thought he could do something great, but I never expected that he would kill himself. Oh my god, he doesn't really think he's handsome like that, does he, Po Shin Nam? As a result, Chu Fei just used a few words to make Jiang Yunqi stop. My name is Chu Fei, madam. No. Mr. Jiang, you don't want your lickers to know about our relationship, right? Jiang Yunqi stood there in a daze. Because her grandfather told her since she was a child that Chu Fei was her fiancé. But she had never even met the other person, and she didn't expect him to come to the school to find her today. If this gets out, how can she continue to be single? Chichi, what's wrong with you? When her best friend Roman saw that Jiang Yunqi looked pale, she asked quickly. Jiang Yunqi turned around and asked uncertainly, Are you really Chu Fei? Yes, I'm getting married. Chu Fei's word book hasn't come out yet. Jiang Yunqi rushed over and stepped on Chu Fei's face. Chu Fei didn't move at all and didn't feel anything. Instead, Jiang Yunqi felt a little sore in his calf. Why is this guy so stubborn? Jiang Yunqi complained. He could only grab Chu Fei's collar and drag him away. Chu Fei raised his hands in surrender, with a thief-like look on his face, no doubt slapping the faces of those who had mocked him before. What's going on? Why did Goddess Jiang suddenly reward him? I'm so jealous. I also want to be the goddess's dog and be dragged around by her like this. No, you are so smooth. Are you going to take the postgraduate entrance examination? That guy just now said what his relationship with Goddess Jiang was. I don't know, but looking at Goddess Jiang's expression, she seems to be very panicked. Could it be that they... Impossible, absolutely impossible. Damn it, he deserves to die. Ignore the shocked and heated discussions behind you. Jiang Yunqi took Chu Fei directly to a relatively secluded place. Wait until you are sure there is no one around. She raised her face and tried to show a fierce expression, and threatened Chu Fei. No third person can know about my relationship with you. Please. Chu Fei stared at her without blinking, his narrow eyes full of amusement. Is this the only thing you can do to threaten girls? Are you still a man? Jiang Yunqi was really angry. Chu Fei said in a seductive tone, Then kneel down and beg me. I will untie my belt and let you see what a man is. Jiang Yunqi was a little slow to react at first, but when he imagined the scene in his mind, he licked his lips subconsciously. She yelled, Bitch, I'm going to kill you. But she didn't wait for her to take action. A car came flying towards us. It was not driven towards us, but thrown towards us by someone. When Jiang Yunqi saw the car was about to hit her, she was so scared that she closed her eyes and shouted, I'm going to die, I'm going to die, I'm going to die. But after waiting for a long time, the car didn't hit her all over. This made Jiang Yunqi unable to help but open her eyes, and she saw Chu Fei standing in front of her. The car was neatly cut into two and fell behind the two men. He saved himself? Jiang Yunqi looked at Chu Fei's profile with a complicated expression. Actually, if you look at it from this angle, this guy is quite handsome. What a pity. Chu Fei's next words were like a handful of urine. This extinguished the good impression that Jiang Yunqi had finally built up. Don't shout I'm dying until you get to the bed. Jiang Yunqi instantly realized that this guy was driving. She gritted her teeth and said, At this time, you still want to take advantage of me. That person is coming for you. Chu Fei looked at the culprit in front of him and grinned. It doesn't matter, I will take action. Chapter 13, the highest level of picking up girls. Jiang Yunqi was busy complaining about Chu Fei just now. When he came to his senses, he found that Chu Fei had split a car into two with his bare hands. This is obviously not something an ordinary person can do, which makes her even more curious about Chu Fei's identity. And the guy who threw the car over was obviously not an ordinary person either. Could it be a killer? But what did Chu Fei do to attract assassins to kill him? Jiang Yunqi looked at Chu Fei nervously. Could he be some powerful dragon from the Dragon King Palace or Devil's Island? Not far away, the person who had attacked earlier finally revealed his true identity. He has a square face, looks intimidating without even getting angry, and has an overwhelming aura, making him look extraordinary at first glance. The middle-aged man put his hands behind his back and said with a look of arrogance, It seems that you have some skills. No wonder the deputy director of our martial arts museum, Li Changsheng, died at the hands of a little beast like you. But when he met me... Boom! Before the middle-aged man could finish his words, he was swept away by the terrifying force of the punch. The whole person and the wall behind him were blown to pieces. How should I put it? It was quite sudden. Just use a normal attack to skip the conversation. What's the noise? Jiang Yunqi frowned. If she saw it correctly, there was someone in front of her? Where is this person? How come it suddenly disappeared? Chu Fei acted as if nothing had happened after doing all this, and said to Jiang Yunqi, "Come on, let's continue the topic just now." No, where is the person? Where is the person who threw the car over here? Jiang Yunqi asked. Where is the person? Chu Fei raised his eyebrows and asked, "Are you hallucinating?" Jiang Yunqi gestured to the middle-aged man's body shape and shouted, "There was a man here just now, and he said something cruel." Before he finished his line, there was a loud bang and it was over. Chu Fei spread his hands and said, "You should speak Chinese. There are only two of us here from beginning to end." Damn, this woman is so annoying. She was the one who said that no third person should know about it. I did everything she said. Why does she still want to get to the bottom of it? Are we really the only two? Jiang Yunqi doubted herself and asked, "What's going on with that car?" Chu Fei glanced at the car behind him that was split in two and let out a disdainful sound. "Hey, say something. What does smacking your lips mean?" Jiang Yunqi was almost overwhelmed. Chu Fei looked at Jiang Yunqi, clenched his fist and said, "I'll give you one last chance. Be good and say you're wrong." When saying this, Chu Fei had already planned to use the memory disappearance method. Such a beautiful girl would cry for a long time if she was slapped, right? So don't force me to slap you in a place where you're not happy but not sad. Seeing Chu Fei so serious, Jiang Yunqi also thought that he had seen it wrong. After all, how could a person disappear out of thin air? He must have seen it wrong. He is not an immortal, so how could he beat someone to death with just one punch? In fact, Chu Fei had already known that the middle-aged man was following him. According to what the middle-aged man said before he died, it can be inferred that he was trying to avenge someone. As for who that person was, Chu Fei had forgotten, but it didn't matter since the filming had already been completed. Whoever loves it can do it. This guy is just too bad. If you say you want to follow me, then just follow me quietly. Why don't you just jump out and seek death? Isn't this forcing oneself to commit the sin of murder? How can a person's intentions be so sinister that he actually wants to use his cheap life to defile his own soul? He only lost his life, but I defiled his soul. If a dog on the roadside heard this, it would probably bark, "Dog, he is a real dog." After calming down, Jiang Yunqi felt that she still had to explain things clearly to Chu Fei. She is the campus belle of Longcheng University and has countless suitors. She has to choose the best among the best and cannot marry so easily. Besides, she is not familiar with this man, so how can she know whether he is worthy of her? So she thought about the wording and said solemnly, "I know that the marriage certificate was signed by my grandfather, but now is an era that advocates free love, so I think this marriage. Let's retreat." Chu Fei said first. Jiang Yunqi was confused and asked, how come this guy stole my lines? Shouldn't I be the one to break off the engagement, and then he should beg me to give him a chance? With my looks and figure, that man must look confused. How dare he do that? Just when Jiang Yunqi thought this guy was just being stubborn. But Chu Fei actually took out the marriage certificate and tore it up in front of her. "To be honest, I came here today to cancel the engagement. I still have 6 copies of this marriage certificate. I'm in a hurry to meet my next fiancée and never see her again." "No, you were selected? And why was I the first one to be eliminated?" Jiang Yunqi felt a sense of frustration, but soon this frustration turned into unwillingness. "Wait a minute, you have 7 fiancés, why did you retreat me first?" Chu Fei stopped and raised the corners of his mouth. This is exactly the effect this bastard wants. He turned around and continued to dig a hole. "Because I am obsessed with feelings, I feel that you are not worthy of me." "I'm not worthy of you. My legs are longer than your life. I'm not worthy of you." Jiang Yunqi was almost furious. She had never been despised like this in her life, and the person in question was a man. Chu Fei said naturally, "Student Jiang, there is no happiness if you force yourself. You haven't even tried it with me. How do you know that our relationship is forced?" Jiang Yunqi fell into the ditch, unable to stop even with the brakes. "Give me a chance, let me try it with you. I won't cancel this marriage yet." Above, right fucking above. "Okay, since you said so, I'll give it a try reluctantly." Chu Fei looked at the woman with cherry blossom pink hair in front of him, and finally showed his fangs and said, "But I don't seem to have your contact information." All the preparations were made just for this final moment. This is called professionalism. "I'll add you." Jiang Yunqi happily added Chu Fei on WeChat. This was already expected by Chu Fei. In the following period of time, Jiang Yunqi would constantly chat with Chu Fei in order to prove her charm, and she would be the kind that could not be driven away. All Chu Fei had to do was continue to suppress her and occasionally praise her, and she would probably be able to rise to fame on the spot. Ever since she took the initiative to add him on WeChat, their relationship began to become unequal. Just like now, Jiang Yunqi would not feel that she was deceived by Chu Fei. Instead, she would be grateful to Chu Fei for giving her the opportunity to perform. This is the highest level of picking up girls. Let the girls pick you up. Of course, there are many prerequisites. In short, from the moment I met Jiang Yunqi, Chu Fei has already figured out everything. After Jiang Yunqi added WeChat, Chu Fei did not pass it immediately, but found an excuse to leave Longcheng University. Today, third senior sister and secretary Jin went to deal with the Ouyang family's affairs. Shen Miaoyu is the only one left at home, so he must be on the alert. He must have been suffocated to death last night. Chapter 14. You bitch, you're ruining my moral character. After Chu Fei left, Jiang Yunqi suddenly felt a little depressed. Think about how I have been since I was a child. I was either the class beauty or the school beauty. The men chasing after her line up from here to France, and just a random daily post on TikTok will get millions of likes from fans. But why did that bastard look at me with such disdain? He even broke off the engagement on his own initiative. Am I really not attractive to him at all? The more Jiang Yunqi thought about it, the angrier she became. Her plump breasts kept rising and falling, and she fell into deep self-doubt. This situation is just like in demigods and semi-devils. Why does Kang Minute hate Kiao Feng so much? It's because he is the only one in the entire 100 Flowers conference who is not a bootlicker. Do you think this is hateful? Of course it is hateful, and it's the kind that you'll remember for the rest of your life. Jiang Yunqi was thinking about this. Her best friend Roman found her and saw her standing there grinning. Lua Man hurried forward and asked, Chi, what's wrong? Didn't that guy named Chu Fei do anything to you? No, we just added each other on WeChat. Jiang Yunqi said weakly. Lua Man laughed and said, as I expected, the reason why that kid taught Jiang Yangrong a lesson must be to attract your attention. But I didn't expect that you actually let him add you on WeChat. Roman was already used to this. Jiang Yunqi is so beautiful that not only men, but even a girl like her would occasionally be moved by her. She had seen so many pickup lines, but this was the first time she had seen a wild way like Chu Fei's. However, based on her understanding of Jiang Yunqi, she added him on WeChat. The possibility of Chu Fei being able to hook up with Jiang Yunqi is estimated to be less than 1 in 10,000, and it is even uncertain whether Jiang Yunqi will agree. Jiang Yunqi said truthfully, I took the initiative to add him. Roman's expression became visibly surprised and he said, you took the initiative to add him, how is this possible? Jiang Yunqi took the initiative to add the man on WeChat. For Roman, this shock was no less than a knife stabbing his, but it opened his eyes. And he hasn't passed yet. Jiang Yunqi added. Roman was incredulous and said, no, what right did he have? Just because he's handsome. Chu Fei is indeed handsome, but it's not like there haven't been handsome guys who have approached Jiang Yunqi before, but she was too lazy to even respond to them. I remembered how Chu Fei had protected me before. Jiang Yunqi said sincerely, he is indeed very handsome. What? Roman said with a shocked expression, he dumped you in the face. What did you use to throw it? Do you want to call the police? Did you wipe it clean? Jiang Yunqi rolled her eyes, you have a really dirty heart. This. Roman scratched his head and said, I am just excited and have wild thoughts, but you don't like that Chu Fei, do you? How is that possible? Even dogs don't even talk about love. Then why did you take the initiative to add him on WeChat? Roman was extremely curious. He's probably the first boy who dared to reject me. I'm just curious, why he could reject me. You know, Xiaoman, no man has ever dared to reject me. That's true. With Jiang Yunqi's looks, just one look from her and a large group of boys will be devoted to her. She had never met a man who dared to reject Jiang Yunqi. After a long silence, Roman said, I think he is playing hard to get. Chichi, you must not fall into her trap. Jiang Yunqi suddenly realized, you mean he is trying to trick me? Of course you are beautiful. Which boy wouldn't be attracted to you? So this must be his trick. Roman said quickly. Jiang Yunqi regained a little confidence and said, haha, so that's the case. Then I won't pay attention to him. Even if I pass, I will definitely not take the initiative to chat with him. After listening to this, Roman nodded vigorously and said, yes, you must not chat with him. Don't worry, even if I, Jiang Yunqi, starve to death, die outside, or jump off here, I won't say a single word to him. After Roman sent Jiang Yunqi back to the dormitory, Jiang Yangrong woke up and ran over with his brothers, asking Roman what happened. Luo Man didn't say any details, but just replied calmly, Chu Fei, this person is unfathomable. Jiang Rongyang stood there in a daze, totally confused. Then, the rumors about Longcheng University are getting more and more bizarre. Master Jiang, what did Roman say? He said Chu Fei is unfathomable. What? Chu Fei got a model. Spread the word, Chu Fei has a lot of models at home. Have you heard that Chu Fei used to be a model in KTV? Chu Fei was unaware that his reputation was becoming more and more outrageous. Now we have returned to the villa. I had wanted to revisit my old days with Shen Miaoyu while my family was away. But before he could extend the invitation to the bed, he bumped into Shen Miaoyu at the door. Shen Miaoyu, who was wearing a tight skirt, fell to the ground, and her cell phone fell not far away. The black high heels were thrown aside, and the beautiful legs and stockings were charming and sexy, with legs slightly apart. Chu Fei's eyes lit up. A wealthy family. I wish I could execute her right then and there. Sensing Chu Fei's gaze, Shen Miaoyu quickly squeezed her legs together, then stood up and said in dissatisfaction, If you look at me again, I'll dig your eyes out. It's not like I haven't seen it before. Chu Fei said nonchalantly. Shen Miaoyu didn't have time to argue with Chu Fei. She picked up the high heels and put her black silk-wrapped feet into them. The subtle arc extending between the calf and the back of the leg outlines an almost perfect enchanting curve. Chu Fei thought to himself, You bitch, you're ruining my moral character. After Shen Miaoyu put on her shoes, she said without even turning her head, I'm going out for a while. However, Chu Fei pulled him back. Who plays with fire without putting it out? What are you talking about? I'm in a hurry. Shen Miaoyu wanted to push Chu Fei away, but he picked her up by the waist. Chu Fei lowered his voice and said, I'm so anxious that I'm about to take off my pants. Shen Miaoyu saw the lust in Chu Fei's eyes. She knew that if she didn't resist, she would have a miserable life. She could only shout, I'm in a hurry, can you put me down first? Then give your brother a kiss first. Shen Miaoyu scolded, You, shameless. There are even more shameless ones, do you want to see them? Chu Fei carried Shen Miaoyu into the room. Shen Miaoyu knew that if Chu Fei succeeded, she would not be able to get away for 5 or 6 hours. Helplessly, she could only give in and kiss Chu Fei on the cheek, then shouted, Is this okay? Put me down now. This is different from what we agreed on. Chu Fei threw Shen Miaoyu on the bed, then lowered his gaze and said, I'm very angry, the consequences will be serious. Chapter 15 No, he is sick. Shen Miaoyu looked in the direction of her gaze, and her pretty face immediately turned red. What happened the night before yesterday is still fresh in my mind. This guy is so fierce. She is still in a bit of pain. If she wasn't in a hurry to visit her godfather, Shen Miaoyu wouldn't even want to go out today. Come, let's review the content of the last lesson, consolidate our learning results, and try to get a better score on you this time. Chu Fei said as he crawled onto the bed. He stretched out his hand and grasped Shen Miaoyu's slender legs in his palm. Shen Miaoyu shuddered. The touch made her feel itchy. She wanted to pull her legs back, but Chu Fei held them tightly. Seeing that she couldn't avoid it, Shen Miaoyu could only pick up her phone. Chu Fei laughed and said, If you want to tie me, then you have to wait until I put it in, otherwise it will look like I'm cheating. Snap. As soon as Chu Fei finished speaking, Shen Miaoyu took a photo of Chu Fei. Who would have thought that such an elegant and intellectual woman like Shen Miaoyu would actually play so wildly behind the scenes? So Chu Fei took the opportunity to make a gesture. Who knew Shen Miaoyu would directly threaten, If you don't let me go, I will send the photos to Meng Zia. Chu Fei didn't kick the door last night. This meant that he didn't dare to be too presumptuous in front of his third senior sister. So this is the only way Shen Miaoyu can think of to threaten Chu Fei. Okay, that's more exciting. Chu Fei completely ignored Shen Miaoyu's threats and continued to move forward. I really sent it, don't force me. Aren't you afraid that your third senior sister will know? Shen Miaoyu said in panic. Chu Fei smiled like a villain and said, Then go ahead and send it. However, Shen Miaoyu, don't forget that you are living under someone else's roof now. If you make third senior sister angry, you will probably be kicked out immediately, not to mention being asked to replace the Ouyang family. So I'll give you a minute to think it over. Do you want to accept your fate or not? Shen Miaoyu certainly knew that she was now living under someone else's roof. If the photo was really sent to Meng Zia would at most scold Chu Fei. And she estimated that she didn't even have a place to live, because Meng Zia had secretly threatened her last night that if she dared to do anything with Chu Fei again, he would kick her out. You take advantage of other people's weaknesses. You are despicable and shameless. Shen Miaoyu cursed Chu Fei. Chu Fei said disapprovingly, I'm not only good at catching other people's weaknesses, but also good at filling their loopholes. This person is so vile. Why do all the words change in taste when they come out of his mouth? Shen Miaoyu was at a loss and burst into tears. Cry. Chu Fei helped Shen Miaoyu wipe her tears and said gently, crying also counts as time. When Shen Miaoyu heard this, she could only close her eyes and resign herself to her fate. Chu Fei, even if you get me, you can't get my heart. I don't have the time to study your mind. I'm just fucking it for fun. This bastard shall die a horrible death. Shen Miaoyu was completely helpless against Chu Fei. I could only grit my teeth, close my eyes, and think of it as being bitten by the dog again. But after a while, Chu Fei suddenly stopped moving. What's wrong with him? Stop dilly-dallying. If you want to do it quickly. Shen Miaoyu opened her eyes and found Chu Fei already sitting on the sofa, lighting a cigarette and looking at her with a playful expression. No, he is sick? Push yourself to this point. Just stop doing it if you say you don't want to do it? What do you mean? Shen Miaoyu stood up and said with some dissatisfaction. Chu Fei flicked the ash off his cigarette and said, once you stop struggling, I lose interest. I like the feeling I had that night. Are you teasing me? Is this fun? Shen Miaoyu said angrily. She felt that her dignity was somewhat damaged. Chu Fei waved his hand and said, it was just a joke. Why are you so angry? Shen Miaoyu stood up and stepped on Chu Fei's chest, angrily saying, who is kidding you? If you have the guts, come at me head on. Are you still a man? As soon as these words came out, Shen Miaoyu regretted it. Why did she suddenly become so impulsive and say such shameful words? It's all this bastard's fault. He messed up all my thoughts. And this is what Chu Fei did on purpose. What girls need is definitely emotional value. You see, in just a few minutes, Shen Miaoyu's mood changed from anger to despair, and finally to the current disappointment. This is what it's like to be with a man who is like a master. I can't say anything else, but my emotional value will be maximized for you. Just when Chu Fei felt that the pushing and pulling were almost enough, Shen Miaoyu's phone rang again. After she answered the call, she wanted to leave in a hurry. Chu Fei asked, where are you going in such a hurry? My grandfather is seriously ill. I want to go visit him. Shen Miaoyu replied while tidying up her clothes. Then I'll go with you. Maybe I can help. How can you help? I am a miracle doctor. I can cure any disease. You are a miracle doctor. Facing the contemptuous Shen Miaoyu, Chu Fei's words almost broke her defense. Have you forgotten who detoxified you the night before last? The antidote is still growing on me, Tilda. Shen Miaoyu. She didn't want to talk to Chu Fei anymore. Otherwise, I don't know which highway the topic will be dragged onto. If Chu Fei is willing to follow, let him follow. Just treat him as heir. As for the fact that Chu Fei was a miracle doctor, she didn't believe it. How can one person be omnipotent? Do you think you are the male protagonist in an urban romance novel? Just like that, Shen Miaoyu brought Chu Fei to the hospital. The Cheng family and the Shen family are old friends, and Cheng Wen has always loved Shen Miaoyu. So when he heard that the other party was seriously ill, he hurried to visit him. In addition, Cheng Wen is also the mayor of Longcheng and has great power. He is just an honest person who never takes bribes or abuses his power. He is a rare good official. Shen Miaoyu's deceased grandfather and Cheng Wen also had a friendship as pure as water. Otherwise, with Cheng Wen's power, if he wanted to abuse his power to support the Shen family for personal gain, how could the Shen family still be just a second or third tier small family? There are quite a few people in the ward. Except for Cheng Wen, who was lying on the hospital bed in a deep coma. There were also a group of relatives, as well as several directors and experts from the municipal hospital. Shen Miaoyu appeared with a strange man. Cheng Wen's son Cheng Kai stepped forward to greet her and asked, Miaoyu, why didn't you come with your father? Shen Miaoyu was kicked out of the Shen family just yesterday. The Shen family did not spread the news, so they were not aware of it. I'm coming to visit Grandpa first. Shen Miaoyu made up an excuse to get away with it. Cheng Kai then looked at Chu Fei, who was beside Shen Miaoyu, and asked, who is this? Before Chu Fei introduced himself, Shen Miaoyu said first, he is my bodyguard. Chu Fei glanced at Shen Miaoyu, smiled without saying anything, and did not explain anything. When Cheng Kai heard that Chu Fei was a bodyguard, he didn't bother to pay attention to him, but talked to Shen Miaoyu about Cheng Wen's condition. Cheng Wen has always had headaches, and when they occur they are almost life-threatening. And this time it was more serious than before, and he still couldn't wake up after first aid. According to experts from the municipal hospital, if he doesn't wake up, he may never wake up in his entire life. Shen Miaoyu's eyes turned red after hearing this. I came to Cheng Wen's bedside and called out to my grandfather softly, but got no response. Everyone in the Cheng family was dejected. Only Chu Fei looked nonchalant, because this minor illness was nothing to him. I wanted to help out of Shen Miaoyu's sake. But at this time, another group of people came to the ward. When the leader saw Shen Miaoyu, he sneered and said, "How dare you, a bitch, show up here." Chapter 16. I really want to hit him. It was Shen Linglong who spoke. Behind him followed Shen Qiushan and his wife. In addition, there was a young man in a robe. What can I say about this young man? Although it is very rude to attack someone's appearance. But Chu Fei still felt a little uncomfortable when he saw that this person had to spend 30 yuan on a taxi. But he still looks so confident, as if he doesn't know how ugly he is. The young man looked around and finally set his sights on Shen Miaoyu, his eyes full of filth. Chu Fei couldn't help wanting to slap him. I don't mean anything else. I just simply feel that he has harassed my eyes. But Shen Miaoyu held Chu Fei back and didn't want him to cause any trouble. Chen Kai said with some dissatisfaction, "Ling Long, how can you say that about your sister?" "Uncle Cheng, you may not know this, but we have already kicked this bitch out of the Shen family." Shen Linglong glanced at Shen Miaoyu with a look of mockery on her face. Hearing this, everyone in the Cheng family was shocked. Chen Kai even said to Shen Qiushan in a deep voice, "Qiushan, what does Linglong mean by this?" "It's nothing, Akai. It's just that Miaoyu had some conflicts with her family." Jiang Hong didn't want the family's dirty laundry to be made public, and Shen Qiushan had a gloomy face and didn't say anything. But Shen Linglong would never miss this opportunity, and directly exposed, "This bitch has no sense of shame." She was clearly engaged, but she went to bed with the stinky Taoist priest next to him, ruining the reputation of our Shen family. Such a shameless bitch. Mom, why are you still speaking for her? Linglong, even though she is not sensible, she is still your sister after all. Jiang Hong sighed. Shen Linglong sneered, "I don't have such a fickle sister. I don't want people to mistakenly think that I am a bitch like her." Although the Ouyang family was destroyed, the engagement between Shen Miaoyu and Ouyang Ju was known to the whole city. So after Shen Linglong's description in a few words, they described Shen Miaoyu as a shameless bitch who is available to anyone. The Cheng family members looked at each other in bewilderment. They had never expected Shen Miaoyu, who was usually gentle and elegant in their eyes. How could he do such a shameful thing? Chen Kai said with a disappointed look on his face, "Miaoyu, are they telling the truth? You really did something so ridiculous." Shen Miaoyu had no way to defend herself. Although Shen Linglong distorted the facts, she did sleep with Chu Fei. Seeing Shen Miaoyu's expression, Chen Kai snorted coldly, "Get out. Our Cheng family doesn't welcome people like you. From now on you have nothing to do with our Cheng family." "What kind of person are you talking about?" Chu Fei stepped forward and stood in front of Shen Miaoyu. Shen Miaoyu looked at Chu Fei's back and was a little dazed for a moment. She probably never imagined that she would be blamed by everyone and even her family would insult her. It would be someone who I had known for less than 3 days but had done it to me 3 times who would stand up for me. "You are the man that Shen Miaoyu likes. Who do you think you are? Do you have the right to speak here?" Chen Kai shouted angrily, "Since when has a bodyguard dared to boss me around? Are you talking about me?" Chu Fei pointed at himself, then said happily, "I am your father. When you are away from home, your identity is given by yourself." Chen Kai was furious. "You bastard, do you know who you are talking to? Are you illogical?" Chu Fei asked back, "I am your father, then who are you?" After Chen Kai stroked it for a while, he even cursed, "Little bastard, you really think your life is too long? Why are you cursing?" Chu Fei said disdainfully, "At your age, how come you can't control your emotions at all? Is it all living on dogs?" 3 questions in a row almost made Chen Kai explode with anger. Shen Qiushan immediately shouted angrily, "How dare you, Chu Fei? This is not the place for you to act wildly. That's right, you don't even know who you are and you dare to talk back to Uncle Cheng." Shen Linglong echoed. Chu Fei glanced at Shen Linglong. Shen Linglong was so scared that she hid behind the young man. The young man looked at Chu Fei with disdain in his eyes and said, "Linglong, don't be afraid. He's just a piece of trash. If he dares to touch you, I will kill him." At this moment, Chen Kai finally couldn't stand it anymore and was about to call the bodyguards to arrest Chu Fei. But at this moment, the instrument on the bed suddenly rang. Chen Kai immediately rushed over and asked, "How is my dad?" "Oh no. Cheng Lao's condition has worsened. If this continues, there will be a threat to life. Quick, give him a shot of prostate hormone. A group of experts and doctors were in a panic. If a big shot like Cheng Wen died in their hospital, they would be in big trouble. What's the hurry? The young man, who had always been pretentious, continued, as long as I'm here, this man won't die. But no one paid any attention to him at this moment. Everyone was busy saving people, so who had the time to mock you? The young man continued angrily, you can't save him because you are not skilled enough. It doesn't mean I can't do it. If you don't want that old man to die, get out of my way. This sentence can be summarized as get out of the way. I want to show off. But the question is, has anyone asked you? Young people who are ignored feel very uncomfortable and always feel that they are not pretending to be cool enough. Fortunately, Shen Linglong quickly said, Uncle Cheng, this is Yi Chen, the eldest disciple of Dr. Lin. I specially invited him to help Grandpa Cheng treat his illness. Now someone finally paid attention to him. What? He is Yi Chen, the young miracle doctor, an expert said in surprise. Another expert also said, if he takes action, Mr. Cheng can be saved. Dr. Lin is recognized as the best doctor in the province, and his eldest disciple Yi Chen is even more famous. Even Chen Kai had heard of his name, but he didn't expect Shen Linglong to bring him here. Coincidentally, Yi Chen is Shen Linglong's classmate and has always been Shen Linglong's flatterer since they were in school. After Shen Linglong learned that Cheng Wen was seriously ill, she called him and asked him to come over to help. Then please ask Dr. Yi for help. Our Cheng family will be very grateful. Chen Kai bowed quickly. Yi Chen ignored Chen Kai and said to Shen Linglong, Linglong, I didn't do this for the Cheng family, but for you. I still remember the sweet candy you gave me when I was studying. Brother Chen, thank you. Shen Linglong pretended to be touched and replied, and also looked down on Shen Miaoyu. Look, all the dogs chasing after me are famous doctors, unlike you, who can only find a powerless and stinky Taoist priest. Shen Miaoyu, you are destined to be stepped on by me. After Yi Chen finished his love words, he walked up to Chen Kai with a confident step and said, Watch out, you bunch of frogs in the well. Open your eyes wide. This genius doctor is going to use the spirit fire needle. What? He actually knows the spirit fire needle. How did he learn such profound needlework at such a young age? Is he really a genius? As the dean of our hospital, I admit that he is superior to me. I would like to ask divine Dr. Yi to accept me as his disciple. After hearing everyone's flattery, Yi Chen finally found the feeling. Yes, that's the feeling, so refreshing. Only Chu Fei felt itchy all over. I really wanted to hit him. My whole body felt uncomfortable. Chapter 17. Moral kidnapping rebounded. Shen Miaoyu noticed that something was wrong with Chu Fei and asked, What's wrong with you? Can I beat him? Chu Fei pointed at Yi Chen in the field and asked sincerely. Shen Miaoyu warned, He is a miracle doctor, only he can cure Grandpa. If you hit him, what if he doesn't want to cure you? Now Cheng Wen is in danger, and Shen Miaoyu has also heard of Yi Chen's name. Now all the experts in the hospital are helpless, and almost no one can cure Cheng Wen except him. So Shen Miaoyu didn't want Chu Fei to cause trouble. If he can't be cured, don't I still have me? Chu Fei shrugged. Shen Miaoyu said helplessly, You still want to say that you are a miracle doctor. You can lie to me, but don't lie to yourself. I beg you not to make things difficult for me. What shall we do? Chu Fei smiled and said, As for me, I love to cause trouble for others the most. Shen Miaoyu looked at Chu Fei's nonchalant appearance and was too lazy to pay attention to him. Now she just hoped that Yi Chen was really as good as his reputation and could really cure her godfather. When the two of them were bickering, Yi Chen has already started taking out the silver needle. Mr. Cheng has blood clots in his brain, which is compressing his brain nerves. Even if you rescue him, he will only become a vegetable. As he inserted the silver needle into Cheng Wen's head, he said pretentiously, But luckily you met this miracle doctor. With my spirit fire needle, I can easily remove the blood stases. Wow. You are worthy of being Dr. Yi. You can determine the condition without any diagnosis. Of course. Do you think divine Dr. Yi is just famous for nothing? Hey, who said it wasn't true? The fact that divine Dr. Yi was able to help proves that Cheng Lao is not destined to die. Everyone is really good at supporting the main role. Yi Chen sneered coldly. You are making a fuss about nothing. You have never seen the world. You are really a bunch of frogs in the well. The experts were scolded by Yi Chen, but they could only respond with a smile. Yi Chen really enjoyed this feeling of being superior. At this moment, Shen Linglong must be looking at me with admiration. And the woman next to the garbage will definitely fall in love with me, and all the beauties will be mine. Just when Yi Chen was thinking, Chu Fei's voice came. Is this idiot in a hurry to increase GDP for the King of Hell? You dare to scold me and question my medical skills. Yi Chen glared at Chu Fei. Chu Fei said calmly, with your half-baked medical skills, you'd better not come out and embarrass yourself. With this injection, Lao Deng will be dead. Not only did they question Dr. Yi's medical skills, he even dared to call Cheng Wen Lao Deng. This kid must be really bold. Yi Chen laughed in anger. I am a recognized genius doctor. Don't you think your lowly bodyguard knows more about medicine than me? If you don't shut up, I will make you pay for it. Bitch, keep this bastard's mouth shut. If he disturbs Brother Chen's treatment, will he be able to take responsibility? Shen Linglong also spoke up. Chen Kai said coldly, you idiot, not only did you scold me, but now you dare to come out and disrupt Dr. Yi from saving my father. I think you are really tired of living. Shen Miaoyu could only apologize. Uncle Cheng, saving people is more important, don't bother with him. Don't call me uncle. I feel sick when I see you now. Take your man and get out of my sight. Chen Kai said angrily. Shen Linglong added insult to injury. Did you hear that? You bitch, why don't you get out of here? It's embarrassing to stay here. I don't know what kind of vision you have to find such a rubbish. Yi Chen inserted the last needle and said proudly, some people have no ability, but they just like to attract attention. A group of experts stood up to support Yi Chen and belittled Chu Fei from the bottom of their hearts. Chu Fei slowly raised his hand and made a hushing gesture. Everyone was subconsciously quiet, staring at him with puzzled eyes. Chu Fei smiled. Look, you guys are getting excited. I'm too lazy to scold you, for fear that I'll scold you too much. Everyone, %#. As a result, he stopped scolding halfway. An accident occurred and the instrument kept ringing. It was obvious that under Yi Chen's treatment, Cheng Wen's condition became more serious. All the experts were dumbfounded and looked at Yi Chen. Yi Chen was also a little confused at this moment. Logically speaking, Cheng Wen should have recovered by now. Yi Chen, what's going on? Chen Kai asked immediately. Yi Chen was already a little panicked. This? Speak up, did your vocal cords get hurt? Chen Kai anxiously grabbed Yi Chen's collar and asked. Yi Chen struggled and said, let me go, or I will be rude to you. Yes, uncle, don't get excited. Brother Chen's medical skills are absolutely fine. With Shen Linglong speaking up for Yi Chen, Chen Kai finally let go of Yi Chen. Yi Chen glared at Chu Fei and said, it's all that boy's fault. If he hadn't disturbed me, this wouldn't have happened. He caused me to fail. Yes, it's all the fault of that bastard Chu Fei. Shen Linglong also blamed him. Chen Kai is just an idiot, but not really stupid. How could I not understand at this point that Yi Chen was making excuses? But he could only suppress his anger and asked, what should we do now? Anyway, this has nothing to do with my medical skills. I think this old man has done so many bad things that God wants him to die. Yi Chen's arrogant words. Chen Kai was so angry that he was fuming. He subconsciously looked at Chu Fei, who looked calm and composed. Chu Fei said before that if Yi Chen gave the old man this injection, the old man would be dead. It seems that he was right. Since he can predict it, there might be a way. Little brother, what you said just now makes a lot of sense. Is there any way to treat it? Chen Kai said awkwardly. This person is really good at magic, especially in the field of face. He has great attainments. Chu Fei shook his head and consoled him. There is no other way. If the King of Hell wants you to die at 3 o'clock in the morning, how can he keep you alive until 5 o'clock? Life and death are determined by fate. Just look at it with an open mind. Can't you try again? Chen Kai asked. Chu Fei nodded and said, sure, just like now, he will die in 2 updates, catch him off guard. Chen Kai knew that Chu Fei was deliberately making things difficult for him, so he could only plead with Shen Miaoyu. Miaoyu, I admit that I spoke a little loudly just now, but human life is at stake. Can you help me put in a few good words? Shen Miaoyu looked at Chu Fei and asked seriously, can you really cure Grandpa? Of course, but I don't want to. Chu Fei stood by and watched. You heard it too. They scolded me so harshly just now. Why should I bother? Let go of the desire to help others and respect their fate. Human lives are at stake. How dare you care about this? That's right, if you really have a way, how can you just stand by and watch someone die? As a doctor, don't you have any medical ethics at all? If the old man dies like this, you'll be a murderer. Everyone cursed at Chu Fei. He acted as if he was a beast worse than pigs and dogs if he didn't save people. This is typical moral kidnapping. Chu Fei nodded and said, you are right, but I won't listen to you. As long as I have no morals, you can't kidnap me. Everyone. They have never seen such a person. Just one sentence can make them almost have a heart attack. Shen Miaoyu knew Chu Fei's temper very well, so she could only say, I'll apologize to you on their behalf. Can you just consider it as helping me? Just an apology. Chu Fei crossed his arms and said, Isn't it that they should kowtow a few times? Let me also insult their dignity. Shen Miaoyu said to the people of the Cheng family, You have heard it, hurry up and do it. If you kill Grandpa because of not kowtowing, you will be the murderer. Everyone. Damn it, the moral kidnapping has rebounded. Chapter 18. We are one family, so keep quiet. Although everyone had complaints, the matter was urgent and they had to do what they were told. Under Chen Kai's order, everyone knelt down except the Shen family. Chu Fei glanced at Chen Kai and asked, Who is the moron now? I'm a moron. Chen Kai said, suppressing his inner dissatisfaction. Chu Fei then walked towards Cheng Wen. But when he passed by Yi Chen, he stopped. He raised an eyebrow at Yi Chen and said, Being able to mess things up is also a kind of ability. Come on, useless thing. Yi Chen was so angry at these words that his heart skipped a beat. He wished he could cut Chu Fei into pieces on the spot. Don't be too proud too soon. I can't even cure the disease. How can you, a bodyguard, cure it? Yi Chen retorted. Chu Fei pointed at Yi Chen and said, He said I can't cure him, so I won't treat him anymore. Yi Chen hasn't reacted yet. Chen Kai rushed forward and kicked him on the head. Then he stomped on his head and said, I told you to be such a jerk. Yi Chen was confused. Just when I wanted to fight back, Chen Kai had been pulled aside by the sharp-eyed Shen Miaoyu. Uncle Cheng, don't be like this. Shen Miaoyu persuaded. Chen Kai pointed at Yi Chen and yelled, You almost killed my dad. I finally asked him to help, and you're trying to fool me, right? Yi Chen wanted to refute, but he couldn't. What made him most angry was that just as he was about to take action, Shen Miaoyu pulled Chen Kai aside. This meant that he now had no reason to fight back, and he got beaten and scolded for nothing. Look at this cunning little lady. Chu Fei felt very relieved that he had finally grown up. Brother Chen, please stop talking. Shen Linglong whispered to Yi Chen, Let him treat it. If he can't cure it, we will put the blame on him for killing Grandpa Cheng. Yi Chen glared at Chu Fei fiercely and said, Let's make it clear in advance. You are the ones who insisted on having him treat you. If he can't cure you, then it's none of my business from now on. What if I am cured? Yi Chen went straight to the top and pointed at the table in the room and said, If you can cure it, I will eat this table, but what if you can't cure it? Then you are right. Yi Chen. Chu Fei answered like this. It would make him look like a joke, as he was shouting with veins popping out just now. Before Yi Chen could figure out how to refute, Chu Fei had already arrived in front of Cheng Wen's bed. Everyone looked at him nervously, wondering what amazing acupuncture skills he would use. But Chu Fei did not use silver needles, but directly put his hand on Cheng Wen's head. Then he poured his own spiritual energy into Cheng Wen's head, directly clearing the blood clots in his brain. Acupuncture, that's a trick played by ordinary people. How could a male god like him use such a vulgar routine? What is he doing? He put his hand on Cheng Lao's head. Nonsense, I don't need you to say it. I'm asking what this has to do with curing the disease. Everyone discussed it in a low voice, and they all felt that Chu Fei was playing tricks. Yi Chen finally seized the opportunity to taunt him. You don't even need silver needles, and you still dare to say that you can cure diseases. I think you are just a charlatan. That's right, Uncle Cheng. This guy is a liar who knows nothing. Why don't you get someone to kick him out? Shen Linglong echoed. Shen Qiushan sneered. Akai, they are right. You have been fooled by this guy. If he can cure diseases like this, then I can also be a miracle doctor. Chen Kai was also a little annoyed, but at this stage he could only choose to believe Chu Fei. Shen Miaoyu was praying in her heart that Chu Fei would be more reliable this time. As for those experts, they all shook their heads. Just when most people thought Chu Fei couldn't cure it, some smoke suddenly came out of Cheng Wen's head. Then Cheng Wen spat out a mouthful of blood and woke up from his coma. This scene shocked everyone. They never imagined that Chu Fei actually forced the blood clots out of Cheng Wen's head. Especially Yi Chen. He would never believe that Chu Fei's medical skills were really better than his. Shen Miaoyu rushed over immediately and shouted to the unconscious Cheng Wen, Grandpa, how do you feel? This. I feel like it can kill a cow. Cheng Wen shouted with full energy. The spiritual energy that Chu Fei cultivated is a universal elixir, let alone a minor illness like Cheng Wen's. Even if all he had left was a posthumous photo, he could still salvage it. Cheng Kai stepped forward and said happily, "Dad, you finally woke up. You scared me to death, do you know that?" "What happened?" Cheng Wen asked. Cheng Kai then told Cheng Wen the whole story. Cheng Wen turned to Chu Fei and said gratefully, "Thank you for your help, little brother. From now on, you will be the benefactor of our Cheng family. Your business is our Cheng family's business." Chu Fei ignored him. If it weren't for Shen Miaoyu's sake, he wouldn't have bothered to do it. Shen Miaoyu reminded him somewhat dissatisfiedly, "Grandpa is talking to you, don't you know how to say hello?" Chu Fei said with an expression that this woman is really troublesome, "Lao Deng, are you still alive?" As soon as these words came out, Shen Miaoyu stepped on Chu Fei's foot and said, "Can you be a little polite? Do you know a phrase?" Shen Miaoyu frowned and said, "Although I know it must not be a good thing, but you should tell me. Put aside your personal qualities and enjoy an immoral life." Shen Miaoyu suddenly said with a dark face, "You'd better shut up." "I shut up, you interrupt." Before Chu Fei finished speaking, Shen Miaoyu covered his mouth and said, "We are one family, don't speak." I saw the two of them flirting with each other. The Cheng family laughed. They previously thought that Shen Miaoyu had no vision and that was why she chose an ordinary person like Chu Fei. But now they know. They are the ones who are truly blind. Just with his medical skills, Chu Fei is very popular wherever he goes. After all, who in this world is not afraid of death? The richer and more powerful you are, the more afraid you are of death. Why does Yi Chen dare to be so arrogant? I see it because of this reason. But at this moment, Shen Linglong ruined the atmosphere. He said to Cheng Wen, "Grandpa Cheng, you are wrong. In fact, the person who saved you was not that stinky Taoist priest, but Yi Chen." As soon as these words were spoken, everyone looked at Shen Linglong. Cheng Kai frowned and asked, "What do you mean by that?" "Uncle Cheng, think about it. What did that stinky Taoist priest do just now?" Shen Linglong said with reason, "He did nothing except put his hand on Grandpa Cheng's head, but Brother Chen gave him acupuncture seriously. It must be because Brother Chen's condition was delayed after his treatment that he got such an advantage for free, right, Brother Chen?" Yi Chen quickly agreed, Yes, that's right, I cured Cheng Lao." "You should be thanking me. That kid doesn't have such ability. My master is Dr. Lin." Chapter 19. Don't think it's too big to watch other people's funerals. After hearing what Shen Linglong said, Yi Chen even believed it himself. And the situation just now was exactly the same as what Shen Linglong said. Chu Fei did nothing but put his hand on Cheng Wen's head without performing any treatment. On the other hand, Yi Chen used the spirit fire needle in front of everyone. The experts had never seen Chu Fei's treatment methods before, so they couldn't help but feel a little skeptical. But Cheng Wen firmly said, "I believe Xiao Chu, he must have saved me." Old Master Cheng has always doted on Shen Miaoyu the most, so naturally he spoke up for Chu Fei out of love for her. "Old man, you just fainted. How do you know what happened?" Shen Qiushan also spoke up at this time. "Why don't you ask the experts on the scene? Has anyone seen such a treatment method? Don't be fooled by this brat. He is a bastard with unknown origins. How could his medical skills be better than divine Dr. Yi's?" Shen Qiushan has always loved Shen Linglong more. In addition, Shen Miaoyu had been opposing him in every way these past 2 days, challenging his authority as the head of the family. He naturally stood on the side of his little daughter, and he didn't believe from the bottom of his heart that Chu Fei had this ability. What Mr. Shen said makes sense. "We've never seen this kind of treatment before." A group of experts started to speak nonsense again, facing everyone's doubts. Chu Fei was too lazy to respond. It was too tiring to talk to an idiot, so he decided to just use the cold violence. Shen Linglong quickly used this as an excuse to say, "Grandpa Cheng, you've seen it, too. He doesn't even dare to speak. What else can this be but a guilty conscience?" "Shen Linglong, stop confusing right and wrong here." Shen Miaoyu replied dissatisfiedly. Everyone saw Yi Chen's performance just now. He was completely helpless in the face of Grandpa's situation. It was Chu Fei who saved Grandpa at the critical moment. Shen Linglong laughed and said, "If you say so, then so. Does he have any evidence to prove that he saved Grandpa Cheng?" "The people have been saved. How can we produce evidence?" Shen Linglong is really good at finding loopholes in the system. Shen Miaoyu really didn't know how to refute for a moment, and could only look at Chu Fei. Chu Fei said casually, "You want evidence, right? I'll give it to you." After saying that, he pointed at Shen Qiushan, and a stream of spiritual energy instantly rushed into Shen Qiushan's mind. Shen Linglong didn't understand what was going on and was about to continue slandering Chu Fei and take away the credit. But he found that Shen Shoshan beside him suddenly fell to the ground and began to twitch all over. Akiyama, what's wrong with you? Jiang Hong was the first to react and quickly helped Shen Shoshan up. Shen Shoshan was unable to speak, his whole body twitched for a while, and then he fell into a coma. Seeing this, Shen Miaoyu wanted to go forward to visit her father, but was grabbed by Chu Fei. I'm here, why are you panicking? Chu Fei rolled his eyes at Shen Miaoyu. Shen Miaoyu frowned and asked, you did it? Yes, don't they want evidence? Chu Fei said frivolously, this old man is in the same situation as old Deng. Isn't he a miracle doctor? Can't he cure it? Just let him cure it. Shen Miaoyu said angrily, he is my father. Why are you yelling so loudly? Chu Fei scratched his ears and said bluntly, does he treat you as his daughter? Shen Miaoyu was stunned. This guy. Ivory actually came out of his dog's mouth? Chu Fei let go of her hand and said to Yi Chen, whose expression suddenly changed, you still have 5 minutes, come on, useless thing. Shen Linglong still believes that she is right. So he quickly shouted to Yi Chen, Brother Chen, please save my dad and prove your medical skills to everyone. Yi Chen started to give acupuncture in a panic, but it was of no use. Even if I give you a chance, you can't do anything about it. Chu Fei crossed his arms across his chest, looking as if he was watching a funeral procession without any complaints. Yi Chen glared at Chu Fei, but was speechless. Brother Chen, why did you stop? Shen Linglong also asked. Yi Chen could only helplessly say, I can't save my uncle, this situation is too weird. What did you say? Chen Kai stepped forward and kicked Yi Chen on the back of the head, becoming furious. You just said you could cure my dad, why can't you cure the same disease? Do you want to kill my relatives and friends? Just as Yi Chen was about to fight back, Chu Fei pulled him away and said, Xiao Cheng, don't do this. Fuck you. You guys have all been trained to take sides. Yi Chen was furious and said, you come to step on my face again and again. Do you really think that this genius doctor is easy to bully? Bang! Chu Fei kicked Yi Chen and said, if you need your mother, go find her. Don't come here and shout. This kick directly kicked Yi Chen out of the ward. Shen Linglong stepped forward and said, you hurt my dad like this, and you still dare to hit him. You are really lawless. Bang! I was so busy beating him that I forgot to beat you. Thanks for reminding me. Chu Fei slapped Shen Linglong with his backhand and pushed her next to Yi Chen. The two bitches must be neat and tidy. After swatting away all the flies that are in the way, Chu Fei looked around at the experts and said, who else wants to confuse right and wrong? Come on, stand up, and I promise not to beat you to death. I think it must be Mr. Chu who cured Mr. Cheng. That's right, we misunderstood Mr. Chu. Mr. Chu, you are a magnanimous person, don't bother with us. It is said that these days, the word expert has become an insult. With such a bunch of opportunistic bastards around, how can this word be good? Jiang Hong looked at Chu Fei and said, you have proved that you saved Cheng Wen, so why don't you save my husband quickly? He is almost killed by you. It doesn't matter if we die playing, the most important thing is that everyone is happy. Chu Fei looked nonchalant. He really didn't care about the life or death of the Shen family. And he has already given me a lot of face. He didn't kill Shen Linglong in front of Shen Miaoyu, so what else do you want from him? Jiang Hong turned to Shen Miaoyu for help. Shen Miaoyu could only say, Chu Fei, I. Okay, shut up. I know what you're going to say even if you don't say anything. Chu Fei waved his hand, cleared the blood clot in Shen Shoshan's mind, then turned and left. Seeing Chu Fei was about to leave, the Cheng father and son thanked him again solemnly. Shen Miaoyu also said goodbye to everyone and followed Chu Fei. The two walked out into the corridor, and Yi Chen was looking at him in confusion. He thought he was quite skilled, but he was no match for Chu Fei. Seeing Chu Fei looking at him, he was afraid of being beaten and quickly bowed his head and said, I'm sorry, I shouldn't pretend in front of you, I'm just a useless thing. I won't allow you to say that about yourself. Chu Fei patted Yi Chen's shoulder comfortingly. Yi Chen raised his head and said in disbelief, thank you. You are not completely useless. At least you can be used as a negative example. Hearing Chu Fei's sincere tone, Yi Chen just finished speaking, thank your mother. By the way, remember to make him honor his bet. Chu Fei turned around and said to Cheng Wen, that table, yes, the marble one, let him eat it, I'm going to do a video check. Yi Chen. This is also the reason why Chu Fei didn't kick Yi Chen to death. Killing someone is meaningless if you don't destroy their heart. He has no other good qualities, he just holds grudges and has a bad taste. After leaving the hospital, Shen Miaoyu was driving, and while driving, She looked at Chu Fei curiously. Chu Fei felt uncomfortable being stared at and said, "Don't look at me like that. It's scary." Shen Miaoyu blinked her beautiful eyes and said, "Why am I looking at you?" Chu Fei, very sexy. Shen Miaoyu was amused by him. "I'm just curious, why are your medical skills so high?" "What's the point of having great medical skills? I can't even heal myself." Shen Miaoyu asked, "What do you mean? Are you sick?" "This is not a disease, it's fate." Chu Fei looked out the window and said in a tone that was neither sad nor happy, "When I was young, my beautiful teacher told me that I would not live past the age of 25. I have been counting down to death since the moment I was born, and I know better than anyone how much time is left. A clean death is far less destructive than living in fear and anxiety all day long. When living becomes a kind of psychological pressure, it is the most torturous and terrifying." Shen Miaoyu's heart ached and she asked, "Then how did you survive? You have to face death every day when you wake up. How can you live like this without breaking down?" Chu Fei, going crazy. Shen Miaoyu, ah. Chapter 20. What is between us? When Chu Fei first knew that he would not live past the age of 25, he was still very sad. But he was only sad for less than a minute before he was fully revived. Instead of exhausting yourself mentally, it is better to go crazy and drive others to death. His life motto is this concise sentence. Not to mention that there are now ways to change your destiny. As long as Chu Fei can have intercourse with someone with true phoenix blood within a year, he can extend his life. With his current rank, it would be easy for him to win over 7 fiancées. I just don't know how to open the black box. That stuff is too mysterious. Chu Fei tried many methods last night, even kneeling down and kowtowed to Hei Yi, but all ended in failure. However, the bridge will naturally be straight to the bow, so it's not too late to find a solution after changing your fate. Shen Miaoyu thought that Chu Fei was being serious for once and wanted to comfort him. But she didn't know that this sudden movement would sprain her waist, to the point that she didn't know for a moment whether she should continue to comfort Chu Fei, but looking at Chu Fei's expression, it was obviously not necessary. "You are quite optimistic," Shen Miaoyu said with a twitch of her lips. Chu Fei spread his hands and said, "What can I do? I can't just die now. Besides, there is already a way to change my fate. Have you found a solution?" Chu Fei had helped her so much, Shen Miaoyu didn't want him to die so early. "Yes, that must be the case. It's definitely not because I already like him a little bit." Chu Fei nodded and said seriously, "Yes, third senior sister brought me 7 marriage certificates. As long as I have sex with all of them, I will be able to live past the age of 25. Shen Miaoyu said dissatisfiedly, "Can you be more serious and stop joking about hell? How can I talk nonsense with you about human life?" Chu Fei said seriously, "Everything I said is true." Nonsense. Shen Miaoyu would never believe that there would be such a weird way of curing diseases in the world. This is just Chu Fei's excuse for being a scumbag. But when she thought about Chu Fei having 7 fiancés, she felt a little jealous. Damn it, no one believes the truth these days. What a shitty world. Chu Fei cursed, then seemed to remember something, and said to Shen Miaoyu cheerfully, "You really don't believe it, or you don't want to believe it, Shen Miaoyu, you won't be jealous, right?" As soon as these words came out, I thought Shen Miaoyu would angrily reply, "Are you worthy enough?" Chu Fei even made plans to refute the other party, who knew Shen Miaoyu didn't follow the routine, but said sincerely, "What do you think? Although I don't like you, you are my first man at least. Now you tell me you have 7 fiancés and you plan to do something with them. Shouldn't I be unhappy? You are so serious. Why do I suddenly want to hit you?" Chu Fei replied. Shen Miaoyu snorted coldly, "Put away your carefree look, I am telling you something very serious. What is the relationship between us? It's your bad luck. Sincerity is a sure kill, but being sincere all the time is even more lethal." Shen Miaoyu now feels like a big idiot. She must have been crazy to think that the man in front of her would say what she wanted to hear. "You said you don't like me." Chu Fei asked, "What other answer do you want? What if I say I like you?" Shen Miaoyu asked back. Chu Fei immediately turned the tables and said, "But I don't like you. If you don't like me, then why did you do that to me just now?" Shen Miaoyu just doesn't learn her lesson. As expected, Chu Fei spread his hands and said, "This is not related. Which law stipulates that you can't have sex with someone if you don't like her?" Chu Fei. Calling someone a dog. Shen Miaoyu. She had known for a long time that she would never get any advantage in front of this sharp-tongued man. So why ask him this question? Shen Miaoyu raised her hand and slapped herself 3 times, saying, "I told you to be mean. I told you to be mean. I told you to be mean. The other side. Shen Qiushan, Yi Chen, and others who woke up were invited out by Cheng Wen. It's called an invitation, but in fact it's almost the same as a bombardment. When Yi Chen was kicked out, he was forced to eat the marble table. With more than 10 guns pointed at his head, he had no choice but to eat. Fortunately, he had good teeth and managed to finish chewing the marble table. Chu Fei, I must kill you. After Yi Chen came out, he swore to the sky. Shen Qiushan snorted coldly. Okay, shut up. If I had known, I wouldn't have brought a useless thing like you here. Otherwise, I wouldn't have to suffer so much. Uncle Shen, give me some time. I will go find Master Tan to help me get revenge now. Yi Chen left this sentence angrily and turned away. He wanted to find help and beat Chu Fei to a pulp. Only in this way can we regain our lost face. After Yi Chen left, Shen Linglong gloated and said, Brother Chen is Master Tan's savior. As long as Master Tan takes action, Chu Fei will definitely die. Jiang Hong advised, in fact, there is no need for us to go to such lengths with Chu Fei. He is such a skilled doctor. If possible. Shen Linglong interrupted immediately, Mom, he has no medical skills at all. Cheng Wen was cured by Brother Chen, but the Cheng family are all idiots who believe Chu Fei's lies. Then how do you explain your father's matter? Jiang Hong asked. Shen Linglong, who is very smart, started to rationalize in reverse again. That was just his magic. The magic he cast can only be solved by him. This doesn't mean that he cured Cheng Wen. Jiang Hong still felt that this shouldn't be the case. But Shen Qiushan wouldn't listen. He said coldly, that Chu Fei made me lose face so much, and you still want our Shen family to accept him. Are you as sick as that old man Cheng Wen? That's right, Dad, that guy is here to make trouble for us. Shen Linglong continued with Shen Qiushan's words, so we absolutely cannot let that bitch bring that bastard back to the Shen family. Besides, Brother Chen has already gone to Grandmaster Tan to take action. That bastard will only die. If we admit that he is our Shen family's son-in-law now, then Master Tan might even vent his anger on our Shen family. Shen Qiushan nodded and said, You are right. When that boy dies, let's see how arrogant that unfilial daughter is. She will definitely beg me to let her return to the Shen family. Jiang Hong was speechless. Isn't this like not crying until you see the coffin? It was a pity that Shen Qiushan was angry and she couldn't persuade him at all. Shen Linglong glanced at the time and said to Shen Qiushan, Dad, you and Mom should go back first. I have to go to the class reunion. Is it Mr. Meng's class reunion? Shen Qiushan asked hurriedly. That's right. I heard from others that Mr. Meng will take a flight to Longcheng this morning and will definitely go to the class reunion in the evening. Then go quickly. No matter what means you use, you must make the Meng family cooperate with us. Shen Linglong laughed and said, Don't worry, Dad, I've got him. When our Shen family soars to the sky, Shen Miaoyu will regret it so much that her intestines will turn green. After Chu Fei returned to the villa, he was just about to continue what he had not finished with Shen Miaoyu before leaving the house. But Meng Zia had already returned and was talking on the phone in the living room. Sister, I'm in Longcheng for a class reunion. Can you come and pick me up? Someone on the other end of the phone said coquettishly. Meng Zia snorted coldly and said, I'm busy, don't bother me, don't get involved. Chapter 21. Who knows that the food on the plate is special? After saying this, Meng Zia hung up the phone. If the other party calls again, she will directly put him on the blacklist. Then he squinted his eyes and looked at Chu Fei and Shen Miaoyu, and said in a domineering tone, Where have you two been? Shen Miaoyu's aura was suppressed by Meng Zia. He immediately told Meng Zia what had happened in the Cheng family. After listening to this, Meng Zia raised his eyebrows towards Chu Fei and said, You must report to me wherever you go in the future. Do you hear me, man? Got it, third sister. Chu Fei replied obediently, then sniffed his nose and suddenly looked a little disgusted. Who would take a shit without closing the door in the middle of the day? Shen Miaoyu also smelled it. A strange and unusual smell wafted from the dining table. Secretary Jin, who was wearing an apron, had just brought the dishes out of the kitchen when she heard Chu Fei's words and her face immediately turned dark. Is that polite of you to ask? Meng Zia doesn't like taking out, so Secretary Jin has to cook for her herself. Her cooking skills are really hard to describe. When other people cook, they pay attention to the appearance, aroma, and taste of the dishes. But when Secretary Kim cooks, she forgoes appearance, aroma, and taste. Chu Fei looked at the dark food on the table and asked a soul-searching question. Can humans eat this? What are you talking about? What are you talking about? Secretary Jin was unconvinced and said, You haven't even tried it. How do you know it tastes bad? That's right, you don't even try. How can you say that about Secretary Jin? Shen Miaoyu said indignantly. She thinks so. They have already prepared the food. How can you say it's bad when you haven't even eaten it? Isn't this a waste of other people's efforts? Ms. Shen is still a connoisseur of goods. Secretary Jin immediately took a liking to Shen Miaoyu, raised his glasses and said, Don't be fooled by the appearance of this dish, but the taste is definitely good. Come on, Miss Shen, try it. With the warm hospitality of Secretary Jin, Shen Miaoyu could only pick up the chopsticks and try it. Then she looked at Secretary Jin seriously and said tactfully, Secretary Jin, you did a great job. Just pretend you didn't eat it this time. Don't do it again in the future. Is it really that unpalatable? Secretary Jin still didn't believe it and shouted to Meng Zia, Miss, please come and judge for yourself. Meng Zia then came over and said dissatisfiedly, Haven't I told you many times, don't call me Miss, call me President Meng. Yes, Miss. Secretary Jin urged, Hurry up and give it a try. Help me slap that guy in the face. Meng Zia took a bite and said seriously, What you made is somewhere between delicious and unpalatable. What is that? It tastes terrible. After saying that, Meng Zia spit it out with a tissue. Secretary Jin took a few steps back and looked at Meng Zia with hurt. You are the person I respect the most, but you hurt me the most. Let me do it. Chu Fei walked towards the kitchen helplessly. Shen Miaoyu was surprised and asked, You can cook even if you are like this. At least you won't shit for others to eat. Chu Fei said without even turning his head. Secretary Jin was so angry that he shouted, It's not over yet, isn't it? It's not over yet. Chu Fei ignored Secretary Jin. Get the ingredients out of the fridge and start cooking. Looking at Chu Fei's busy back in the kitchen, Secretary Jin still looked unconvinced and said, I don't believe his cooking skills are better than mine. It must be worse than mine. But soon, one dish after another, steaming hot, was served on the table. Secretary Jin looked at the dish cooked by Chu Fei, then glanced at what she had cooked. It turned out that there was no harm without comparison. Shen Miaoyu and Meng Zia were already starving, and they couldn't help but pick up their chopsticks as soon as the dish came. And while eating, he exclaimed that this is what human beings eat. Secretary Kim was so angry that she thought even dogs wouldn't eat her own things. Secretary Jin, why don't you eat? Shen Miaoyu was sympathetic and said, Is it not to your taste? Secretary Jin, who was slapped in the face, angrily shouted, Even if I jump off here and starve to death, I will never eat a bite of the food he cooks. 5 minutes later. It smells so good. Chu Fei was in no mood to complain about Secretary Kim's law of true fragrance, because at this moment he was being teased by Meng Zia's beautiful legs. Meng Zia was sitting opposite Chu Fei with a serious look on his face, but he was completely different under the table. Shen Miaoyu was right next to me. If she saw this scene, wouldn't she kill me? But I have to say, this feeling, which is similar to having an affair, is really fucking exciting. Meng Zia acted as if nothing had happened and even spoke a double entendre to Chu Fei. The rice is a little hard today. Chu Fei almost vomited. He meant the rice. Those who have wrong thoughts will be punished. Shen Miaoyu replied, I think it's okay, just average. What do you mean by ordinary? Do you know how hard it is to prepare this meal? You should respect the labor and sweat of others. Chu Fei was so anxious that his voice broke. How can it be ordinary? I am hoeing the field in the middle of the day, sweat dripping down to the ground. Who knows that the food on the plate is not ordinary? Normally you eat so much, and after you've eaten it you still complain that it doesn't taste good. What do you mean by ordinary? Who is ordinary? Shen Miaoyu frowned and said, No, you are sick. I mean it's as hard as rice. Why are you so excited? Oh, I mean the food. Chu Fei came to his senses and realized that he had misunderstood. While admiring Chu Fei's expression, Meng Zia said seriously, By the way, Xiao Jin and I have acquired all the companies of the Ouyang family. After that, I plan to set up a new company to be responsible for the Wanlicheng project. Since junior brother has decided to let you be in charge of the company's operations, you can choose the name. Shall I come and get it? Shen Miaoyu was a little flattered and said, This is not good, I am just helping. When saying this, Meng Zia's feet were even worse. Chu Fei felt upset, but he had to pretend nothing happened. Fortunately, his acting skills were pretty good and Shen Miaoyu didn't see anything wrong. Meng Zia really likes Chu Fei's hypocritical expression, but he still maintains the domineering personality on his face. I don't have the habit of repeating what I say. This aura is too strong. In contrast, the female president Shen Miaoyu looked like a wronged young wife at this time. It fits the feeling of a domineering president and his little wife. Secretary Jin wondered if this was okay. Was it allowed? Shen Miaoyu quickly said, then let's call it Chu Group. Shen Miaoyu is a smart person. It is her honor that others are willing to give her a chance, and she will not take the lead. Even if Chu Fei is really a hands-off boss, as Meng Zia said, she must put Chu Fei first. It's up to you. After dinner, Xiao Jin will explain the project to you. Meng Zia kept a serious face and said, work hard, the Meng family will not treat you unfairly. Ms. Meng, don't worry, Chu Fei and I will never let you down. Shen Miaoyu turned her head and looked at Chu Fei and said, right, Chu Fei. Yes, I will do my best. Chu Fei shouted this with gritted teeth. He grabbed Meng Zia's ankle. A sour and numb feeling suddenly spread throughout Meng Zia's body. She glared at Chu Fei, threatening him with her eyes to let her go. But Chu Fei was not the kind of person who would suffer a loss. Not only did he not let go, he also took the opportunity to tickle the fragrant soles of the feet. Meng Zia frowned slightly, but his eyes became a little blurred. Miss Meng, what's wrong with you? Are you feeling unwell? The simple-minded Shen Miaoyu had not yet noticed anything strange about the two of them. No. It's okay, Tilda. Meng Zia glared at Chu Fei fiercely again. Only then did Chu Fei let go of her legs. Just when she was secretly relieved, Chu Fei boldly stretched out his legs and took the initiative. The officials are allowed to set fires, but the common people are not allowed to light lamps? How can this be true? Chapter 22, I will take you out of the cold palace. Meng Zia really couldn't stand Chu Fei's teasing anymore. She suddenly put down her bowl and chopsticks, then stood up with a swoosh. Secretary Jin was sitting next to Meng Zia and was startled by her. What's wrong, miss? Are you choking because the rice is too hard? Can I get you some water? These words just hit Meng Zia's sore spot. She got angry and said, it's none of your business. Can't all this food keep you from eating? Are you kidding me? Just because you are my boss, you can shut me up? That is something that only my future boyfriend is qualified to do. Although she thought so in her heart, Secretary Jin still chose to keep her mouth shut. Meng Zia glared at the complacent Chu Fei and went to the bathroom. So, there are some things that don't require you to confront the other person with words. You can use something else instead. Chu Fei thought to himself, I asked you to tease me. What's wrong with you, senior sister? When I get crazy, I will even do it to myself. The young wife Shen Miaoyu asked, what's wrong with Mr. Meng? Did I say something wrong? It's okay, it's just high tide. Ah. Don't ask about social matters. Just eat your meal. Chu Fei picked up the dish that Shen Miaoyu disliked the most and said, Master said that we can't be picky about food. We have to eat bananas and milk. Monks all say that form is emptiness and emptiness is form. Chu Fei is different from these monks. He is naughty whenever he has free time. After lunch, Meng Zia suggested taking Chu Fei and the others to the new company to familiarize themselves with it first, and to get various certificates in the meantime. Chu Fei had no interest in managing the company, but he had nothing to do at home, so he went to join in the fun. Maybe he knew that Chu Fei was a hands-off boss. Therefore, the management and projects of the new company were basically handed over to Shen Miaoyu, and Chu Fei was at most just a companion. When I finish all this and go home, it's already past 8 o'clock in the evening. After Chu Fei took a shower, only then did he pick up his phone and browse the contents of WeChat. They all have WeChat groups, and more than one. There are 8 groups among 7 people, and the one that takes the initiative is Intrigue. Everyone in the group with the master is chatting seriously. As for other groups, as long as Chu Fei is there, they can basically get on the fast track without much words. Junior brother, 4th senior sister will come to visit you in a few days. The popular star 4th senior sister Ju Maifa sent a message. Chu Fei sent a message. Waiting for you, 4th senior sister. I want to play a doctor, a teacher, and a pilot, and I'll need you to hone my acting skills when the time comes. I'm really annoyed by this feeling of understanding things instantly. Xia Ziqing, the 2nd senior sister of a generation of miraculous doctor, said, 2nd senior sister, if it's your heart, everything will look dirty. The God of War's senior sister Qin Iqian sent a covering mouth and mocking expression. Meng Zia, my junior brother has 7 fiancés now, and there is also Shen Miaoyu. How can he have time to care about you dayflowers? Xia Ziqing, I know the 7 fiancés, but who is Shen Miaoyu? Ju Mi, old 3, didn't you tell me to keep this a secret? Why did you say it in the group? If old 5 knew about it. Oh, she's not in this group, then it's okay. Qin Iqian made an alert expression. Xia Ziqing, what do you mean, Big Boss and Big 4? Do you know who Shen Miaoyu is? Meng Zia, In fact, Shen Miaoyu is quite capable at work, so I feel quite relieved to hand over the project to her. Ju Mi, it's a pity that she is not one of the 7 fiancés, otherwise we would have one less competitor. Qin Ichen sent a disappointed expression. She is itching. No, who the hell is Shen Miaoyu? Meng Zia, this matter must be kept secret from Lao Wu. I don't want to collect Shen Miaoyu's body. Ju Mi, don't worry, Lao Wu and I don't get along and we never chat privately. Qin Ichen sent a received expression. She is itching. Can someone pay attention to me? Who am I in this group? Chu Fei, it's a mascot. Meng Zia, +1. Ju Mi, +1. Qin Ichen sent a +1 emoticon. She is itching. After hanging out in the group for a while, Chu Fei closed the group chat and clicked on the little red dot in the address book. Jiang Yunqi's portrait is still hanging there. Chu Fei chuckled and said, I will take you out of the cold palace right now. At the same time, in the girls' dormitory of Longcheng University, Jiang Yunqi, who kept saying that anyone who cared about Chu Fei would be a dog, could not escape the law of true fragrance. He would check his phone every minute to see if Chu Fei had approved his friend request. Roman frowned when he saw her absent-minded expression. Chichi, why are you staring at your phone? Are you still waiting for that guy to pass? The other 2 girls in the dormitory also looked at Jiang Yunqi when they heard this. Their dormitory is known as the most beautiful dormitory. The reason is that in addition to Jiang Yunqi, there is another school beauty Guan Ya living in this dormitory. But unlike Jiang Yunqi, who is bold and sexy, this long-legged queeness' main characteristics are aloof and keep strangers away. Although the remaining Roman and Chu Fei cannot compare with these 2 stunning beauties, they are also the most dazzling existence in the youth of many boys. Jiang Yunqi, who had tied her burgundy hair up, quickly put down her phone and acted proud. How is that possible? Men will only affect the speed of my period. About the morning, Guan Ya and Chu Fei had also heard of it. Universities all have forums and groups, and news about Jiang Yunqi in particular spreads very quickly, as fast as gossip about some big stars. Guan Ya is not that gossipy, but Chu Fei is a well-known gossip monger. Chichi, the whole school is talking about this crazily now. What's your relationship with that guy? Chu Fei asked. Jiang Yunqi didn't want this to be made public, so she said, my relationship with him is a little complicated, and I don't know how to explain it. Could it be his ex-boyfriend? Chu Fei tried again. As a spy arranged by Jiang Yangrong in the dormitory, she must find out the relationship between Jiang Yunqi and Chu Fei. Jiang Yunqi quickly shook her head and said, no, I've never been in a relationship, so where does an ex-boyfriend come from? Chu Fei said happily, that's good, I thought you had such a bad taste, leaving Jiang Yangrong, a rich second generation, to go and get involved with some poor boy. Roman said something fair. Chu Fei snorted coldly, you are all too young. Love without material things is just a pile of loose sand. I've seen the photo. The guy was wearing a tattered robe, without a single brand name item on him. You can tell she's a poor bastard at first glance. She doesn't deserve you. Guan Ya, who had been silent the whole time, suddenly said, I think he's quite handsome. What's the use of being handsome? Can it be used to make a living? As someone who had experienced this, Chu Fei began to give Jiang Yunqi earnest advice. Don't bother with that bumpkin. Young Master Jiang invited us to the bar. Do you want to go? Just finished speaking. Jiang Yunqi's cell phone rang. This made her quickly open WeChat and then excitedly said, he passed. Passed means passed. Why are you so excited? Roman rolled her eyes. She always felt that her best friend was being taken advantage of. Jiang Yunqi coughed and said, how could I have that? Chu Fei started to have evil thoughts, and she smiled at Jiang Yunqi in a very sinister way. Then why don't you ask him out? We can go to the bar together, and let us sisters check him out. Chapter 23. The Grandmaster appears. Jiang Yunqi herself is a carefree person. Besides, she really wanted to ask Chu Fei in person why he accepted her friend request so late. So she asked Chu Fei, where do you want to go? Chu Fei said, didn't I just say that young Master Jiang wants to invite us to the bar? Why don't you just invite him to the bar? This was a deliberate trap for Chu Fei. Chu Fei liked to watch this kind of bloody drama. How exciting it is to see 2 men fighting for a woman. Especially since that woman is not me, it's even more exciting. Jiang Yunqi shook his head, fearing that Chu Fei would beat Jiang Yangrong to death. Guan Ya made a reliable suggestion. Let's meet at the Guanyunding restaurant next to the school. Guanyunding is a quiet bar. The atmosphere is relatively less noisy than a disco, and it is more suitable for chatting. Although Chu Fei felt a little disappointed that she couldn't watch a good show, She still followed the majority. Then hurry up, send him a message to ask him out, and ask him not to dress so old-fashioned, otherwise we will be embarrassed with him. Guan Wei glanced at Chuya and always felt that she had some bad intentions. But he didn't say anything nosy. They have known each other for nearly a year, and their relationship is considered harmonious. Jiang Yunqi was a beauty of the same level as her, and her personality complemented hers, so it was quite pleasant to get along with her. Roman is wise but appears foolish. He looks ordinary but is actually very thoughtful. She doesn't dislike such a person. As for Chuya, she is materialistic and a bit ordinary. We can only say that she is backward compatible. After the four girls discussed it, Jiang Yunqi was about to send a message to Chu Fei. As soon as he opened the chat box, his hand stopped there and hesitated for a long time. I don't know what he was thinking. Guan Wei was amused by her embarrassed look and couldn't help but make a joke. Why, you don't know how to type in pinyin? How about sending a voice message? Oh, no, I just don't know what to say. It's always the boys who ask Jiang Yunqi out. All Jiang Yunqi has to do is refuse and accept. I have never dated a boy in my life, and I really don't know how to invite him out. What's so difficult about this? Just come out and talk. My roommates all want to meet you. Chuya complained. No, sister, what's wrong with you? You are not like this usually. Why are you so timid when you meet a bumpkin? How could I? Just send it like this. Jiang Yunqi retorted. After the message was sent, Jiang Yunqi stopped looking at her phone. The main reason was that she was afraid that Chu Fei wouldn't reply, which would make her lose face. Fortunately, Chu Fei didn't keep him hanging this time, but replied, What about you? I want to talk to you, too. Jiang Yunqi didn't think too much and replied directly. The next sentence made Jiang Yunqi completely confused. Thoughts without flowing water are deceptions. Jiang Yunqi looked at it for a long time. I didn't know what this meant, so I could only show it to my three roommates. Except for Guan Wei, the other two girls understood instantly I want to get off the bus. This is not a bus to the kindergarten. Chu Fei didn't wait for Jiang Yunqi to reply and asked her to send her location. When you get to know a girl, don't rush into dating her. Be friends with her first and see if her friends are prettier than her. Before going out, Chu Fei took a small umbrella from the drawer. After hesitating for a while, I finally took the whole box away. Even if Jiang Yunqi doesn't mind, her roommate might mind? As for the black box on the cabinet, he suddenly had a bold idea. 7 marriage certificates, 7 eyes. They are all 7. Is it just a coincidence? Maybe there is some connection between the two, and tonight we can verify it. Chu Fei took a deep look at the black box before walking out of the room. Seeing Chu Fei was about to go out, Meng Zi and Shen Miaoyu, who were discussing work in the living room, raised their heads at the same time. Secretary Jin also asked, Why are you going out so late? Are you looking for sex? You are really good at judging people. Chu Fei replied heartlessly, and then said to Meng Zia, Third senior sister, I'm going out for a while, and I may not be back tonight. Meng Zia said nothing. Only after Chu Fei left did she speak. Something is wrong. It's absolutely wrong. What's wrong? Shen Miaoyu frowned. Didn't you hear him say he wouldn't be back tonight? If you don't want to come back, then don't come back. Meng Zia said angrily, Aren't you afraid that he will cheat on you? If I were you, I would follow him. I'm not interested. Shen Miaoyu said this, but her eyes couldn't help but look out the window. It was already 9 o'clock in the evening when we arrived at the Guanyunding bar. There were not many people around at that time, and Chu Fei quickly found where Jiang Yunqi and the others were. In fact, it is not difficult to find it when there are more people. There are 4 beautiful girls gathered together, and 2 of them are top-notch. Such a lineup will be the focus of attention wherever they go. Before Chu Fei came, several men had already approached her and asked for her WeChat, but they were all repelled by Guan Wei's powerful aura. So when Chu Fei took his seat, many of the animals widened their eyes. I wonder where this great master came from, to be able to receive such great fortune. Some people are even more vicious in their hearts and hope that Chu Fei is a gay, a male best friend, or a big gay. If Chu Fei heard this, he would definitely reply, I am indeed gay. Chu Fei did not sit next to Jiang Yunqi. Instead, he sat directly next to the long-legged Queen Guan Wei. Facing the strange looks from the 4 girls, he was not at all intimidated. What's going on? I was the one who called you out, so why are you sitting next to Guan Guan? Jiang Yunqi felt a little unhappy, but she didn't know how to say anything, otherwise it would seem like she was so stingy. To ease the embarrassment, she could only introduce her roommates to Chu Fei. In fact, she didn't need to introduce them. Chu Fei could almost figure out the personalities of the three girls just by their clothes and expressions. Guan Yi, who was sitting next to him, was wearing a tight black miniskirt and had a cool look on her face. Moreover, her appearance is not inferior to Jiang Yunqi, and her aura is the strongest among girls. She is the only one who can pose a threat to Jiang Yunqi. This is why he chose to sit next to Guan Yi. Faced with this kind of situation, he couldn't let them unite against a common enemy from the beginning. He had to disintegrate them from within. Roman on the opposite side looked quite gentle, and her clothes were dressed in a lady-like style, with the temperament of a big sister next door. As for Chu Fei, who had been looking at her, her sweet outfit was almost impeccable. But Chu Fei could still tell at a glance that she was creating a sense of purity. Every frown and smile of this kind of girl seems to be designed, and most of them are materialistic and will serve you kindly. Especially after seeing Chu Fei, her disgust was beyond words, as if Chu Fei's appearance had lowered their status. After listening to Jiang Yunqi's introduction, except Chu Fei greeted them warmly and pointed at their cocktails. "Is this what you drink?" "Yeah, this one is pretty good. Do you want to try it?" Jiang Yunqi was just about to order some wine for Chu Fei, but she found that Chu Fei directly picked up her cup. "Then I'll try it." After that, he took a sip without caring about the reactions of the four girls. Jiang Yunqi's pretty face turned slightly red. "Ouch, you make me feel a little shy." The other two women also widened their eyes, wondering how he could take advantage of her so calmly without laughing. After Chu Fei finished drinking, "It's really disgusting. Some dogs just like to lick the goddess saliva." Chuya started to speak in a sarcastic tone. "How is it? This cup was drunk by Chichi. It must be extremely delicious for a country boy like you, right?" Chapter 24. This lady. Her imagination is a disease. The smell of shit is more expensive than shit. Chu Fei replied, then looked at Chuya and covered her nose with her fingers. "No, the smell is too strong. I feel like I'm in a tea garden instead of a bar." Anyone who is not stupid can understand it. Chu Fei was mocking Chuya for being a green tea girl, and he seemed afraid that Chuya wouldn't understand. Chu Fei added, "I'll order you a cup of 1982 Longjing tea and old green tea." This time, Guan Yi beside him couldn't help but laugh out loud. She has always known that Chuya is a money-worshipping green tea girl, but due to the unity in the dormitory, she dared not say it openly. "But I didn't expect that this guy is really not afraid of offending people." Generally speaking, boys faced this kind of situation. No matter how unhappy he was, he had to pretend to be magnanimous for Jiang Yunqi's sake in order to please the people around her. It was because of this that Chuya dared to be so sarcastic to Chu Fei. But she forgot that it was Jiang Yunqi who took the initiative to ask Chu Fei out from the beginning. Strictly speaking, he is the one who was invited and he should be the one who is flattered. "You see, if you think this way, your perspective will be broadened." Chuya said angrily, "What do you mean by that? You are scolding me in a roundabout way." "No, I don't. I always just curse you directly. I'm afraid you don't understand, so I explain it to you again. I'm a girl, and a beautiful one at that. How can you talk to a beautiful girl like that?" Chu Fei rolled his eyes and said, "Are you questioning my taste? Or are you trying to make me feel sick on purpose?" Double bet, SKR. SKR. Guan Yi on the side thought to herself, "If you can speak, just speak more." Chuya was furious and shouted at Jiang Yunqi, "Chichi, are you just going to watch me get bullied by this bumpkin?" "Don't be angry, he was just joking." Jiang Yunqi tried to smooth things over. Chuya insisted, "How can anyone joke like this? I took it seriously. He must apologize to me." What is this pheasant mood disorder syndrome? Chu Fei was about to retort, but the worst that could happen was that he would just leave. And he dared to guarantee that if he left now, Jiang Yunqi would definitely chase him. The game collapsed on its own, and they were left alone with just the two of them. But at this time, Guan Yi, for the first time, spoke up for Chu Fei. You've gone too far." When these words came out, it wasn't just Chuya. Even Jiang Yunqi and Roman looked at Guan Yi in surprise. They have known each other for such a long time, but this is the first time Guan Yi speaks for a man. In fact, the reason why Guan Yi spoke. "I just don't want Chuya to continue to be humiliated." With her strong social intuition, she could sense that Chu Fei was only using 50% of his strength. If he continues like this, Chuya will probably be scolded by him and cry. It was definitely not because Chu Fei scolded well and she enjoyed it that she spoke up for Chu Fei. Guan, why are you speaking up for this bumpkin? He is Chichi's friend. You have to give Chichi some face, right?" Guan Yi's words gave both sides a way out. Chuya was not convinced and said, "Okay, for Chichi's sake, I won't argue with you, a country bumpkin. That's what I said. But Chu Fei had already secretly sent a text message to Jiang Yangrong, hoping that Jiang Yangrong would come and avenge her. Chu Fei was too lazy to pay attention to the pheasant. Instead, he ordered a few bottles of beer. After opening one, he smiled at Guan Yi. Lady, thank you for saving my life. I have no way to repay you. How about giving me your body? Guan Yi no longer drinks cocktails. She really couldn't get used to the taste, but she ordered it just to make herself seem sociable. Now that Chu Fei had taken the beer, she naturally poured herself a glass and returned the favor. Only good-looking people are willing to give themselves to you. People like you can only repay kindness with hatred. Who said this girl is cold? It's just that it's not you who is warm. Watching their interaction, Jiang Yunqi somehow bumped Chu Fei lightly with her calf as a warning. Chu Fei raised his eyebrows. It's here. It's finally here. Damn human beings' possessiveness and desire to win. Roman frowned and thought, there's something wrong with this kid. There's a big problem. To avoid making the atmosphere even weirder, Roman then suggested that everyone play a drinking game Big Dice. Chu Fei was now in the mood, and said to Roman, it's not fun to play with 5 people. How about we play a one-on-one duel? The winner will continue. This will be more fun. Roman wondered what tricks this kid was up to, but he agreed anyway. Chu Fei said angrily, I don't want to play with that bumpkin, you guys play. However, she found that no one paid attention to her and no one coaxed her. At this moment, the atmosphere at the table had nothing to do with whether she was there or not. This made her even angrier, and she thought, wait until Jiang Yangrong comes, and see how arrogant you can still be. Then how do you calculate the loss, half a cup or a full cup? Guan Yi asked. Chu Fei smiled and said, if you lose half a cup, you will get 1 cup. If you get 2 cups, that's the maximum. You guys who drink cocktails can do whatever you want. Guan and I won't argue with kids. Wow, even Guan was called. Guan Yi glanced at Chu Fei but said nothing. Instead, Jiang Yunqi puffed out his chest and said, I want to drink beer too. Who is the child? Are you blind? Isn't this not big? Chu Fei deliberately took a glance, then picked up the sieve and said, forget it, you have small breasts, you scream first. Where is it small? No matter what I say, there is C. Although not as good as Guan's D chest, but it's not small. While thinking, Jiang Yunqi treated the sieve as Chu Fei's head and shook it wildly. 2 ones. Hack. Chu Fei was agile and jumped up directly. Jiang Yunqi was a little confused. Ah, you're going to chop me with both ones. You must be lying. I see through your heart. Next. Chu Fei opened the sieve directly without even looking at Jiang Yunqi's dice. Jiang Yunqi drank a glass of wine helplessly and glared at Chu Fei fiercely. This guy showed no mercy at all and even jumped up and chopped. Every move she made showed how incompetent she was. Then it was Roman's turn. She gave Jiang Yunqi an unfathomable smile. Don't worry, Chichi. I will definitely help you get revenge. I am the Dice King of our dormitory. It will be easy for me to take him down. Roman came with great momentum and intimidation. She has an attitude of who else but me, I am the best in the world. In the end, he lost the game, cursing, you dare to call 6 5s when there is no 5, you bastard, how dare you lie so much? It's your turn, Guan. Chu Fei has become accustomed to calling him that. But if she doesn't object when you call her a nickname for the first time, then she will most likely never object in her life. Guan Yi was not one to care about such trivial matters. She picked up the sieve and began to shake it, then shouted, 3 6s. Open. I have 3. Guan Yi happily high-fived Jiang Yunqi across from her. Chu Fei didn't say anything, just drank quietly. At this moment, Roman opened Chu Fei's sieve and shouted, you already have 2, why are you opening them? Are you crazy? Are you? No, I'm just thirsty. Chu Fei pretended to be embarrassed and quickly took the sieve away. As soon as these words came out, Guan Yi looked at Chu Fei in surprise. This guy obviously has 2 6, but he still drove me away. Is he trying to take care of me? And the way he looked just now, it was obvious that he didn't want me to know. He was so mean to other women, but to me, this man is quite caring. This lady, your imagination is a disease, but I hope you are seriously ill. Which woman can resist such blatant preference? One-on-one. Did I pick the dice? No, it's your heart. Chapter 25. This is a demon man. Okay, let us play it this way, okay? When playing with Guan, I just let him win. When it's my turn, I jump up and chop. How can you treat me differently? Don't forget that I am your fiancé. Jiang Yunqi was trying to hold it in for a while, but the more she thought about it, the angrier she got. She wished she could give Chu Fei a stick to calm the situation down. But after a few rounds, she was beaten so hard by Chu Fei that she almost drank 3 bottles of beer. Fortunately, in this round, she is a leopard, so her chances of winning are very high. She raised her delicate little face and counted 5 sixes in one go. Chu Fei thought, isn't this just pure idiocy? If you shout like that, everyone will know that you have a leopard. But this is better, as it will facilitate your subsequent operations. He suddenly reached out and grabbed Guan Huai's fair hand, giving her a harmless smile. Help me shake it, so I can get some of your magic energy. Guan Huai was stunned at first, and instinctively wanted to shake off, but Chu Fei had already let go first. This meant that she had no reason to be angry because Chu Fei had a legitimate excuse. In addition, Chu Fei's actions were not obscene at all, so people would not suspect that he was deliberately taking advantage of her, but simply wanted Guan Huai to help her shake. If Guan Huai were to take this matter too seriously, she would appear to be petty. Aren't you afraid that I will betray you? Guan Huai asked curiously. Chu Fei said, of course I am afraid of your deep sisterly love, so you can only shake, not look, lest you tip her off. Am I that kind of person? Guan Huai said with eyes wide open. Chu Fei said seriously, Master said that the more beautiful a woman is, the more likely she is to lie. Then I. Before Guan Huai could finish her words, she was interrupted by Jiang Yunqi. She shouted at Chu Fei, no, are you still going to play? Why are there so many dramas? Sure enough, she had entered the stage where she became anxious. Guan Huai thought this was quite amusing. It was rare to see Jiang Yunqi so angry. But she can't go too far, she still knows what propriety is. So he hurriedly helped Chu Fei shake the sieve. After shaking it, she still wanted to look, but Chu Fei gently pushed her face away. I told you not to look, why don't you listen? Guan Huai could only mutter, how stingy. I totally forgot about it in just 1 minute. Chu Fei has already created 2 opportunities for physical contact. But in Jiang Yunqi's eyes, what else could this be but flirting? You bastard, I asked you to come out so you can hook up with my bestie. 10 sixes. Chu Fei shouted. Ah. Jiang Yunqi stared at Chu Fei with doubt and said, you are not a leopard, are you? What do you care who I am or whether I open it or not? Chu Fei lit a cigarette and said, both sides have only 5 dice, and with the leopard +1, the maximum number is 12. Even if Jiang Yunqi continued to shout, if Chu Fei was really a leopard, she would have no chance of winning. Jiang Yunqi had no choice but to open it and bet that there was no leopard inside Chu Fei. Chu Fei naturally chopped Jiang Yunqi. Jiang Yunqi thought that this was a sign of his guilty conscience, so she struck back. 2 glasses of wine, this is the highest bet. In this way, the emotions will be the strongest at the moment the sieve is opened. And all this was in Chu Fei's plan. Sure enough, after Jiang Yunqi opened the sieve, the girls all looked at Chu Fei nervously, and even Chuya couldn't help but look over. Under the gaze of the girls, Chu Fei unveiled the sieve. Dear audience, 6 sixes. After hearing this number, Guan Huai quickly went over to check and saw that it was really 6 sixes. He immediately grabbed Chu Fei's hand excitedly and said, it's really a leopard. Chu Fei raised his head, and because they were very close to each other, sparks flew between their eyes. Guan Huai realized her own gaffe and quickly let go of Chu Fei. You deserve half of this medal. You are so lucky to have met me. Chu Fei raised his left hand as if nothing had happened and wanted to high-five her. The atmosphere is here. Guan Huai naturally cooperated and high-fived Chu Fei. You are lucky to have met me. While everyone else was overjoyed, Jiang Yunqi had a sullen look on his face. She has already drunk a little too much tonight, and after these 2 glasses, she might vomit. The most important thing is that up to now in the drinking party, Chu Fei and Guan Huai seem to be in the same group, and she has become an outsider. I was obviously here first. How come I feel so disappointed when playing a game? If I had known, I wouldn't have asked them to come. Just as she raised her glass with an embarrassed look on her face, a hand reached out and covered her glass. Jiang Yunqi looked at the owner of the hand in confusion. That should have been an annoying face, but now it inexplicably had a kind of cool and handsome feeling. As a result, even in this noisy environment, Jiang Yunqi seemed to be able to hear his own thundering heartbeat. Chu Fei snatched her cup and said with a smile, call Dad and I'll help you drink it. Jiang Yunqi hasn't reacted yet. Chu Fei drank the wine in his hand and then poured another glass. After doing all this, Chu Fei said to Guan Huai beside him as if nothing had happened, go on, I've lost to you so many times, you have to give me a chance to beat you once, right? Enough of my partiality, it's time to keep you inscrutable. Faced with this situation, the four girls had different thoughts. Guan Yue, why did she help Jiang Yunqi? Jiang Yunqi, he has me in his heart. Roman, there is definitely something wrong with this man. Chuya, damn it, he's fooled me again. But Chu Fei changed the subject, so Guan Yue could only pick up the sieve and said, I'll give you this chance. Then, Chu Fei lost again. He pretended to be angry and asked, are you destined to be unlucky? Ah. Otherwise, why would I be so defeated by you tonight? Guan Yue gave Chu Fei a coquettish look and said, you're taking advantage of me, aren't you? How could I, wife? Chu Fei said shamelessly. Guan Yue was amused by her again, and she found that she laughed more tonight than this week. This man is indeed interesting. Although he is smooth-talking, he knows when to advance and when to retreat. He is much more interesting than those peers who can only act as lickspittles. Jiang Yunqi, who had tasted a little sweetness, fell into dissatisfaction again. In addition, there is an inexplicable expectation. Looking forward to what Chu Fei will do to me next. Chu Fei chuckled at this. The ups and downs of emotions are like a roller coaster. It would be strange if you didn't get addicted. Just when Chu Fei was planning to further break down Jiang Yunqi's defenses, someone who wanted to trouble the situation appeared. Jiang Rongyang appeared at the scene with 3 boys and walked over pretending to meet them by chance. When Chu Iya saw Jiang Yangrong appear, she knew that a good show was about to begin. Let's see how rampant you, a country bumpkin, can be. Chichi, why didn't you call me when you were drinking? Jiang Rongyang stood next to Jiang Yunqi and snorted at Chu Fei. You dog, you are here too. Chu Fei was too lazy to talk nonsense and was about to slap him. But Jiang Yunqi and Guan Yue stood up first, baring their teeth at Jiang Rongyang fiercely. You are the dog. The 2 women said it almost in unison. After saying that, they looked at each other. When their eyes met, sparks flew so fast that they almost caught fire. Jiang Yangrong stood there in a daze. What was going on? It would be fine if Jiang Yunqi scolded him, but why did even the cold goddess Guan Yue start to speak up for Chu Fei? Could it be that they were all bewitched by Chu Fei? This is a demon man. This is a demon man. Chapter 26. Can I really interrupt? What is the highest level of pretense? Jiang Yangrong was not slapped to death. Instead, he asked the goddess whom he loved but could not have to stand up for him. This was a real slap in the face. Not to mention that it wasn't just Jiang Yunqi who got slapped in the face, but Guan Yue as well. Who is Guan Yue? She is a school beauty who is as famous as Jiang Yunqi, and she is also the cold and hardest to deal with type. Jiang Yunqi's personality at least makes you feel that you still have hope of pursuing her. Guan Yue's can scare you into feeling ashamed of yourself with just one look. Makes you feel like a piece of shit for daring to chase her. But such an icy beauty spoke up for Chu Fei, whom she had known for less than half a day. You have to know that Guan Yue, let alone speaking up for boys, just because she doesn't give a boy a bad face, that boys should burn incense and pray to Buddha. So faced with this kind of scene, several boys including Jiang Yangrong had only one thought at this moment: no. Why should he do that? Seeing how excited they were, Chu Fei decided not to follow the routine. He said in a very green tea tone, don't be angry, there was just a misunderstanding between Jiang and me. Although his words were a bit hurtful, I will forgive him as long as he apologizes. Yes, apologize. Jiang Yunqi was immediately angry when Chu Fei reminded her, you must apologize to Chu Fei. Jiang Yangrong's face turned black. It was no problem for him to apologize to Jiang Yunqi, but he was absolutely unwilling to apologize to Chu Fei, especially since the other party still has an expression that says, hit me. Chichi, he just beat me up this morning. Isn't it a bit too much to ask me to apologize to him now? Jiang Yangrong said weakly. Jiang Yunqi said in a hypocritical manner, let's put it this way. You can't scold him if he hits someone, right? Jiang Yangrong, do you want to listen to what you are saying? Chichi is right. Guan Yue added, if you do something wrong, you should apologize. Jiang Yangrong, so it was my fault that I was beaten? Seeing that Jiang Yangrong still didn't apologize, Jiang Yunqi used her trump card directly and said, if you don't apologize, don't talk to me anymore. Jiang Yangrong immediately became timid and could only reluctantly yell to Chu Fei, I'm sorry. Student Jiang, everyone makes mistakes sometimes. I forgive you. Chu Fei almost stabbed Jiang Yangrong to death with this blow. Jiang Yangrong gnashed his teeth in hatred, but he had no way to deal with Chu Fei. He had originally planned to seek revenge on Chu Fei tonight for what he did this morning, planning to use his numbers to bully the few. But in the current situation, let alone revenge, If he even cursed Chu Fei a few times, he would be hung up and beaten by Jiang Yunqi and Guan Yue. It seems that I can't do it openly, so I can only use tricks secretly. Fortunately, as a rich second generation, he has plenty of ways to slap Chu Fei in the face. Thinking of this, Jiang Yangrong said, Chichi, you can't seat so many people here. Why don't you go to the Miu bar and I'll reserve a table? That's easy. Can't you just sit down? Chu Fei disgusted Jiang Yangrong appropriately. Jiang Yangrong said dissatisfiedly, I'm talking to Chichi, why are you butting in? Just shut up. Chu Fei can interrupt if he wants to. It's none of your business. Jiang Yunqi immediately transformed herself into a husband-protecting treasure. When Chu Fei heard this, his eyes lit up and he asked, Really? I can interrupt if I want to. Jiang Yunqi didn't react at first. After Guan Yue hit Chu Fei's arm coquettishly, only then did she realize that what he meant by interrupting was different from what she understood, which made her blush. Jiang Yangrong was still a little confused. He just knew that the bastard had made his goddess face blush again. But because of Jiang Yunqi's presence, he couldn't get angry and could only give Chui a look. Chui usually received a lot of benefits from Jiang Rongyang, and quickly said, Chichi, it's not fun here. Let's go to Miu bar, I want to go dancing. Jiang Yunqi was about to refuse. Lua Man whispered to her, Go ahead. Haven't you always been bothered by Jiang Yangrong? Chu Fei just happened to be here, so let him be a shield for once. But I'm afraid Chu Fei will be bullied. Jiang Yunqi said worriedly. Roman's eyes widened as if he had heard something unbelievable. You are confused. With his behavior, it would be great if he doesn't bully others. Why are you afraid that he will be bullied? Jiang Yunqi thought so too, so she looked at Chu Fei and said, Do you want to go with us? If Chu Fei didn't want to go, she wouldn't go. It doesn't matter. Chu Fei spread his hands. Guan Yue said, If we go now, we will have to stay outside at night. Hearing this, Chu Fei immediately became excited and said, Go, we must go. It doesn't matter if we stay overnight or not. The main thing is that I want to feel the atmosphere of the bar. He originally wanted to delay here until the dormitory closed. Now it's good. There's no need to think of any solution. As long as he could spend the night outside, he would be confident that he could pry open one of the doors, or maybe even both of them, tonight. After paying the bill, everyone went downstairs. Although Jiang Yangrong and his group of rich second-generation people are not locals, they all bought cars locally. There are 4 cars in total, 2 Porsche 718s, 1 Porsche 911, and 1 BMW Z4, all of which are entry-level sports cars. But for this group of college students, it is already considered very pretentious. Chuya took the opportunity to flatter Jiang Yangrong and said, Wow, Mr. Jiang, you changed your car again. This car is so cool. Jiang Yangrong, who finally caught the chance to show off, took over the conversation. It's just average. This 911, including the modification fee, is almost a little over 2 million. Roman came from an ordinary family, and when he heard that the car cost almost 2 million, he gasped. Although Jiang Yunqi comes from a well-off family, her family doesn't allow her to be so pretentious, so she is a little envious. Guan Yue, on the other hand, looked indifferent, as if 911 was too cheap to be of her liking. How could Chu Iya not understand men's psychology? So she immediately shouted to Chu Fei, See, bumpkin. This car costs over 2 million. Do you know what over 2 million means? Didn't wait for Chu Fei to reply. The group of followers finally found a point where they could be confident. He began to sneer at Chu Fei. Hey, Sister Ie, aren't you making things difficult for a poor guy like him? Excuse me, he doesn't know how to spend 2 million. With this level, she dares to compete with our Jiang Shao for a woman. I don't know where her confidence comes from. Jiang Yangrong said with a smile, Don't say that, maybe they drive a better car than us. By the way, where's your car? He doesn't even have a car. He probably took a taxi or maybe even carpooled. Chu Iya continued to mock. Except for Jiang Yunqi and her 2 daughters, everyone else burst into laughter. Jiang Yangrong pretended to be embarrassed and said, You don't have a car, what should we do? We have sports cars here, which can only carry 1 person. How about you take a taxi? Chu Fei narrowed his eyes and smiled without saying anything. Jiang Yangrong then said, You don't even have money for a taxi, do you? I have 200 yuan in cash, take it, or you can pay for it with Didi. Chu Fei finally replied. He chuckled twice and regained his sovereignty. Did you see that big red Ferrari? Everyone looked in the direction Chu Fei pointed. There was indeed a big red Ferrari parked there, which cost 3 times as much as his 911. Jiang Yangrong had a bad feeling and asked, Why, is this car yours? That's not the case. Chu Fei was not pretentious at all and immediately shook his head with confidence. Just to show you guys. Jiang Rongyang and others were all stunned. After he realized what was happening, he was about to continue mocking Chu Fei, but he found that Chu Fei walked towards a Rolls-Royce Phantom. Chapter 27. It's broken. I've become a bootlicker. We have learned from past experience. Jiang Yangrong thought Chu Fei was going crazy again. He pointed at the Rolls-Royce and said, "You still want us to see the car? Are you really funny? What does someone else's car have to do with you? Is it your turn to show off?" "No, this is really mine." Jiang Yangrong laughed even louder when he heard this. "Do you know what kind of car this is? How dare you say it's yours? This is a Rolls-Royce Phantom. The landing price is nearly 10 million. How can you afford this car with 10 million yuan when you are so poor?" Jiang Yangrong's #1 henchman sneered. "He can come up with $1,000, so you can bet he's not a good person by appearance, but he still wants 10 million. What the hell is he dreaming about? It's no wonder I hate these losers the most. Not only do they have no money, but they also like to brag and brag without thinking. It's really disgusting." Chu Fei criticized from a condescending position. The remaining 2 followers also kept mocking him. "Hey, stay away from that car. If it gets dirty, you won't be able to pay for it even if I sell you. Did you see the license plate? It's Emperor ASB 886. I'm scolding you for being such a jerk. This guy really leaves me speechless. Even if you want to show off, you have to have people believe you. Just pretend like that." Hearing these mocking words, Chu Fei didn't react at all. Instead, Jiang Yunqi felt a little sorry for Chu Fei. She shouted to Jiang Yangrong and the others, "No, we are all out here to have fun. Why are we driving a car?" This is not the end of the sentence. Then I heard a beep, and the lights of the Rolls-Royce turned on, very dazzling. Chu Fei opened the car door and calmly got in amid everyone's incredulous looks. "I admit that your Porsche 911 is very flashy, but if I offer you a Rolls-Royce Phantom, how will you respond? It's still quite important." Jiang Yunqi, who was the first to react, immediately changed his words and smiled at Jiang Yangrong and others. "Hey, why do I feel like there are your ID cards and ID card copies in the playing cards?" After saying that, he pulled Roman into the car in a good mood. It's like she pretended to be perfect. Guan Wei glanced at the petrified Jiang Yangrong and others, and did not forget to finish them off. What he meant by that Ferrari just now is probably to say that he doesn't even look down on cars of that grade, let alone entry-level sports cars like yours. This is definitely like rubbing salt into someone's wounds. Jiang Yangrong's face flushed red, and he felt ashamed. Compared with the Rolls-Royce worth tens of millions, he and the 911 are really just as Jiang Yunqi said. Just like the jokers in a deck of cards, just like a clown. The most embarrassed person was Chu Fei. She was probably traumatized by the slap she received. But it doesn't matter, she is naturally thick-skinned and has a deep understanding of face-changing in Sichuan opera. When he saw that Chu Fei was so capable, he thought to himself, "This is not a loser, he is an old baby." She came forward and said, "Chu Fei, this car is really yours. I have never ridden in such a nice car. It just so happens that your car has 5 seats, so adding one is just right for me." Chu Fei felt a little nauseous. "I wonder whose old hen is this that has become a spirit?" Chu Fei continued to speak in a coquettish voice. "Gage, I was just joking with you just now. You won't be angry with me, right?" "How could I be mad at you?" Chu Fei smiled and said, "I can't wait to kill you." Chu Fei was stunned at first, then she shouted, "Hate it," and then she was about to open the car door, but found that it was locked. "Gage, can you please open it for me?" Chu Fei said coquettishly. Chu Fei waved his hand and said, "Sorry, the table is full." "Nonsense, isn't there still one seat?" Jiang Yunqi really couldn't stand Chu Fei's behavior, so he could only pretend to be joking and said, "Don't you know that you can't drive after drinking? That seat is reserved for the designated driver." Soon the designated driver arrived. When I saw this car and the license plate number, I couldn't stop exclaiming WTF after I got in. But I am uneducated, so I can only say fuck to everyone. Chu Fei reluctantly returned to Jiang Yangrong and his group. Everyone in turn saluted the Rolls-Royce. The Rolls-Royce quickly passed them by, but suddenly braked and slowly backed up, stopping in front of them. Chu Fei rolled down the car window and said to Jiang Yangrong, "If it doesn't work, go back to Gotham. I'll tell Batman not to hit you." After leaving these words, the Rolls-Royce stepped on the accelerator and rushed out. Jiang Yangrong and others stood where they were, watching in silence as the Emperor ASB 886 drove away. It is hard to doubt that Chu Fei was not deliberately finding different ways to call them idiots. A moment later. Brother Jiang, do you want to drink this wine? A follower couldn't help but ask. Jiang Yangrong came back to his senses and said, drink, why not? Maybe that guy rented the car. When we get to Mayumiu, I'll show you how I'll deal with him. Let's go. A group of rich second generations followed them in their cars, and not long after they left, a Maybach with license plate ASB 458 was parked outside the gate of Guanyunding. Passers-by were just stunned by the SB 886, but they didn't expect something even more awesome to come. This guy not only curses others, but also does not let his own old father go. What a cruel person. The two women who got off the car were even more eye-catching. These top-notch beauties actually appeared in large numbers. Ignoring everyone's astonished gazes, Meng Zia, wearing a skirt that stunned everyone, stepped out of the car with her long legs. It's time to give those little girls a little shock of being a mature woman. Boss Meng, is it really necessary to dress like this? Shen Miaoyu shone brightly in her yellow battle robe, but she was still a little reserved. Meng Zia said arrogantly, woman, you don't understand. If we don't dress like this, it seems that we are not opponents of the same level as them. Shen Miaoyu followed Meng Zia helplessly. It's a pity that the two of them searched around but couldn't find Chu Fei. This made Meng Zia worried. You little brat, you acted so quickly. Are you going to get a room right now? Boss Meng, are we going back like this? Shen Miaoyu raised her eyebrows. Meng Zia shook her head and said, no, I'll check the location of his phone again, otherwise my makeup will be in vain. Shen Miaoyu sighed deliberately and said that everyone had seen it. She dragged me here by force. It wasn't my own will. Secretary Jin, who came in at the end, was very excited. This alternative Shura field is beautiful. I love watching it. I watch it every day. Inside the Mayumiu bar, in the environment of feasting and revelry, deafening music resounded. The sexy female DJ on the stage was twisting her hot body while interacting with the audience below. In the middle of the dance floor, many men and women were swaying their bodies to the DJ's rhythm. In such an atmosphere, even strangers could accidentally discharge their weapons. Otherwise, why do men like to go to bars? Do you think they really like drinking? After everyone took their seats, Jiang Yangrong started to attack without waiting for him. Chu Fei suddenly took Guan Wei's hand and walked towards the dance floor. When Jiang Yunqi saw the scene, she grabbed Chu Fei's hand as if possessed by a ghost. He looked at Chu Fei with an expression that said, can't you just look at me? However, as soon as this move came out, Jiang Yunqi felt a little regretful. Oh no, I've become a bootlicker. Chapter 28. The god of pure love fell to the ground. Don't say it, really don't say it. Jiang Yunqi's pitiful appearance now really looks like Jiang Yangrong, the warm man who ranks behind the dog beside her. Question Jiang Yangrong, understand Jiang Yangrong, become Jiang Yangrong, I am Jiang Yangrong. Because of preconceived reasons. So Chu Fei felt that Jiang Yunqi seemed to be trying something very new. What should it be called? Behind the love mind. Just as he was thinking about this, Jiang Yunqi also felt that his behavior was a bit cheap. She let go of Chu Fei's hand, looked at Chu Fei with a wronged look and said, dance happily. Anyone with a little emotional intelligence knows that in this situation, you should stay and comfort yourself. But who would have thought that this bastard Chu Fei would just reply okay, and then pull Guan Wei to dance happily. I have emotional intelligence, but I just don't use it, I just play around. This made Jiang Yunqi so angry that she just drank a small glass of foreign wine. Jiang Yangrong, who was standing by, saw that Chu Fei was not there, and immediately came over. Chichi, can't you see that the bastard is just a playboy, not as focused as me, and has liked you since junior high school? Jiang Yunqi acted as if she didn't hear Jiang Yangrong's words and just asked with a bit of disappointment. Am I really not as good as Guan Guan? Chichi, I admit that Guan Wei is indeed very beautiful, but in my mind you are the most beautiful. Jiang Yangrong thought he was affectionate and said, so you don't have to be sad because of that kind of man. There are a lot of good men, just like me next to you. If you don't believe me, ask Xiaopang. You are the only girl in my phone. A good man should be like me, not like him, fickle and fickle. Jiang Yunqi said sincerely, but why don't I like you? It doesn't matter. Who says that if you love someone you have to be with her? That's possession, not love. Jiang Yangrong's main theme is warmth. As long as I stay by your side and protect you silently, I will feel very happy. You don't have to feel indebted to me. I did all this voluntarily. Roman got goosebumps when he heard this. Jiang Yunqi sighed and said, you are a good person, but we are not suitable. She praised me as a good person. Jiang Yangrong was extremely happy to hear this, as it represented a big step forward for him. He even started to find it a little sweet. In fact, Jiang Yunqi is not strictly speaking the queen of the sea. It's just that she is not good at saying no, and girls of this age are more or less vain, so it's understandable that she likes to be the center of attention. This caused Chu Fei to misunderstand her, so he gave her a strong dose of medicine, which almost broke her down. But it doesn't matter. It's enough that he is very happy now as he hugs Guan Wai. I don't share the same sorrows and joys as humans. I just think they are noisy. Guan Wai is usually quite resistant to these little actions of men. In the past, let alone hugging her waist, even touching her would probably kill me with her eyes. But now, facing Chu Fei's frivolous behavior, she was not so angry. Instead, she felt that since everyone around her was like this, it was okay for her to do so occasionally. But this guy was so arrogant that when he saw that it was okay to hug my waist, he just went back and rubbed my butt. This frightened Guan Wai, and she quickly grabbed Chu Fei's hand. She is wearing a short skirt now. If he can't hold her, the thing might just reach in. Chu Fei didn't force it. He let Guan Wai hold his hand and feel the silkiness and delicacy of her jade hand. Guan Wai looked up at Chu Fei and said with some dissatisfaction in her beautiful eyes, "Are you like this to all girls?" "Not really. You are my favorite among all the ones I have met." Faced with this classic problem, Chu Fei would know how to resolve it. This is a very mean remark, but it also has a bit of humor in it. It was so much that Guan Wai felt that if she was seriously angry, it would seem that she couldn't take a joke. This is what this bastard is best at. He is clearly being a hooligan, but no one can find fault with him. She could only change the subject and asked, "What about Jiang Yunqi? Do you like her too?" Look, Kiki isn't T even screaming. If we continue, they LL probably end up fighting, right? Who doesn't like beautiful women, but... Chu Fei exerted force with his right hand, hugged Guan Wai into his arms and said, "If there is a better one, can I choose the second best one?" Guan Wai's eyes widened, at a loss. It was not just because of Chu Fei's words, but also because their bodies were almost stuck together. She could even hear Chu Fei's heartbeat, causing her heartbeat to speed up as well. As for Chu Fei, he didn't care whether his heart was beating or not. Guan Wai seemed to have noticed something strange about Chu Fei. After all, with such close contact, it would be hard for her not to feel it. She's not the kind of person who doesn't have basic common sense. Moreover, in such a crowded environment, people will have an exciting sense of moral corruption. Guan Wai wanted to keep some distance, but her body became limp uncontrollably. When she raised her head, she saw Chu Fei's aggressive eyes. "If you don't refuse, then I will take a further step." Chu Fei whispered in her ear. Guan Wai's face turned red all the way to her neck, and she pleaded, "No, don't move." "What do you mean, don't move?" Chu Fei tempted again. Guan Wai glared at Chu Fei with all her might and said, "You obviously know what I'm talking about. Speak out." Chu Fei said in a bewitching tone, "I want to hear you say it." Guan Wai bit her lips tightly, determined not to let this guy succeed. But the harder she talked, the stronger Chu Fei's grip became, until Guan Wai couldn't stand it anymore and had to accept her fate. Chu Fei stopped there and pulled her back to her seat. Guan Wai, who should have been relieved, suddenly felt an inexplicable disappointment at this moment. I even felt a little annoyed. Why doesn't he persist a little longer? After bringing Guan Wai back to her seat, Chu Fei ignored Jiang Yunqi and went straight to the toilet. Jiang Yunqi looked at his back and followed him as if possessed. Guan Wai also saw this scene, opened her mouth and wanted to say something, but she didn't know how to say it, and felt a little upset. Jiang Yangrong, immersed in the joy of being a good person, turned around and did not see Jiang Yunqi, so he asked Lua Man, "Where is Chichi?" "She went to the bathroom." Roman replied absent-mindedly. Jiang Yangrong didn't really care about it at first, but after looking around, he found that Chu Fei was not there either. This made his heart skip a beat, and he quickly asked, "Where's that bumpkin?" "He went to the bathroom too." Roman replied again. Then, the pure love warrior fell to the ground. "You and I are deeply in love and pledged to each other forever. In the blink of an eye, you are going to the toilet hand in hand with another man?" In the bathroom. Chu Fei had just entered the bathroom and hadn't even taken out his thing when the door was pushed open. When he turned around, Jiang Yunqi, who smelled of alcohol and gave off a striking contrast, pushed him against the wall, which scared him to death. Chapter 29, A Man's Mouth is a Lie. Jiang Yunqi is going for a sexy and pure style today. The upper body is a small vest with bra pads, which props up the roundness of the chest. The middle waist is hollowed out on both sides, leaving only the middle part extending to the jeans in the lower body, giving people a sense of fantasy. With this outfit, paired with the cherry blossom pink hair that attracts a lot of attention, she looks like a sweet little wild horse. Which man can resist this kind of outfit that increases attack speed? But Chu Fei doesn't have time to appreciate these things now. He was just a little worried that Jiang Yunqi might scare him into falling ill. Indeed, he did intentionally want to make Jiang Yunqi feel disappointed. But as I was acting, I found that guanhwa is also very fragrant. Only children do multiple choice questions, of course adults want everything. However, he didn't expect that Jiang Yunqi would be so obsessed and chase him directly to the bathroom. He reveals his needs so quickly, it seems his level is not very high. In fact, when it comes to the number of dogs bootlicking her, Jiang Yunqi does give people the feeling of a sea queen. But unlike ordinary sea queens, she has never been in a relationship and has never taken the initiative to flirt with anyone. Chu Fei's series of methods are different from those of the bootlickers she has seen. Coupled with the stimulation of alcohol, this love-minded girl couldn't help but come over to block the door, wanting to ask Chu Fei what he meant. But I didn't wait for her to speak. Chu Fei took the initiative and said, "What are you doing, you pink-haired girl? You scared me, don't you know that?" Jiang Yunqi's face looked a little aggrieved. No boy has ever dared to yell at me like this. How could she bear it? She immediately replied, "What's your attitude? Why are you so fierce? You've never heard of mental castration. You are fully responsible." Chu Fei talked nonsense in a serious tone. Jiang Yunqi also knew that she was a little unreasonable, and subconsciously glanced at Chu Fei. "You're not broken, are you? You'll know after you try it." Chu Fei instantly took the initiative and pressed Jiang Yunqi's hands against the wall. Before Jiang Yunqi could react, Chu Fei kissed her aggressively. Jiang Yunqi's mind went blank, and she wondered if her first kiss was gone just like that. Not only that, Chu Fei's right hand also moved upwards. This electric shock-like feeling finally made Jiang Yunqi sober up a little. She pushed Chu Ji away and panted, "What are you doing? Try and see if it still works." Chu Fei wiped his lips and said with a lingering feeling, "Fortunately it's not broken, otherwise I would die with you." Jiang Yunqi was already angry. But when I heard this, I was stunned. "But then again, you're so breathless, have you practiced or warmed up your throat?" Chu Fei joked. Jiang Yunqi's chest heaved with anger again. She glared at him and said, "Can you please stop talking so disgustingly? I've practiced everything. What have I practiced?" "You've never practiced before? That's great. Let me teach you." After Chu Fei finished speaking, he moved closer again. He really didn't have any shame at all. This frightened Jiang Yunqi so much that she pulled Chu Fei's face back and inserted two of them into his nostrils. Jiang Yunqi looked at Chu Fei's distorted face and said, "Why are you like a teddy dog? If you continue like this, I will call for help." "You can yell. I don't care anyway. But if guanhwa and the others knew that you came to the bathroom and attacked me, how do you think they would spread the story?" Chu Fei was not at all weak and did not retreat even a single step. Seeing that she couldn't stop Chu Fei, Jiang Yunqi could only shout, "Do you like me, Chu Fei?" Chu Fei immediately stopped, took a step back and looked at Jiang Yunqi. "Don't make a scene. This is only the second time we've met. Do I look like such a casual person?" "Yeah, you're not a human being if you act casually. You're just a scumbag." Chu Fei said dissatisfiedly, "How can you say such cold words with a temperature of 37 degrees? Isn't it true? If you like me, you shouldn't be flirting with guanhwa in front of me." Jiang Yunqi vented all her dissatisfaction and said, "But if you don't like me, how can you kiss me and touch my breasts? If you're not a scumbag, then what are you? So I am such a dirty person in your mind." Chu Fei sighed in disappointment and then tried to open the toilet door. Seeing him like this, Jiang Yunqi quickly grabbed his hand and said, "Then explain it to me." As a result, Chu Fei shook her hand away and said, "Don't touch me, don't get your hands dirty." Chu Fei, Jiang Yunqi was a little at a loss. Chu Fei interrupted again, "Jiang Yunqi, who am I doing all this for? Don't I just want to get on good terms with your roommates so that they can say good things about me in front of you? But you said this to me. Do you know how much my heart hurts right now?" Jiang Yunqi said in surprise, Is that so? But I didn't know." "Yeah, of course you don't know. Anyway, in your mind, I am already a scumbag. The prejudice of the human heart is a mountain. No matter how hard you try, you can't move it. In this case, let's not contact each other anymore." Chu Fei pretended to open the toilet door, but he was thinking in his heart, "Hold me fast." Jiang Yunqi really pulled Chu Fei aside and said, "So you did all this for me?" "No, it's my fault." Actor Chu Fei came online. The more Jiang Yunqi said it wasn't the case, the more she felt it was the case. Women are just such bad people. Jiang Yunqi now completely believed Chu Fei's words. She held Chu Fei's hand and said, "I'm sorry, I misunderstood you. I deserve to die. It's okay. I just don't want you sisters to have a quarrel because of me." Chu Fei took advantage of the situation and showed a sad yet affectionate look to Jiang Yunqi. "Good sisters, you should share one quilt." Jiang Yunqi nodded and said, "Chu Fei, I understand your feelings. I was indeed overthinking tonight. I sincerely apologize to you." Just a verbal apology. Chu Fei returned to his carefree attitude and wiped Jiang Yunqi's mouth. How could Jiang Yunqi not know how weird Chu Fei's words were? But she won't. Just when Jiang Yunqi was daydreaming, suddenly, the phone rang. It was Roman calling. Jiang Yunqi quickly picked up the phone and heard Roman's anxious voice. "Chichi, where are you? Something happened to Guanguan. Hurry up and bring Chu Fei over here." Chapter 30. The Leshan giant Buddha stands up for you to sit on. What happened? Jiang Yunqi asked nervously. Just now a man ran over and tried to take Guanguan away. Guanguan slapped the man, and then the man overturned our table. Roman said halfway through his sentence. There was a crackling sound coming from the phone. Then nothing was heard. Jiang Yunqi quickly pulled Chu Fei to the hall. By this time the music had stopped and both sides had already started fighting. There were quite a few onlookers. But rather than calling it a fight, it was more like a one-sided crushing. Jiang Yangrong and other second-generation rich guys just wanted to show off in front of the beautiful girl, but before they could show off, they were wiped out. The young man who was stepping on Jiang Yangrong's head spat on his head. "How dare you, a piece of trash like you, fight with me?" Jiang Yangrong shouted with a convinced look on his face. "Just wait, the big brother Long who is here is my friend. I will make him kill you later." When the young man heard this, he grabbed Jiang Yangrong's head and slapped him again. "Come on, call him over and see if he dares to kill me." In fact, there is no need for Jiang Yangrong to call. If a fight breaks out in a bar, it's natural for the person who's on duty to be there and maintain order. Soon, Brother Long, as Jiang Yangrong mentioned, arrived at the scene with a group of security guards. The onlookers were asked to leave first, but Chu Fei and others were left behind. When he saw Brother Long, Jiang Yangrong immediately started shouting loudly as if he had seen his biological father. "Brother Long, please help me kill this bastard." The other rich second generations who were beaten up all breathed a sigh of relief when they saw Brother Long arrive. They often come here to consume and occasionally come into conflict with some social people. But Brother Long will usually stand by them unconditionally and help them solve their problems. So this time, he also thought that this was the right thing to do. However, what was unexpected was that as soon as Brother Long saw the young man, he immediately bent down and apologized. "Mr. Huang, what's going on? Why are you so angry?" The young man called Huang Shao sneered at Brother Long. Without saying a word, Brother Long walked up and kicked Jiang Yangrong hard. "You dare to mess with young Master Huang? Are you going to die?" Jiang Yangrong obviously didn't expect this. Brother Long, who usually treats them as a brother, actually hit himself at this moment. He originally wanted to take this opportunity to let Brother Long deal with Chu Fei, but he ended up getting beaten first. He looked confused and said, "Brother Long, why did you hit me? Aren't we friends?" "Who is your friend?" Brother Long angrily shouted, "Open your eyes and see. This is Huang Guojia from the Huang Group. Is he someone you, an outsider, dare to offend?" Jiang Yangrong and his group are not locals, but he also knew how powerful the Huang Group was locally. Huang Guojia's notoriety is well known, and many female college students in their school have fallen victim to his murderous deeds. So when they heard that they had offended the local bully, they immediately looked sad. "I didn't know he was Huang Guojia. Brother Long, for the sake of our friendship, please help me beg for mercy." Brother Long ignored Jiang Yangrong and said to Huang Guojia, "Mr. Huang, leave it to me how you want to deal with them." Huang Guojia lit a cigarette and said angrily, "Then break their legs." "Okay." Brother Long replied and ordered his men to go over and tie up those rich second generations. Jiang Yangrong and others were so scared that they started crying and begging for mercy. Seeing this, Jiang Yunqi glanced at Chu Fei who was gloating beside him and said, Aren't you going to help?" "What help? Aren't we already in the upper hand?" Chu Fei asked doubtfully. This kid thought he was going to help Huang Guojia. Jiang Yunqi said helplessly, "It's Jiang Yangrong and the others. Their legs are about to be broken." "It's pretty good. I was able to get a disability certificate, and I'll get discounts on internet traffic in the future." Chu Fei added insult to injury. Chuya stood on the moral high ground and said, "Are you still a man? Why don't you go up to help them now? You just watch them get their legs broken. Why don't you go to the doctor if you are sick?" Chu Fei looked at Chuya seriously and said, I'm asking you, your name is, what's your name? Forget it, I can't remember your name, you saint. Jiang Yangrong has been against me from the very beginning. Chu Fei hoped that he would be beaten to death, so why would he go to save him? Not joining Huang Guojie in beating him up was already giving face to Jiang Yunqi and the others. Chu Iya was speechless and could only sneer, I think you are just scared, you coward. In the end, he hadn't finished speaking yet. She was pushed out by Chu Fei and came directly in front of Huang Guojie. You are so awesome. The Leshan giant Buddha will stand up and let you sit on it. Huang Guojie said coldly, why, do you want to speak for him? Him? Who is he? I don't even know him. Just keep going. After Chu Iya shouted, she ran away without even daring to look back, leaving Jiang Yunqi and others behind. Huang Guojie ignored her and just gave her a look. Brother Long immediately took the baseball bat, came to Jiang Yangrong and held it high. Jiang Yangrong's kneecap was about to be broken. Guanwei finally couldn't help but yelled, that's enough, Huang Guojie, there's no need to make such a scene. Although Guanwei really hates Jiang Yangrong. But after all, the other party had a conflict with Huang Guojie because of her. She didn't want the other person to become a disabled person because of this. Guanwei, for our sake, you can spare them. Huang Guojie looked at Guanwei greedily and said, kneel down and beg me first, and serve me well tonight. Maybe I will let them go if I am happy. Hearing this, Jiang Yangrong immediately cried out, Guanwei, kneel down quickly. This is all your fault. You are the one who made me offend young Master Huang. Why are you still standing there? The other three followers also shouted tremblingly. That's right, Guanwei, please beg Master Huang for help. It's not like you'll lose a piece of meat. Mr. Huang, we really didn't know she was your woman, otherwise we would never have taken the initiative to do this. I don't want to become a cripple. Guanwei, haven't you harmed us enough? Seeing them so spineless, Jiang Yunqi suddenly felt that Chu Fei's decision was correct. They are not worth saving at all. Guanwei clenched her fist and said, Huang Guojie, you humiliate me like this, aren't you afraid that our Guan family will be destroyed by you? Guan Saijuan is dead. What can you orphans and widows do to me? Huang Guojie said disdainfully, also, don't forget, the Ouyang family has been destroyed, and the project you cooperated with them has also failed. Now, apart from our Huang family, who can save your Guan family? If you insist on giving me face, even if I beat you, the Guan family will still be grateful to me. The Ouyang family and the Guan family had a cooperative relationship, but the Ouyang family was destroyed by Chu Fei yesterday. This led to the Guan family being implicated and problems with their funding chain. And this is also the main reason why Huang Guojie dared to bully Guanwei like this. Guanwei was so angry that she was shaking all over, but there was nothing she could do. Huang Guojie has followed me here tonight and he will definitely not let me go. Even if she refused, Huang Guojie would take her away by force, and she had no right to resist. Have you thought it through? My Miss Guan. Huang Guojie said smugly, with an expression that he was sure of defeating Guanwei, either kneel down now, or watch them break their legs. Of course, no matter which one you choose, I will definitely make you ecstasy tonight. Guanwei couldn't stand it any longer and finally cursed, go fuck your mother. You asked for this, bitch. Huang Guojie cursed loudly, then raised his hand to slap Guanwei. Chapter 31 I'm invincible. You can do whatever you want. Guanwei closed her eyes and accepted her fate. She knew no one would come to save her. Even Chu Fei would not offend the Huang family for his own sake, because the Huang family's power is too great. However, at this critical moment, someone stepped forward and grabbed Huang Guojie's hand which was about to fall. Guanwei opened her eyes. Then she saw Chu Fei standing in front of her. If you dare to touch her, I'll chop off your hand. Chu Fei put away his usual nonchalant look and looked at Huang Guojie with murderous intent on his face. Huang Guojie met his gaze and actually became a little panicked. But he soon realized that he was the eldest son of the Huang family, so there was no need to be afraid of this bastard. You bastard, you dare to scare me, I think you are dying. Huang Guojie glared at Chu Fei and said, believe me or not, you will die here. I don't believe it. Chu Fei replied. Huang Guojie frowned and said, Bang. Chu Fei slapped Huang Guojie on the shoulder. The powerful force made him kneel on the ground, and the floor even cracked instantly. Huang Guojie only felt that his knees seemed to be broken. He grimaced in pain and looked up at Chu Fei with a look of surprise and anger. Chu Fei just said expressionlessly, come on, say another one for me to hear. Huang Guojie had never been treated like this before, and at this moment he felt the fear of death, as if Chu Fei was going to crush his head in the next second. This forced him to shout, "Master Tan, why are you still standing there? Help me kill this guy." As soon as I heard the name Master Tan, Guan Yai's expression changed. Others didn't know, but as a member of the Guan family, how could she not know who Grandmaster Tan was? He is a famous master in Longcheng and also Huang Guojie's personal bodyguard. "Chu Fei, hurry up and leave. You are no match for Tan Yingyao." Guan Yai quickly shouted to Chu Fei. But the next second, an old man appeared from nowhere. Then he punched Chu Fei and said, "Mountain-breaking fist." Tan Yingyao used all his strength in this punch. He was confident that he could send Chu Fei to death with just one punch. As a result, Chu Fei grabbed his fist and kicked him directly in the face. Tan Yingyao, who was known as the master, flew backwards like a kite with a broken string and got stuck in the wall of the bar, unable to get out. If you want to use your best move, then use your best move. Why are you shouting so loudly? Chu Fei looked at Tan Yingyao with disdain. If I didn't want to leave bad memories for Guan Yai and Jiang Yunqi. These two people probably went to rush to GPD for the King of Hell a long time ago. Hearing Chu Fei's words, Tan Yingyao widened his eyes and wanted to say something. But as soon as he opened his mouth, all his yellow teeth fell out. He quickly covered his mouth and fell to the ground pretending to be dead. Chu Fei was too lazy to pay attention to him, but looked at Guan Yai and asked, "What did you just say?" Guan Yai said in disbelief, "No, it's okay." Jiang Yunqi and Roman glanced at each other and shouted in their hearts, "Ah, he is so handsome." As for Brother Long and the others, they were completely stunned. With Chu Fei's skills, they would only be cannon fodder if they rushed forward. Especially Huang Guojie, now he just feels like he is dreaming. Tan Yingyao, who was invincible in his mind, was killed instantly by Chu Fei in one move. He didn't even have time to shout out the second line. "I'll give you a suggestion." Chu Fei squatted in front of Huang Guojie, pulled over a box of empty wine bottles, and smashed them on Huang Guojie's head again and again. Life is full of surprises. For example, you think I'm really going to give you a suggestion. But actually, I just want to hit you while talking. This will make me look handsome. Bang! 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 After smashing a box of wine bottles, Huang Guojie fainted. Facing the looks from everyone, Chu Fei said helplessly, "It's another day that everyone is paying attention to. Damn, I have this irresistible charm." Then Chu Fei clapped his hands and slowly walked to Jiang Yangrong and others. "Chu Fei, are you here to save me?" Jiang Yangrong looked at Chu Fei with a touched expression, thinking that this man was really generous. As a result, Chu Fei just took out a box of condoms from his pocket and then whispered like a devil, "I'll use the condom you bought tonight so you can feel somewhat involved." Ah! Before Jiang Yangrong could come to his senses, Chu Fei stood up and shouted to the frightened Long Ji, "Keep going. I didn't say pause. Keep playing the music. Keep dancing." "Oh, I see." Brother Long didn't dare to disobey Chu Fei, so he picked up a baseball bat and hit Jiang Yangrong and the others. Chu Fei ignored the screams behind him and left the bar with Jiang Yunqi and the other two girls. A real man never looks back at the explosion. After arriving outside the bar, Guan Yai couldn't help but said, "If you hit Huang Guojie, the Huang family will not let you go." "This is easy. I can just destroy the Huang family." Chu Fei looked indifferent. "Can't solve the problem. Then get rid of the person who caused the problem. Although this is a bit violent, it's fun." Guan Yai sighed helplessly and said, "The Huang family is one of the largest families in Longcheng. Even our Guan family can't afford to offend them. What can you use to fight them?" "Power. No one can resist absolute power. If anyone can, it must be because you are too weak." Chu Fei said calmly, "Why are you so confident?" "Possessing overwhelming strength. To sum it up, I'm invincible. You can do whatever you want." Guan Yai wanted to say something, but Jiang Yunqi interrupted and said, Okay, Guan, Chu Fei is the one who cleaned your ass anyway. Shouldn't you say thank you to him?" "Is he wiping his ass?" "He is wiping shit." Although she thought so in her heart, Guan Yai also knew that if Chu Fei was not here today, she would probably be taken away by Huang Guojie, and the consequences can be imagined. Thinking of this, Guan Yai said to Chu Fei sincerely, "Thank you, Chu Fei." At this moment, Chu Fei's face suddenly turned pale. "Chu Fei, what's wrong with you? Are you hurt?" Guan Yai asked hurriedly with concern. Chu Fei swayed and fell to Jiang Yunqi's chest, saying, "Yes, I used all my strength in that punch just now, and I am a little weak now." "What should we do then?" Jiang Yunqi asked worriedly. Chu Fei said seriously, "It's okay, just find a place to sit do until dawn." Then shall I take you home? Guan Yi asked. Chu Fei shook his head and said, I'm an orphan. Where can I find a home? Is there no place to rest? Is there any air conditioning? Jiang Yunqi looked around. What a coincidence. There happens to be a couple hotel next to the bar. So she asked, how about we go somewhere and get a room so you can rest for a while? This is the only way. Chu Fei pretended to be helpless. It was time to book a room. Then secretly give some money to the front desk clerk. In this case, there must be only one room left. I am really smart. Guan Yi also had no doubt about him, thinking that Chu Fei was injured for her, so she also said, then I will go too. Only Roman remained sober and said, why do I feel like this is all his tricks? Upon hearing this, Chu Fei immediately started coughing violently. Guan Yi said dissatisfiedly, he is an orphan, and you still say that to him. Yeah, that's too much. He's so weak now, what else can he do to us? Jiang Yunqi also said coldly, don't judge others by your own standards, okay? Roman was speechless. It's hard to persuade that damn ghost with kind words. As for Chu Fei, the corners of his mouth were secretly rising. But before they could help Chu Fei to the hotel, a Maybach stopped right in front of them, blocking their way. Chapter 32, transformed into Shura and blew up the whole audience. When I saw this Maybach, Guan Yi thought that it was Huang Guijie's men who came to seek revenge. What happened is that the two people who got off the car were so beautiful that they couldn't take their eyes off them. Meng Ziyi, wearing a blue stepmother dress, is extremely charming, with the outline of her breasts faintly visible, her waist slender, and her round buttocks firm and perky. Different from the sexy and hot Meng Ziyi. Shen Miaoyu looked much more dignified in her yellow battle robe, with a belt of the same color tied around her waist, which not only highlighted her graceful waist but also made her look more elegant. The two women have their own unique styles of dress and temperament, but there is no doubt that they both make men look special. In fact, not to mention the men, even Guan Yi and Jiang Yunqi were a little stunned. Although they are also beauties, compared with them, their only advantage is their youth. As for Roman, he was completely reduced to dust in seconds. We are not opponents of the same level at all. She even had the illusion that why I was here. See them coming over. Jiang Yunqi grabbed Chu Fei nervously, as if she was afraid that they would snatch him away. Although Guan Yi appeared calm on the surface, she was inexplicably nervous inside. Women's social intuition is very accurate. As soon as these two women arrived, they stared at Chu Fei. They must be coming for Chu Fei. Meng Ziyi stood in front of Chu Fei, glanced at the three women, and then spoke in a fierce and aggressive manner. Man, are you planning to have a group sex? How about adding me? Roman took a step back first, saying that she was just passing by and enjoying the show. Shen Miaoyu stood behind Meng Ziyi and said sarcastically, you are quite efficient. You hooked up with so many girls in one night. Chu Fei. Who are they? Jiang Yunqi asked somewhat unhappily. Guan Yi crossed her arms and said, explain it. Chu Fei did not panic, but said slowly, who are you? When these words were spoken, the four women present were stunned. Meng Ziyi was even more anxious and said, junior brother, I am your third sister, you won't forget me, right? Have you lost your memory? Boss Meng, calm down. He is trying to change the subject on purpose. Shen Miaoyu said soberly. Chu Fei sighed and said, it's not a good thing for a woman to be too smart. So do you know them or not? Jiang Yunqi said, losing his patience. I wanted to pretend I didn't know you. Chu Fei shrugged, spread his hands and said, I failed. How embarrassing. His integrity. Leaving them all speechless. Roman said that this guy really dares to speak his mind, and the key is that he is quite sincere. No, why are you two here to join in the fun? Chu Fei took the initiative and said dissatisfiedly, aren't you here to make trouble for me? I didn't want to come, but President Meng insisted on coming. Shen Miaoyu directly put the blame on Meng Ziyi. Meng Ziyi said, man, don't be ungrateful. I came out to look for you because I saw you didn't go home so late. Didn't I tell you I wasn't going back tonight? Chu Fei was very angry and said, how can I explain to them if you do this? They will definitely think that I am a scumbag who plays with other people's feelings and is being ambiguous with you. After being tricked by Chu Fei, Jiang Yunqi said weakly, isn't it? What are you talking about? What are you talking about? Chu Fei looked at Jiang Yunqi and said, she is my senior sister, dear sister, what can happen between me and her? Why are you so dirty? Is there no pure friendship between men and women? Ah. What about her? Guan Yi pointed at Shen Miaoyu and asked. Chu Fei deliberately said, she is my woman, okay. Shen Miaoyu quickly distanced herself from the matter and said, "No, I'm just here to accompany Mr. Meng." Chu Fei knew that she would not admit it, so he took this opportunity to get angry. "Did you hear that? She is my senior sister's best friend. You can't suspect that there is an improper relationship between us just because she is pretty. You are really unreasonable. If I meet a female dog on the road, you will think that I have some secret relationship with it. I, Chu Fei, am an upright person. How could I be so despicable in your eyes?" Hearing this, Guan Yue also thought that she had misunderstood Chu Fei. Seeing Chu Fei so angry, he quickly said, "That's not what I meant, I'm just curious." As for Shen Miaoyu, she looked aggrieved. Chu Fei said this. She always feels like she's been praised but not completely praised, and scolded but not pointedly. Forget it, why should I explain so much to you? Chu Fei snorted coldly and said, "You are not my girlfriends. Even if they really have an affair with me, it has nothing to do with you, right?" Although what he said sounded unpleasant, but if you think about it carefully, it sounds even worse. But it is indeed the truth, and this is also Chu Fei's confidence. Shura field? I will transform into Shira and blow up the whole place. You are right. I did cross the line. Guan Yue was convinced by Chu Fei. Jiang Yunqi also immediately shouted to Meng Zia, "Third senior sister, I am Jiang Yunqi, you should know me, right?" Meng Zi originally thought Chu Fei was out for one night stand. That's why he asked Shen Miaoyu to help him sabotage. But as soon as I heard the name Jiang Yunqi, I knew that she was Chu Fei's fiancée, and I also knew that Chu Fei contacted Jiang Yunqi in order to change his fate. This made her feel a little embarrassed, and she said, "I thought he was out fooling around, but I didn't expect he was with you. If I had known, I wouldn't have come." Meng Zi's words meant that the crisis was finally resolved. Only Shen Miaoyu stood there in a daze. "Isn't it that you all can't hear it? He is pooing you guys. He is in EXO, you guys E is silent." The crisis in the Shura field ended with Chu Fei's magical operation. This made Secretary Jin in the car stunned. She thought that even the melodramatic dramas at 8 o'clock were not as exciting as this one. You understand, KFC. Because Shen Miaoyu and Meng Zi were both present. Chu Fei also lost the reason to stay, but there was still a long time to go and there was no need to rush. After sending Jiang Yunqi and the others to a hotel, Chu Fei reluctantly followed Meng Zi and the others and left. After returning home, Meng Zia said to Shen Miaoyu, "I have to go back to the capital to deal with some things in the next few days. The Wanli City project will be handed over to you. Have you decided to cooperate with the local family?" "I want to cooperate with the Shen family." Shen Miaoyu looked at Chu Fei somewhat embarrassedly and asked, "What do you think?" Although she left the Shen family, how could she not have feelings for that family after so many years? So with such a good project, I naturally want to help my family. After all, they are still your family. Chu Fei also knew this, and he replied, "I think you are an idiot, but it doesn't matter. But there is one thing, you can't tell the Shen family that you helped them." "Why?" Shen Miaoyu asked in confusion. Chu Fei said angrily, "You are such an idiot. Do you even need to ask this? Of course, I want you to see their true colors. Otherwise, how can I let you give up?" Meng Zi immediately understood what Chu Fei meant, and she gave an order to Secretary Jin. "Then let's start building momentum. When we announce the establishment of the Chu Group in a week, we will also announce our partners." After finishing the business, Chu Fei returned to the room. Looking at the black box that was still motionless, I thought maybe it was time to give it a try. At the same time, inside Longcheng Hotel, Shen Linglong was being pinned down by a young man and was being beaten madly. Meng Xiao, don't stop. Chapter 33, Only Children Make Choices. Tonight's class reunion went very smoothly for Shen Linglong. Not only did she successfully hook up with Meng Xinghe, the young master of the Meng family, but she also established a relationship with him. If she had known that the young master of the Meng family would be so easily deceived, why would she have snatched Ouyang Ju? The Ouyang family is not as fragrant as the Meng family. The only drawback is that Meng Xinghe's strength is average. When Shen Linglong thought it was just about to begin, Meng Xinghe said it was over. Even so, he still had the nerve to ask with a shameless face, "How about it, am I awesome?" This is difficult to comment. However, Shen Linglong could only cooperate and said, "Of course, Master Meng, you are too fierce." Meng Xinghe lit a cigarette, feeling very happy and extremely satisfied with his performance. Shen Linglong thought to herself, "That's because I have good acting skills." But seeing Meng Xinghe so happy, Shen Linglong took the opportunity to say, "Mr. Meng, this is my first time. You have to be responsible for me." Holy shit, first time. I don't know how many times I've made up for this. But Meng Xinghe believed it to be true. He said to Shen Linglong, "Don't worry, Linglong, I will definitely treat you well in the future." "You're the one who said that." Shen Linglong got into Meng Xinghe's arms and said coquettishly, "By the way, Mr. Meng, there is something I want to ask you." So Shen Linglong told Meng Xinghe about the Shen family's crisis, including their desire to cooperate with the Meng family. After Meng Xinghe listened, he pretended to be relaxed on the surface, but he was actually troubled inside. Among the 3 siblings of the Meng family, the eldest sister Meng Zi is like a female demon sword that dominates the business world and has made the greatest contribution to the Meng family. The second brother Meng Kevin is not much behind. Although his momentum is not as good as his eldest sister, he is still the family's top priority heir. As for him, he is a complete playboy who, relying on his mother's favor, only knows how to seek pleasure. But I saw the beauty in my arms looking at me with such anticipation. Meng Xinghe had no choice but to bite the bullet and call Meng Zi. Since Meng Zi had discussed this with Shen Miaoyu beforehand, he agreed immediately upon hearing Meng Xinghe's request. Meng Xinghe was overjoyed and kept flattering her. But before he could even begin to flatter her, Meng Zi hung up the phone. Nailed it. Meng Xinghe didn't think much about it, but said to Shen Linglong, "My eldest sister said that she plans to set up a Chu group locally to replace the Ouyang family. When the establishment is announced a week later, it will also be announced that your Shen family will become their partner." Shen Linglong was very happy, but still couldn't help asking, "What the hell is this Chu group? It seems that there is no family with the surname Chu in Longcheng that your Meng family would be interested in." "Who knows? But my elder sister must have her own reasons for doing this." How could Meng Xinghe understand these? Now he just wanted to score twice, so he pulled Shen Linglong to continue. Shen Linglong pretended to be shy and said, "Mr. Meng, you are so bad, I like it so much." While cooperating with Meng Xinghe in the performance, Shen Linglong thought that no matter what the background of the Chu group was, as long as it could cooperate with the Meng family, it would be fine. In this way, not only will the crisis of their Shen family be resolved, but they will also be able to soar to success. When that time comes, let us see what capital you, Shen Miaoyu, will still have to jump around in front of me. And that annoying Chu Fei, I will make you pay the price. Just thinking about this. Meng Xinghe's voice came from me again. Exquisite. Ah, is it over again? No, I'm taking a break. How about forgetting it? Same hotel. In room 302. Jiang Yunqi and the other 2 girls had just finished removing their makeup and were lying on the bed chatting. What happened tonight was unforgettable for them. Especially with the appearance of Chu Fei, they all had a lot of fun. The topic naturally revolved around Chu Fei. As for Jiang Yangrong and Chu Ye, no one mentioned them at all. Or what about the saying a dog licks a dog, but in the end he has nothing? But as we chatted, the atmosphere became a little weird. Especially when Jiang Yunqi asked Guanwei seriously whether she liked Chu Fei. Roman was a little nervous, afraid that the sisters would start fighting over a man. Guanwei seemed to have expected Jiang Yunqi to ask this question. After all, with her personality, she couldn't think of a more sophisticated way of asking. She did not deny anything, but told the truth. I have a good impression of him. After all, he saved me. What about you? I think he is different from any boy I have ever met. Jiang Yunqi told the truth. So now I want to ask him who he likes more between us. Roman. Good guy. I even gave you a reason to chat with him privately. Jiang Yunqi does what he thinks. He picked up his phone and sent a WeChat message to Chu Fei. Guanwei also came over, obviously wanting to know how Chu Fei would answer this question. Chu Fei, who do you like more, me or Guan? I like them all. Ah, how can you do this? No, you can only choose one. Only children make choices. Adults of course want everything. Roman thought this guy was a little greedy. The 2 women should be furious at this time. But instead of getting angry, their expressions became somewhat ambiguous. This made Roman couldn't help but ask, "You 2 wouldn't fall in love with a man so bloody, right? How is that possible? I just have a good impression of him, but I can't say I like him." Jiang Yunqi retorted immediately. Guanwei also said, "I am not such a superficial woman. Who would like that kind of central air conditioning?" That's right, Guan. We absolutely cannot let ourselves become enemies because of a stinky man. No, in my heart, Chichi, you are more important than any other man. Seeing them like this, Roman finally breathed a sigh of relief. But the result is, Jiang Yunqi secretly sent another message to Chu Fei. Tomorrow is the weekend. Do you want to take me out to play? I'm going to find another fiancé tomorrow and won't have time to take you away. Chu Fei replied. Jiang Yunqi made an annoyed expression and said, when are you going to come and sneak away with me? It depends on your performance. Chu Fei began to tug at an emotional tussle. Jiang Yunqi seemed to be getting happier and happier as she chatted with them behind their backs. Guan Huai suddenly realized one thing, that is, she did not have Chu Fei as a friend on WeChat. So she pretended not to care and said, Chichi, please send me Chu Fei's WeChat. I want to thank him. Ah, why didn't you tell me earlier? I have deleted him. Jiang Yunqi lied with his eyes open. Really? Then who were you chatting with so happily? Talk to my dad, don't you believe me, Guan? Why would I keep a scumbag like that? Guan Huai said with a wry smile, I believe you, but you're a ghost. Look at them, they are like fake sisters. Roman could only say helplessly, don't be too outrageous, you too. Guan Huai was a little disappointed because she didn't have Chu Fei's WeChat. I wonder when I will meet him again. After all, given this situation, Jiang Yunqi will definitely not bring me with her when she meets Chu Fei next time. Result. The next day, after parting with Jiang Yunqi and the others, she met Chu Fei right at the door of her house. Chu Fei came to find his second fiancé and test the black box. The reason why he appeared at Guan Huai's door. Could it be that she has something to do with these two things? Chapter 34. Madam, I still like you more. In the morning, Meng Zia took a private plane back to the imperial capital. Chu Fei originally wanted to take advantage of third senior sister's absence to finish what he and Shen Miaoyu had not done last time. It's a pity that Shen Miaoyu saw through Chu Fei's thoughts and went with Secretary Jin to deal with the Chu Group's affairs early in the morning, leaving Chu Fei, the hands-off boss, alone in the cold villa. Fortunately, Chu Fei had decided last night to meet his second fiancée today, which is why he appeared here. Among the 7 marriage certificates, 3 fiancés were in Longcheng, which was why Meng Zi asked Chu Fei to meet him in Longcheng. Except for Jiang Yunqi, the information of the other 2 fiancés was not very detailed, mainly because Meng Zia deliberately did not help him investigate it clearly. So Chu Fei only knew that his second fiancée's name was Song Yalan and that she lived here, but he knew nothing about her appearance or age. But this is better, as it leaves a lot of room for imagination. You never know how unexpected your next fiancé will be, whether she is a queen or a young loli, mature or pure. It's just like opening a blind box. It's exciting just thinking about it. And if I could get what I want with my fiancé today, maybe it can verify Chu Fei's guess about the black box. The conditions for opening it may be related to changing your fate. Chu Fei thought about all this and couldn't wait to ring the doorbell. But at this moment, someone called his name from behind. When Chu Fei turned around, he saw Guan Huai with a look of surprise on her face. Guan Huai did not go home last night, so she was still wearing that seductive black miniskirt. Since she has removed her makeup, she doesn't look as cool as she did last night, but her facial features are still impeccable. It's true that a beauty is still a beauty even without makeup. The most important thing is that her body proportions are almost perfect, and her pair of long white legs are crystal clear in the sun. This reminded Chu Fei of Jiang Yunqi's words, her legs are longer than her life. Before Chu Fei could react, Guan Huai came forward and asked curiously, why are you here? Did you come to see me on purpose? No, I'm here to look for someone else. Chu Fei said truthfully. Guan Huai chuckled and said, still pretending. You clearly wanted to ring the doorbell just now, and you said you weren't here to see me. Ah, do you live here too? Chu Fei asked in surprise. My second fiancé lives with Guan Huai. Are they sisters? This is impossible. One is Guan and the other is Song. They are not the same surname. They should be cousins or besties. That would be quite exciting. Yes, this is my home, but how did you know I live here? Before Chu Fei could reply, Guan Huai started talking to herself in dissatisfaction. Chichi must have told you. She even lied to me and said she deleted you. I knew she was lying. By the way, let's add each other on WeChat. Chu Fei saw that her breasts were big, but not huge. After taking out the QR code and letting Guan Huai scan it, Guan Huai added it. While taking screenshots to show off to Jiang Yunqi, she said, Chichi, how could you just casually reveal my home address to you? If so, I won't be safe when I go home in the future. If the bootlickers of Longcheng University saw Guan Huai like this, they would be shocked. I can't help but even ask sister, where is your cool and aloof personality? In fact, it's still the same old saying, there is no such thing as being cold, it's just that others are not warming you. You think too much. Chu Fei appropriately suppressed Guan Huai's self-confidence and said, I'm not here to see you, I'm here to see Song Yalan. Guan Huai thought she had misheard and asked again, who did you say you were looking for? Song Yalan, do you know her? That's my mother. Do you think I recognize her? Chu Fei first exclaimed ah, then frowned, feeling like he was being tricked by his beautiful master. Your mother is Song Yalan, so she must be in her 40s this year, right? My mother was relatively young when she gave birth to me. She's only less than 36 years old now. Chu Fei didn't expect that San Shilyu was also an old woman. Wasn't the beautiful master teasing me? He immediately made the second best choice and said, well, I actually came here to see you. Let's find a place to talk about life. The words haven't tea been finished yet. Then I saw a woman with stunning appearance and elegant temperament opening the door. Her long black hair was carefully tied up behind her head with a wooden hairpin. Her facial features were somewhat similar to Guan Wei's, but with a touch of mature charm, just like a mature Guan Wei. She was wearing a dark green short-sleeve kyongsam, which was tailored to fit her body with smooth lines, perfectly outlining her figure. As soon as Chu Fei saw this beautiful young woman, he had only one thought in his mind. I think the wife is still charming. Suddenly, I understood Cao Cao. Guan Wei called out Mom somewhat awkwardly. Song Yalan frowned, especially when she saw Guan Wei and Chu Fei standing together. She became even more dissatisfied. She asked Guan Wei, you didn't come home last night. Did you hang out with this guy? Mom, you misunderstood. He and I are not in that kind of relationship. Guan Wei knew that her mother would misunderstand her, so she quickly explained. And he's here to see you. What do you want me for? Song Yalan was a little confused and wondered if this boy was here to meet his mother-in-law. Chu Fei blurted out, of course, it's to find you, my wife, to do what you do when you make love. Ah. No, I mean, you are Song Yalan. Song Yalan said dissatisfiedly, what's wrong with you, young man? Do you call your elders by their names when you see them? You can't blame me, sister. You look too young. I thought you were Guan Wei's sister. Chu Fei said with a smile. Although she was praised for her youth, Song Yalan was not happy at all. This is the boyfriend you found, slick and unreliable at first glance. Mom, I told you, he's not my boyfriend. Guan Wei said helplessly, how many times do I have to tell you before you understand? But this sentence has just been said. Guan Wei glanced at Chu Fei cautiously, fearing that he would be angry because of this. However, this guy's attention was all on Song Yalan. I don't care what Guan Wei said at all. She's not your boyfriend, so why did you bring her home? Song Yalan asked back. Chu Fei said seriously, I'm here to join you. Chu Fei, you. Guan Wei looked at Chu Fei in surprise. This guy is not going to confess in front of his mother, right? Should I agree to it or not? Song Yalan became even more angry and said, you are still quibbling. He himself admitted it. Before she could finish her words, Chu Fei grabbed Song Yalan's arm. Madam, I really still like you more. Hey. Ah. Guan Wei felt that her three views were overturned. It was the first time I saw someone of my age confess his love to his mother, and in front of me. Song Yalan was also confused by Chu Fei. After she came to her senses, she shook off Chu Fei's hand. What are you talking about? I'm old enough to be your mother. I prefer mature roses to green lemons. Age cannot stop our story. No, bastard, are you serious? Guan Wei said angrily. Chu Fei said dissatisfiedly, how do you talk to your stepfather? That's enough. Song Yalan looked at Chu Fei and said, I don't know what you want to do, but I don't want to see you again. Get out of my sight now. If you say that, I'll be excited. Chu Fei took out the marriage certificate and grinned at Song Yalan. Madam, you don't want your daughter to know about this, do you? Chapter 35 I'm robbing now. Looking at the marriage certificate that Chu Fei took out, the memory of Song Yalan's death suddenly attacked her. She was engaged more than 20 years ago, but she didn't take it seriously. Until she became pregnant with Guan Wei and married into the Guan family, she completely forgot about this matter. I didn't expect it today. Someone actually came to my door with a marriage proposal, and the other person looked so young, which made her a little overwhelmed for a moment. But soon, she realized that this matter could not be spread. Especially, he must not let his daughter know, otherwise she would not know how to face all this. So when Chu Fei finished saying this, she pulled Chu Fei upstairs and warned Guan Wei not to eavesdrop. Song Yalan's sudden change of attitude made Guan Wei a little confused. I wondered what happened to my mom and why she was suddenly so nervous. Is there some unspeakable secret between her and Chu Fei? And what exactly does Chu Fei mean? You wouldn't really fall in love with your own mother, would you? Song Yalan took Chu Fei to a room on the second floor and immediately locked the door. Since Chu Fei was already here, He made the most of it and sat on the sofa carefree. He recalled the conversation between Huang Guojie and Guan Yue. Guan Saijuan should be Song Yalan's husband, but according to Huang Guojie, he is dead. In other words, the woman in front of him is not only a young woman, but also a widow. Damn, the buffs and attributes are all stacked. After Song Yalan locked the door, she walked up to Chu Fei and said, I didn't expect you to come to me with a marriage certificate. I didn't expect that you, madam, would be Guan Yue's mother. So you should know that you are late. I am already married and have a daughter. My daughter is almost the same age as you. There is no possibility between us. Song Yalan thought so. Chu Fei should give up when faced with difficulties. But Chu Fei shook his head and said, Your vision is too narrow, madam. You should expand your vision. What's the meaning? Madam, you are now at the age of being as vigorous as a wolf and a tiger. What's wrong with you eating a little tender grass of mine? I have no objection. Why do you have to limit yourself to worldly prejudices? From these words, Song Yalan could judge that this guy was most likely a troublemaker. Song Yalan said resolutely, But I don't want people to talk about me behind my back and let those rumors ruin my reputation, so let's just pretend that this engagement never happened. Chu Fei comforted her, Madam, you just need to be yourself and don't care about other people's gossip. If they scold you, just treat them as scolding dogs. Song Yalan, are all young people nowadays so comforting? Have you ever thought about yourself? Song Yalan could only say another way, You are at least 10 years younger than me. Aren't you afraid that others will laugh at and insult you behind your back? She hoped that the young man would take care of himself and not continue to be stubborn. There is absolutely no possibility between him and me. Who would have known? I don't care what people say about me behind my back, because I've also said a lot of things about myself. Chu Fei paused and added, Besides, they may not curse as harshly as I do. Good job. Song Yalan said directly, Wow. Other people can't tolerate anything, but he only tolerates oil and salt. No, what exactly do you want? Song Yalan said helplessly. Chu Fei said seriously, I like you because you are beautiful, you are coquettish, and you are a good young woman. These words are vivid and rhyming. GAI is here, and you will get half of the cake in the rap circle. Song Yalan really couldn't understand this young man's train of thought. She could only take out a check and said, As long as you are willing to cancel the engagement and pretend that this never happened, you can fill out this check as you like. It will be my compensation to you. Okay. Chu Fei nodded and quickly wrote a number on the check. Song Yalan immediately mocked. I thought you would think I was humiliating you, but I didn't expect you to cooperate. But come to think of it, a country bumpkin like you only has this much backbone. You can't just give up money for the sake of dignity, right? Is that reasonable? Chu Fei chuckled and handed the check to Song Yalan. You're wise enough, otherwise, 10 billion? Why don't you just go and rob it? Song Yalan wanted to continue mocking when she took the check, but when he saw the number on it, he started screaming. You really dare to fill it out? I'm just robbing now. Chu Fei laughed at first, then said aggrievedly, And madam, didn't you just say that it doesn't matter how much you fill in? You don't have no money, do you? No way. No one doesn't even have 10 billion, right? Song Yalan suppressed her anger. I want to at least maintain my composure. Then Chu Fei muttered again, Poor bastard. Now she was completely blown away. After Guan Saijuan's death, she is now the president of Guan Group, but she was called a poor bitch by the wild boy from the mountain. Isn't this putting the cart before the horse? She cursed at Chu Fei. 10 billion. Do you know how much that is? How do you say you are worth 10 billion, and even call me a poor bastard? Do you have it? I do. Chu Fei took out the supreme black card that Meng Zia gave him and said sincerely, So I can call you a poor bastard, right? Real money is always the surefire way. Song Yalan stood there in a daze, a little confused. Of course she didn't believe that there were 10 billion in the card, but Chu Fei scolded her so harshly that she had nothing to say. Soft ones want tea work. We have to use force. Song Yalan threatened directly. Chu Fei, don't force me, or I can do anything. Can you really do anything? Can you do love? Chu Fei asked excitedly. Song Yalan was confused again. Something whizzed by and left a tire mark on my face. After she reacted, Song Yalan realized that Chu Fei used her threat as an accelerator and drove the car openly. Just when Song Yalan wanted to curse, there were sounds of smashing and looting downstairs. Chu Fei was about to get up and go down to check, but was stopped by Song Yalan. You stay here and are not allowed to leave. After saying this, Song Yalan went downstairs. It seemed as if he had a premonition that someone was coming to cause trouble, so he didn't want Chu Fei to come along and cause trouble. As soon as she got downstairs, she saw 2 bodyguards in black grabbing her daughter Guan Yi and not letting her move. Guan Yi said unconvincedly, "You are trespassing. I will sue you." As soon as the words fell, an aggressive middle-aged man threw a cup from the coffee table and smashed it heavily next to Guan Yi as a threat. Seeing this, Song Yalan immediately shouted angrily, "Huang Dongcheng, this is my home. It is not your turn to come here and act wildly. Stop it." The middle-aged man called Huang Dongcheng just glanced at Song Yalan. He stood up and walked towards Guan Yi. He raised his arm with a nonchalant look on his face and said, "You stinky bitch, you don't know how to teach your daughter. I'll help you teach her." Chapter 36. There is not a single joke. I told you to stop, didn't you hear me? Seeing that the slap was about to fall, Song Yalan could no longer bear it and rushed forward to push Huang Dongcheng away. But Huang Dongcheng slapped her in the face and knocked her to the ground. Looking at Song Yalan, who was half sitting on the ground with her face covered, looking pitiful, Huang Dongcheng couldn't help but licking his lips. The dark green Kyeongsum is interpreting Song Yalan's charm from a special angle. The proud and tight upper body, the fleshy and elastic buttocks, and the beautiful legs in flesh-colored stockings. Du Wui was silently tempting Huang Dongcheng. What a wonderful mother and daughter. But compared to a young girl like Guan Yi, Huang Dongcheng obviously prefers a mature and beautiful young woman like Song Yalan. Noticed Huang Dongcheng's obscene look. How could Song Yalan not know what dirty things this man was thinking? She immediately stood up and said sternly, "Huang Dongcheng, what on earth do you want to do?" Huang Dongcheng lit a cigar and said, "Didn't I tell you on the phone that your daughter caused my son to be hospitalized? It's time to settle this account." Huang Guojie, who was beaten by Chu Fei last night, is Huang Dongcheng's son. That's why Huang Dongcheng came to Guan's house angrily to avenge his son. Song Yalan actually wanted to ask Guan Yi about this matter, but Chu Fei showed up halfway, causing her to not know the whole story. She could only look at Guan Yi and ask, "What is going on here?" It's his son who is a masochist. He deserves to be beaten. Guan Yi still refused to accept it. Seeing that Huang Dongcheng was about to get angry and attack the Lord again, Song Yalan quickly stood in front of Guan Yi and said, "Even if you want to seek justice for your son, you have to tell me what happened. Then I'll let you die knowingly." Huang Dongcheng snorted coldly and said, "My son said that it was a bastard named Chu Fei who helped her out. It was also that bastard who beat my son into the hospital. I want him to pay with blood with your Guan family." Chu Fei. Song Yalan obviously didn't know that Chu Fei was also involved. Seeing Huang Dongcheng coming aggressively, Song Yalan could only ask, "So if we hand over Chu Fei, will you let us go?" Chu Fei is upstairs now. As long as Huang Dongcheng is willing to let the mother and daughter go, she didn't mind handing Chu Fei over, and doing so would kill 2 birds with 1 stone for her. How could Guan Yi not understand the meaning behind her mother's words? She gritted her teeth and said, "Mom, we can't do this. Chu Fei beat Huang Guojie to save me. How can we?" "Just shut up." Song Yalan interrupted Guan Yi and continued to Huang Dongcheng, "The person who beat your son was Chu Fei, so as long as Chu Fei is handed over, there will be no problem between mother and son." Huang Dongcheng did not give a clear answer, but sneered, "Hand over that kid first." Huang Dongcheng has been coveting Song Yalan for a long time. In the past, when Guan Saijuan was around, he didn't dare to go too far. But now that Guan Saijuan is dead, the Guan family has lost its backbone. Coupled with the destruction of the Ouyang family, the Guan family faced a huge financial crisis. He doesn't take the Guan family seriously at all now. So he comes to bully the mother and daughter under the banner of revenge for his son. So even if Song Yalan handed over Chu Fei, Huang Dongcheng will not let the mother and daughter go either. Instead, they will use this as an excuse to demand compensation from the Guan family. As for what the compensation is, you know it with your ass. Song Yalan naturally also knew that her husband and the Ouyang family had been destroyed. Their Guan family is on the verge of collapse, and everyone wants to step in and take advantage of it, especially their archenemy, the Huang family. But she had no choice but to say, "He's on the 2nd floor, go catch him." Huang Dongcheng didn't expect that Chu Fei was hiding in Guan's house. The next glance passed by. 2 bodyguards in black walked towards the 2nd floor. "Mom." Seeing that Song Yalan had betrayed Chu Fei, Guan Yi immediately shouted towards the 2nd floor, "Chu Fei, hurry up." Before he could finish his words, Song Yalan covered his mouth and said, "It's better for him to die than for us to die." Just as Guan Yi was looking at her mother in disbelief, The two bodyguards who had just gone upstairs were thrown down from the building and fell headfirst to the ground and died in front of everyone. As the culprit, Chu Fei just stood by the stairs with a lazy posture and a tone full of undisguised contempt. I've been listening in the room for quite some time. You guys talk so much, but there wasn't a single joke. Guan Ya. Song Yalan. Huang Dongcheng ignored the two dead bodyguards and looked at Chu Fei and asked, "Are you Chu Fei?" "It's me, Furry." Chu Fei slowly walked in front of Huang Dongcheng with an expression that showed he didn't take the other person seriously at all. Huang Dongcheng was stunned for a moment, then angrily shouted, "My son was injured by you. I was the one who hit you. Is there anything wrong?" Chu Fei asked kindly. Huang Dongcheng obviously didn't expect him to be so direct. The speech that was originally prepared was suddenly held back. Feeling uncomfortable all over, he could only forcefully change the subject and said, "Do you know who I am? How dare you hit my son? Our Huang family is Dragon City." Chu Fei slapped him and said, "Did I ask you? You are such a fool, you don't know how to live or die." Huang Dongcheng took out the pistol from his waist and pointed it at Chu Fei's head. "Come on, give me a slap again and I won't believe that no matter how good you are at fighting, you can still use a gun. You better get down on your knees right now, or I'll shoot you." Chu Fei slapped him again with his backhand, the main point of which was that he must meet his request. Huang Dongcheng, who was slapped twice in a row, pulled the trigger immediately. Song Yalan and Guan Ya were both shocked. Even if Chu Fei was a master, he would not be able to dodge the gunfire at such a close distance. Bang! After a gunshot, Chu Fei, like the fire cloud evil god, clamped the bullet between his fingers. Huang Dongcheng was shocked and wanted to continue shooting, but he found that the gun in his hand was missing. "Where's my gun?" Huang Dongcheng is looking for things to rob all over the world. The next second, a gun was put to his head, and the person holding the gun was Chu Fei. Chu Fei waved the gun with a playful look on his face. "Are you looking for this?" Huang Dongcheng broke out in a cold sweat. He even suspected that this kid knew some kind of magic. "If I had known earlier, I should have invited all the experts hired at home. Last night, Grandmaster Tan told him that this boy was not easy to deal with, but he thought the other party was exaggerating. Now that he saw that Chu Fei was not even afraid of a gun, he realized that he had been careless. Of course, the most important thing is that he didn't expect to meet Chu Fei at Guan's house. Boy, this is an unfair victory." Huang Dongcheng shouted at Chu Fei, "Do you dare to let me make a phone call to get someone to help? Let's see who's the real deal." I thought this was a way to provoke someone. An arrogant person like Chu Fei would definitely agree. But I didn't expect this guy to play by the rules at all. He only replied with 2 words. "I don't dare." "Ah." Before Huang Dongcheng could react, Chu Fei pulled the trigger. The bullet instantly pierced through Huang Dongcheng's head, blood splattered, and he fell to the ground with his eyes open. When Song Yalan saw this scene, she shouted at Chu Fei in anger. "Oh my God! Do you know what you are doing? Do you want to kill us mother and son? You idiot!" Chapter 37 let us talk about our own affairs from now on. Your life is in my hands, and I'm still waiting for you to call for help? Do you think I'm stupid? But if it was someone else, they might really fall for Huang Dongcheng's provocation. But fortunately, Chu Fei is a man who listens to advice. Besides, he had already given the Huang family a chance last night. He didn't kill Huang Guojia on the spot, which was already giving face to the Huang family. "Not only did you become ungrateful to me, you even pointed a gun at me. Should good people be pointed at guns? If this ice and tea going too far, then what is? And this Song Yalan is also too much. I clearly saved her, but she has no idea of repaying my kindness. If it weren't for the fact that she was his fiancée and had big breasts, Chu Fei would have slapped her in the face. Mom, Chu Fei saved us. Why are you biting me like a dog?" Guan Ya, who had recovered from a shock, felt somewhat indignant for Chu Fei. Although she had never seen a dead person, she was much calmer than Song Yalan. She also knew that if Chu Fei did not take action today, then she and her daughter would not be able to escape Huang Dongcheng's clutches. "He saved us. He is actually harming us." Song Yalan pointed at Huang Dongcheng and said, "Huang Dongcheng died in our family. How can we explain this to the Huang family? The Huang family will definitely not let us go. If he really wanted to save us, he should have surrendered." Chu Fei looked at Song Yalan. I couldn't help but laugh. He discovered that people actually smile when they are speechless. "You still have the nerve to laugh. Do you know how much trouble you have caused us?" Song Yalan glared at Chu Fei, thinking that this boy was most likely here to defeat their Guan family. "How big?" Chu Fei drew a watermelon-sized circle with his hands, Is it this big? This sentence made Song Yalan blame. As weak as hitting cotton. She found that when she talked to this boy, she couldn't think like a normal person at all. This person is illogical. Mom, don't blame Chu Fei. Guan Yue said something fair. If he hadn't taken action, who knows what Huang Dongcheng would have done to us. Song Yalan is an idiot, but not a fool. In fact, she knew in her heart that even if Huang Dongcheng killed Chu Fei, he would not necessarily let her and her son go. But it's better than Chu Fei killing Huang Dongcheng directly. Someone has died, and the Huang family will definitely fight to the death. It's come to this. Forget it. Song Yalan sighed and said, "What are we going to do with these corpses? People are dead. These bodies can't be left here. This is easy." Chu Fei took out a small bottle, just like Doraemon took out a magical prop from his treasure bag. Longmingshan brand secret bone dissolving powder. It is a must-have product for destroying corpses and eradicating the roots of the disease. After, Chu Fei poured the bone dissolving powder on the bodies of the 3 people. After a while, the bodies of the 3 people began to rot. Finally, it evaporates completely, leaving no residue. See Chu Fei whistling. He was destroying the body with an air of ease. Song Yalan's cognition was about to collapse. Who on earth is this guy? After Chu Fei finished all this, he said to the stunned Song Yalan, "Any more questions?" Song Yalan was in a trance. Guan Yue raised her hand like a good student. "I have it. Who are you?" "Who could I be?" Chu Fei said seriously, "Of course I am a legal and law-abiding citizen. I will not do anything illegal." Song Yalan. Guan Yue. After hearing this, Luo Xiang said that you are a very cool guy. Do you want to commit a crime with Zhongshan? There were no bodies left. Song Yalan suddenly had an idea. A plan came to her mind. Guan Yue kept asking about the relationship between Chu Fei and Song Yalan. It was as if the deaths of Huang Dongcheng and others were not as important as this matter. Chu Fei looked at Song Yalan and said, "It's not good to hide this from a child. Why don't you just tell the truth?" This tone, this attitude. Guan Yue suddenly panicked. She was really afraid that her mother would say something like, "Your Uncle Chu and I are already together." Fortunately, Song Yalan interrupted Guan Yue's wild thoughts directly. She told the truth. "I am engaged to him, so nominally, I am his fiancé." "TSK, I'm so scared. It's just my fiancé, I thought." Guan Yue first breathed a sigh of relief, then realized something was wrong and said, "What did you say? You are engaged. The person I like becomes my stepfather? Yes, from now on, we will discuss our own affairs." Chu Fei chuckled and said, "I'll still call you Guan Guan, and you call me Dad." "What do you mean we should just talk about our own affairs? You still want to be my father? That's impossible." Guan Yue was extremely opposed to it. Chu Fei frowned and said, "Why is it impossible? I am a man, right?" Guan Yue nodded. "Your father is a man, right?" Guan Yue nodded again. Chu Fei said, "That's it, I'm your dad." Chu Fei looks young, but he is a good father. Guan Yue's logic was a little confused for a moment, but she quickly figured it out. She was dissatisfied and said, "Don't fool me. According to what you said, your mother is a woman, and I am also a woman, so I am equal to your mother. It's not impossible to be a mother." Chu Fei smiled and said, "I can help you. I love helping others the most." These words are quite explosive in the entire stepfather circle. Guan Yue could only give Chu Fei a blank look. Chu Fei turned around and was about to say something to Song Yalan. I saw Song Yalan inserting a syringe into her neck and injecting the liquid into it. Chu Fei widened his eyes and asked, "Where did you get this thing from?" "When you were talking to my daughter just now, I secretly hid it in the palm of my hand." Song Yalan pulled out the syringe expressionlessly. Chu Fei touched his neck and asked with a smile, "So what is this?" "The anesthetic I gave you is enough to stun an elephant." "TSK, I thought it was something else. You are too naive. Do you think anesthetics will work on an expert like me?" After saying this, Chu Fei fell backwards to the ground, foaming at the mouth, and fell unconscious. Seeing this, Guan Yue quickly asked, "Mom, what are you doing?" "I plan to notify the Huang family and ask them to come and pick them up." As Song Yalan replenished the anesthetic, she said calmly, "Only in this way can the Huang family not vent their anger on us. We have no choice. His survival will only be a problem for us." Guan Yue protected Chu Fei and said, "Do you think I will agree with you doing this?" "I know you won't." Song Yalan acted very quickly and injected the anesthetic into Guan Yue's neck in the same way. Guan Yue looked at her mother in shock, as if she had become a stranger. Then, she fell beside Chu Fei. Get some sleep. Song Yalan looked at her daughter and said, when you wake up, everything will be over. After leaving this sentence, Song Yalan called the head of the Huang family, Huang Maohai, put all the blame for Huang Dongqing's death on Chu Fei. Chapter 38 I respect you as a man. After receiving a call from Song Yalan, Huang Maohai, who was leaning on a crutch, was accompanied by more than a dozen bodyguards, and Fang Yuanliang, whose strength is greater than Tan Yin Yao, rushed to the scene in a menacing manner. Huang Maohai is in his 70s, but the years didn't seem to have left too many traces on his face. On the contrary, he is much more domineering than Huang Dongqing. The Huang family has been a single-line family for 3 generations. This old man who has been in the business world for decades has only one son, Huang Dongqing, and one grandson, Huang Guojie. Now his grandson was beaten into the ICU and his son's body was destroyed, and all this was because of a little devil named Chu Fei. This was enough to make this old man, who was used to calling the shots in Longcheng, furious. So this time we came to capture Chu Fei. He almost revealed all his secrets. The dozen or so elite bodyguards are all highly paid combat experts, and all of them carry pistols. Among them, Fang Yuanliang is known as the best master in Longcheng, and his strength is far superior to Tan Yin Yao. It is said that he defeated Tan Yin Yao with just one hand. Over the years, countless people who had been against the Huang family had died under his fists. Huang Lao, please accept my condolences. Fang Yuanliang got out of the car and comforted her. He never expected that there would be someone in Longcheng who dared to bully the Huang family. He really doesn't know how to live or die. Doesn't he know that the Huang family has a master like him? Huang Maohai's eyes were almost spitting fire. The blue veins bulged on his forehead like angry earthworms. He tapped his cane and said coldly, "It's no use talking nonsense, let others mourn too." After saying this, Huang Maohai led everyone into the house. Song Yalan, who was waiting in the living room, went over to greet him immediately. "Huang Lao, this matter has nothing to do with me. It was all Chu Fei's fault. I couldn't stop him." Song Yalan quickly distanced herself from the matter. She even naively hoped that she could just hand Chu Fei over to them. They won't make things difficult for the mother and daughter. Huang Maohai said expressionlessly, "Where are the people?" "I'll take you there." Song Yalan quickly led the way. Chu Fei was placed by him in the back garden. When Huang Maohai and the others were brought to the back garden, Chu Fei was lying on the grass carefree. See Chu Fei, the culprit. Huang Maohai could no longer suppress his inner anger. He ordered his men to bring Chu Fei to him, and he would execute him personally. Song Yalan watched this scene. In fact, I felt a little sorry for Chu Fei. After all, Chu Fei offended the Huang family because of them and their daughter. But she had no choice. If she didn't hand Chu Fei over to them, the Huang family would definitely vent their anger on her and her daughter. With the current strength of the Guan family, they really cannot withstand the anger of the Huang family. Song Yalan said cautiously, "Brother Huang, I have handed the person over to you. Do you think you can let me go?" Huang Maohai didn't even look at Song Yalan, but looked at Fang Yuanliang beside him. "This bitch is yours as a reward. Don't leave her alive after you're done with her." As soon as these words came out, Song Yalan almost collapsed on the spot. Fang Yuanliang said excitedly, "Thank you, Mr. Huang, for the reward." The group of bodyguards beside him looked at Fang Yuanliang with envy. This Song Yalan is a famous pretty widow in Longcheng. With such a figure and beauty, which man wouldn't want to get involved? Fang Yuanliang laughed loudly and said, "After I'm done having fun, it will be your turn." "Don't touch me." Song Yalan shook off Fang Yuanliang's hand and pleaded with Huang Maohai, "Brother Huang, this is different from what we agreed on. You can't do this to me." Huang Maohai hit Song Yalan's pretty face with his crutch, until Song Yalan collapsed to the ground with blood oozing from the corners of her mouth. He then said condescendingly, "My son died in your house. I want your whole family to be buried with him. But I didn't kill him, and I have already handed Chu Fei over to you." Song Yalan argued. What responded to him was a slap from Fang Yuanliang. "Stinky bitch, stop struggling. I promise to make you feel like you're in ecstasy." Fang Yuanliang grabbed Song Yalan's hair and tried to drag her into the house. But at this moment, the 2 bodyguards who were previously sent to escort Chu Fei suddenly turned into a bloody mist. Chu Fei, who was not knocked unconscious, stood in front of them in a lazy posture, with the corner of his mouth curled up with a slight sarcasm. "It's time to live." Huang Maohai reacted instantly. He shouted at the bodyguard beside him, "Why are you still standing there? Shoot him to death." The bodyguards came to their senses. He immediately raised the pistol in his hand and pointed it at Chu Fei. With so many guns, they can all produce the effect of a Gatling gun. Chu Fei disagreed. He raised his leg and walked towards Huang Maohai. Huang Maohai immediately gave the order to shoot, but after a burst of gunfire, all the bullets were caught by Chu Fei with one hand. How is this possible? Is this guy still human? This must be an illusion. When the bodyguards were surprised, Chu Fei punched each kid to death and sent them to meet the King of Hell through the air. Watching the bodyguards around him turn into bloody mist one by one, Huang Maohai was completely panicked. Fang Yuanliang also stood in front of him at this time and said, "Huang Lao, don't worry, he can't hurt you with me here." These words made Huang Maohai calm down. Fang Yuanliang is a serious martial arts master. Although Chu Fei looks powerful, he is definitely not his opponent. "Liang, don't beat him to death. I want to kill him myself," Huang Maohai ordered. Fang Yuanliang nodded and took a step forward. The true energy in his body spread out instantly, and even the ground began to crack. He looked at Chu Fei and said, "I didn't expect you to have such strength at such a young age, but unfortunately, you have no chance of winning against me." This guy is only half installed. Chu Fei came in front of him in an instant. Then he pressed his cheek with one hand and slammed him directly against the wall. The walls collapsed. Fang Yuanliang's face was covered in blood. He said aggrievedly, "You have no moral principles. I haven't even said start yet." Chu Fei let out an "oh." Fang Yuanliang took the opportunity to take action. He punched Chu Fei on the head with all his strength. However, this punch not only did not cause any harm to Chu Fei, the recoil force even shattered all of his martial meridians, and blood spurted out of his pores. He turned into a bloody man and opened his eyes wide, looking at Chu Fei in disbelief. "I punched myself and almost killed myself?" This made him feel extremely aggrieved, and tears were about to burst out. This time, instead, Chu Fei was unable to do anything. "How come you ended up crying while beating yourself?" Without waiting for Fang Yuanliang to reply, Chu Fei brushed past him and came in front of Huang Maohai. Fang Yuanliang behind him soon died due to the recoil explosion. Huang Maohai's face was dull. Just when he was about to say something to threaten Chu Fei grabbed his neck and he couldn't make a sound. "I don't like to kill people. As long as you apologize, I will let you go." Huang Maohai, who was strangled, came here to apologize. "But I can't speak at all." He could only flap his limbs and keep gesturing to Chu Fei. Chu Fei said with regret, "You would rather die than beg for mercy from me? You even used gestures to provoke me. I respect you as a man." Huang Maohai thought to himself, "Just give me a chance to speak." Snap! Chu Fei clenched his 5 fingers. Huang Maohai's throat was crushed like this. Then he threw his body at Song Yalan's feet. Song Yalan was so frightened that her face turned pale. But facing Chu Fei, she was much more confident than facing Huang Maohai. Just when she was about to scold Chu Fei by relying on her status as his fiancé, she was slapped to the ground by Chu Fei. The next action was exactly the same as Fang Yuanliang's. Chu Fei grabbed Song Yalan's hair roughly. He walked forward without mercy, intending to drag her into the room. "Chu Fei, what do you want to do?" "Fuck you." The main point of Chapter 39 is a free-for-all. Song Yalan originally thought that Chu Fei had killed Huang Maohai and the others. Your innocence can be preserved. But she never thought that Chu Fei would have such thoughts. Isn't he a decent guy? Why is he acting like a villain? Arrived inside the house, Chu Fei threw Song Yalan onto the bed without any mercy. Song Yalan, wearing a kyeongsum on the bed, is very seductive because of her posture. That tight kyeongsum perfectly shows off her figure, especially that pair of long legs wrapped in flesh-colored stockings. This is almost the end of Chu Fei, who is obsessed with legs. It turns out that not only black stockings, but flesh-colored stockings also have a unique flavor. "Chu Fei, you can't do this." Song Yalan said with a cold face, "I am your fiancé, you should respect me. What's the difference between you and Fang Yuanliang and the others? Now you know how to talk to me about respect." Chu Fei's voice was low, just like a wild animal suppressing its animal nature. Facing Chu Fei's extremely aggressive eyes, Song Yalan avoided his gaze and said, "I know it's too much for me to stab you in the back, but you have to consider me. My husband passed away, and because the Ouyang family was destroyed, the Guan family fell into a crisis of lack of funds. I can't offend the Huang family at this time, otherwise the fate of my mother and I can be imagined. I am also forced to do this. Can't you be more generous and let me go?" This statement is a typical example of moral kidnapping. "Because I have my own difficulties, so even if I stab you in the back, you can't hold it against me, otherwise you are not a good person. Fortunately, Chu Fei never wastes time trying to prove that he is a good person, so this method doesn't work on him. Song Yalan thought so. It can make Chu Fei feel sympathy. Chu Fei replied directly with 4 words, "None of my business. If you are afraid of death, then push me, your savior, to death. I also have to forgive you because of your difficulties. I'm not a fucking slacker. How can I let you go again and again? Do you still have any sympathy? I told you I was forced to do it. Why can't you understand?" Song Yalan became a little anxious, fearing that Chu Fei would go berserk. "I saved you. How did you repay me?" Chu Fei narrowed his eyes and said, "I only have this little bit of conscience, and I just used it, and you ruthlessly trampled on it. If you hadn't done such a ruthless thing, I could have found a reason to forgive you, but you insisted on committing suicide, so I'll kill you." While talking, Chu Fei's hands were already becoming restless. Song Yalan blushed as she felt her body was defiled. "Take your dirty hands off me." Song Yalan struggled harder than a pig during the Chinese New Year. "Don't touch me with your dirty hands. It's already this late." This statement simply doesn't work. Song Yalan could only try to push Chu Fei away with a look of panic. Chu Fei pressed down on her tightly and tied Song Yalan's hands with his shirt. Chu Fei lowered his head, and Song Yalan could only see the top of his head. She wanted to push it away, but her hands couldn't move. And soon, her body. Song Yalan looked at the ceiling weakly, tears falling from the corners of her eyes. Chu Fei stood up contentedly without even looking at her. "You're a beast." Song Yalan was furious and cursed at Chu Fei. "You're not a good person either." Chu Fei laughed, "But considering your good performance just now, I will treat as the money your Guan family needs to get through this difficult time as whole money. He is now the chairman of the Chu group and has no shortage of money at all. And even if we don't rely on Meng Zi, with his medical skills and other abilities, it would be easy for him to make money." As a result, Song Yalan was still there, mocking. "Why are you pretending? Who do you think you are? What I need is the Wanli City project. Can you give me the Wanli City project?" The Wanli City project was originally undertaken by the Ouyang family. The Guan family is one of the Ouyang family's partners. After the Ouyang family was destroyed, the project returned to the Meng family, and now it is in the charge of the Chu group managed by Shen Miaoyu. Isn't this a coincidence? He is the chairman of the Chu group. If you want to give the project to Song Yalan, it's just a matter of asking. But he didn't wait for him to speak. Song Yalan snorted coldly. "Get out of here. I don't want to see you again. Never show up in front of me again, and I don't need you to be responsible." Seeing Song Yalan's attitude, Chu Fei temporarily changed his mind. He happily accepted it. There is such a good thing that can kill 2 birds with 1 stone. You must not break your promise. After saying that, he walked away. Song Yalan was confused. She thought Chu Fei would say something like, "You are my woman. I will be responsible to the end." But this guy just left like this. The Star Glory game and the King game are all so weak. His main game is just a free game. What a beast. Song Yalan's eyes were boiling with anger. After a brief hesitation, she made a mysterious call. "Put a reward of 10 million on the dark web. I want the head of a man named Chu Fei." In order not to let his daughter know, she must use all means to kill Chu Fei. Only the dead can keep secrets. When Chu Fei went downstairs, he then disposed of Huang Maoqing's body. As soon as I finished, Guan Yue woke up. After seeing that Chu Fei was safe and sound, she was a little surprised and said, "Chu Fei, you are still alive." "Almost died." Chu Fei said meaningfully. Guan Yue didn't think much about it, but asked, "What about the Huang family?" "I am still alive. They died naturally." "What about my mother?" "Half dead." "Ah. No, what I mean is that your mother is frightened and is resting upstairs. Please take good care of her." Chu Fei didn't want Guan Yue to know about this for the time being. So in order to avoid being exposed, he was leaving after a brief chat. Guan Yue looked at Chu Fei's back and said, "Thank you so much today. My mom was too much. Fortunately, you are okay." In fact, all this was part of Chu Fei's plan. If Song Yalan hadn't been so excessive, he wouldn't have found an excuse to do that. How could he be knocked out with just that little bit of drugs? It's nothing more than finding an excuse to be a bad guy, just like the incident with Shen Miaoyu. But he was so shameless that he replied directly, "It's okay, I'm a generous person." It's just that Song Yalan doesn't seem to have changed her fate. At least Chu Fei didn't feel any changes in his body. It seems that the revolution has not yet succeeded. Comrades still need to work hard. I just don't know if my assumption is correct. That black box hidden in the house. Will there be any changes as a result? Just thinking about this. Shen Miaoyu called Chu Fei and the first thing she said was, "I'm going to pick you up now. It's urgent." Chapter 40. He is quite nice. Chu Fei was just about to leave and go home to check the condition of the black box. So he told Shen Miaoyu an address. After hanging up the phone, he said to Guan Ye, "I'm leaving." "Okay, let's keep in touch on WeChat. I'll treat you to a meal some other day." Although Guan Ye wanted to chat with Chu Fei more, she didn't want to interrupt his business. Chu Fei looked at Guan Ye seriously. Then he placed his hands on her shoulders. Guan Ye lowered her head somewhat embarrassedly, not knowing what Chu Fei was going to do. But she didn't mind having physical contact with Chu Fei, and she could even say that she was looking forward to it a little. After what happened last night and today, she had a filter for the Chu Fei in front of her. She even thought the fingers casually placed on her shoulders were too delicate and beautiful. What will he say? Are you going to confess to me? But I'm not ready yet. While Guan Ye was still thinking about all this, Chu Fei's voice suddenly rang out. "Since you don't have a father, I will be your father and protect you from now on." After Chu Fei left this sentence, then he turned around and left happily. Only Guan Ye was left disheveled in the wind. But soon, looking at Chu Fei's back, she suddenly curled her lips and revealed a charming expression. "Do you want to be my father so much because a good son is born under the stick?" When this sentence was said, Guan Ye blushed a little. Then she remembered her mother who was still in the room and hurried upstairs. At this moment, Song Yalan had just changed her clothes. Then I heard someone push the door open. She subconsciously thought it was Chu Fei, and immediately said nervously, "Are you an animal? Come on." "What else?" Guan Ye looked at Song Yalan with a puzzled look and said, "Mom, how come you look so good?" Song Yalan felt a little embarrassed. How could I? He left. "Let's go. Since it's fine, I won't bother with you about you stabbing me with the needle." Song Yalan's expression returned to normal and she said, "I did this all to protect us mother and daughter. But in the end, it was Chu Fei who protected us." Guan Ye stood up for Chu Fei and said, "You schemed against him like that, and he helped us deal with the Huang family. You should apologize to him." "Apologize? Even though she raped me, I still have to apologize to him? Apologize for what?" The apology didn't make him feel at home. Song Yalan really wanted to tell Guan Ye about the beastly things Chu Fei had done, but she still held back. I told myself that there was no need to bother with a dying person. And this kind of thing is too embarrassing. Let's not talk about the past. Song Yalan waved her hand. Guan Ye then asked, "Is Chu Fei really your fiancé?" "I do have an engagement with him, but that's all." "So you don't like him anymore?" I saw my daughter's overjoyed expression. Song Yalan secretly cried out, "Oh no." Based on her understanding of her daughter, Guan Ye rarely defends a boy so much. "This is very wrong. Don't tell me you like him." Song Yalan questioned. She must nip this tendency in the bud. "It's not that easy for me to like someone." Hear Guan Ye deny it. Song Yalan breathed a sigh of relief. It would be fine if she lost herself, but she couldn't let her daughter be implicated as well. But Guan Ye's next sentence inadvertently had a killing effect on Song Yalan. "I just feel that." Guan Ye blushed and said, "He's quite nice." What a bullshit. Song Yalan cursed madly in her heart. This kid must die. Even Jesus couldn't stop him. I said it. Chu Fei walked out of the villa area. While waiting for Shen Miaoyu to pick him up, he replied to Jiang Yunqi's WeChat. Since Guan Ye sent her the screenshot, Jiang Yunqi's WeChat seemed to be possessed by Linda Yu. "You also gave her the WeChat you gave me." "I added it when I met you." "Look, what are you talking about, brother? What should I do?" "Jiang Yunqi, you've been possessed." "This is my fault. If my brother has this attitude, he might as well just ignore me. It makes me look unreasonable." "You'll be gone tomorrow." "Then I want to go to the movies." Chu Fei chuckled. Damn, there is some cuteness in her. Jiang Yunqi is really sweet and salty. No wonder Jiang Yangrong gave her his heart and soul. Chu Fei was thinking about where to go on a date with Jiang Yunqi tomorrow. Shen Miaoyu appeared in front of him driving the Maybach. Today, Shen Miaoyu is still dressed as a professional office lady. The white shirt is almost transparent, and the outline of the breasts is faintly visible. It's just a pity that she didn't wear black stockings on the lower body, but instead paired it with a pair of loose black straight trousers. But even so, the delicate makeup coupled with the pair of lower frame glasses with chains can easily arouse men's most primitive desires. "Get in the car." Shen Miaoyu shouted. Chu Fei opened the car door and got in boldly. As for Chu Fei having 7 fiancés, Shen Miaoyu had confirmed from Meng Zia that he was not lying. So Chu Fei got in the car. Shen Miaoyu asked, "Look at your smug look, did you succeed?" "Yes, are you jealous?" Chu Fei said with a smile. Shen Miaoyu cursed subconsciously, "I'll eat your big head ghost." "How about a small head?" "You're so annoying." Shen Miaoyu rolled her eyes and then asked, "Do you want to know why I came to see you?" "In no mood." Facing Shen Miaoyu's doubts, Chu Fei said calmly, "Because you called me over, I can't hold it back anymore, so I'll say it myself." Shen Miaoyu. She could only take the initiative to say, "The Ouyang family's industry has been integrated, and President Meng has also sent a lot of backbones to help. As the chairman of the Chu Group, you have to show up." "It sounds boring. How can I not go?" Chu Fei frowned. Shen Miaoyu said dissatisfiedly, "If you don't go, you are not giving me face. If you don't give me face, you are not giving me face." She really had nothing to threaten Chu Fei. Even if there is, it is not a threat. She was able to start this project all thanks to Chu Fei, so she had no confidence to say such nonsense. Chu Fei suggested, "I'll give you face, and you give me your breasts. How about that?" "Chu Fei, I'm talking to you about serious matters." Shen Miaoyu said angrily, "If you're mean to me, I won't go." "You don't go too far. Do you accept my suggestion?" "Just touch it." The first kill was given to him. There is no need to care about these. Shen Miaoyu could only comfort herself this way. Chu Fei agreed as soon as he heard the benefits. "I'm thinking of going to the group with Shen Miaoyu first. It's not too late to go back and check the black box." The two of them soon arrived at the door of the Chu Group. It is said that Shen Miaoyu is very efficient. This was originally the office of Ouyang Group, but within 2 days, the signboards and everything were changed, which also meant that the Ouyang Group was completely replaced by the Chu Group. Chu Fei and Shen Miaoyu had just entered the building and were waiting for the elevator. A woman with glamorous makeup was walking towards him, and the smell of her cheap perfume almost choked Chu Fei. The woman took a look at Shen Miaoyu before she said coldly, "Oh, isn't this the eldest daughter of the Shen family, Shen Miaoyu?" Chapter 41. Why should I laugh if she doesn't act cool? This woman speaks in a sarcastic and sharp way, and you can tell at once that she is not a good person. And this is indeed the case. The woman's name is Zhu Qing. She was Ouyang Ju's former secretary, and relied on her superb skills to get to the position of Human Resources Manager. After the Ouyang family was destroyed, she was incorporated into the Chu Group. When Ouyang Ju was still alive, she was unhappy with Shen Miaoyu and felt that this woman was too self-righteous. Now that Shen Miaoyu has been kicked out of the Shen family, she will naturally be ridiculed and mocked when she encounters this. Seeing that Shen Miaoyu didn't reply, Zhu Qing started to chatter non-stop. "I heard that you were kicked out of the Shen family for a gigolo. Why are you coming to our group now? You don't come here to find a job, do you? If you have such an idea, then I advise you to get out now. We at Chu Group don't welcome you. Of course, if you beg me, the HR manager, I might let you be a cleaner or clean the toilet. You're not qualified for this kind of work." When Shen Miaoyu came to the Chu Group these 2 days, I have never met Zhu Qing. So Zhu Qing still didn't know her true identity and thought Shen Miaoyu was still a stray dog. Hearing this, Shen Miaoyu looked a little dissatisfied and said, "Zhu Qing, have you ever thought about the consequences of humiliating me like this? Why, you can't bear to be humiliated." Zhu Qing raised her voice and said, "You still thought you were the daughter of the Shen family, but now you are just a piece of trash that everyone despises. I don't know what you were thinking. You turned against your own family for a poor boy. Even though the Ouyang family has been destroyed now, I still look down on you." Seeing someone is looking for trouble, Chu Fei folded his arms across his chest and looked at Zhu Qing up and down with interest. After a moment, he said pertinently, "Who is this person? He is not pretty, but he has a mean mouth. How dare you call me ugly?" Zhu Qing glared. "Well, although it looks ugly at first glance." Chu Fei raised his hand and touched his chin, commenting very seriously, "But if you look closely, it's even uglier. Excuse me, your face is as ugly as an injustice." Shen Miaoyu felt very uncomfortable because she had to hold back her laughter. Learned it. This is called killing someone and destroying their heart. Next time you praise someone, do this. Zhu Qing was completely enraged. I wanted to mock Shen Miaoyu. Unexpectedly, he was ridiculed by a pretty boy. She looked at Chu Fei and said, "You must be Shen Miaoyu's pretty boy, right? You look decent, but too unsophisticated. Your outfit alone is worth no more than $100. You have the nerve to show up here like this. You are simply lowering the quality of our group." The implication is, Chu Fei is not even worthy of being here. Seeing that Zhu Qing insisted on being scolded, Chu Fei agreed to her wish. Why should I care what I wear? Chu Fei raised his eyebrows and said, You are so nosy. If a manure collection truck passes by your door, do you have to chase it with a spoon and have a chat with it? Shen Miaoyu couldn't hold it back any longer. This guy has a really nice mouth. Why? Because 6 is flipped. Zhu Qing was so angry that she wanted to curse back. But by chance the elevator door opened at this moment. Chu Fei took Shen Miaoyu directly into the elevator. Zhu Qing also walked in, pressed the top floor button of the elevator. Chu Fei and Shen Miaoyu were originally going to attend the meeting at the highest level, so they did not move. But when Zhu Qing saw that they didn't press the elevator, she immediately said, You too, are you planning to go to the top floor too? Is there any problem? Shen Miaoyu asked expressionlessly. Zhu Qing then said sarcastically, Of course there is a problem. Do you know where the top floor is? Only the senior executives of the Chu Group are qualified to enter, such as me, the manager of the Human Resources Department. You are not worthy of being there. Stop dirtying our floor. Shen Miaoyu replied, Whether we are worthy or not has nothing to do with you, but starting from tomorrow, you don't have to come to work. We at Chu Group don't welcome stupid women like you. I'm not pretending anymore. I'm going to show my cards. Haha, Shen Miaoyu, have you become insane after being kicked out of the Shen family? Zhu Qing said sarcastically, You said you wouldn't let me go to work, so what? This Chu Group is not yours. I'd suggest you go see a doctor. Stop making me laugh to death here. Shen Miaoyu pointed at Chu Fei and said, The Chu Group is indeed not mine, but it is his. The Chu Group held a regular meeting today. The main purpose is to welcome Chu Fei, the new chairman. So there is indeed nothing wrong with what he said, but Zhu Qing, who is so short-sighted, would never believe it even if he is beaten to death. So she laughed even louder and said, You're crazy. Do you want to say that he is the chairman of the Chu Group? There should be a limit to bragging. He really is. Shen Miaoyu sneered. No, you bitch are making me laugh to death. Zhu Qing looked at Chu Fei and sneered. With his character, he still dares to call himself the chairman. Why doesn't he take a piss and look at himself? If he is the chairman, then I am the mayor of Dragon City. She felt that Shen Miaoyu must have something wrong with her brain to brag like that. The chairman in the rumor is handsome and domineering. How could it be a stinky Taoist priest like Chu Fei who doesn't care about his appearance? They are not even on the same level. Shen Miaoyu was about to reply. Chu Fei shook his head at her and said, Forget it, let her pretend. If she doesn't pretend, why would I laugh at her? Shen Miaoyu was too lazy to pay attention to Zhu Qing. Zhu Qing pointed at the two of them and said, When we get to the top floor, I'll have the security kick you out. You dare to pretend to be our chairman? You're dead. Just saying this. The elevator door opened. Secretary Jin was standing at the door waiting, with a group of Chu Group executives behind him. Before Secretary Jin could say hello, Zhu Qing stepped forward and complained, Secretary Jin, this idiot dared to pretend to be the chairman. You should get them kicked out right away. Speaking of this, Zhu Qing said to Chu Fei arrogantly again, Stupid, why don't you kowtow and apologize quickly, otherwise, I will make you pay for it. Do you know how serious a crime it is to pretend to be the chairman? Zhu Qing had just finished speaking. Secretary Jin looked at her with a strange expression. The other senior executives also looked at her as if she were an idiot. Why are you all looking at me? Zhu Qing was full of confusion, and she pointed at Chu Fei and said, We should ask the security guards to throw out that bastard pretending to be the chairman. Zhu Qing, shut up. The head of the Human Resources Department was almost sweating. Secretary Jin had already notified them to come out and greet them. In other words, the person Zhu Qing was scolding was their new chairman. Zhu Qing was still unaware of her stupidity. Minister Wang, why did you ask me to shut up? It was obviously him. Bang! Minister Wang slapped him directly. Didn't you hear me telling you to shut up? Zhu Qing covered her face, feeling a little aggrieved. Just at this moment, Secretary Jin said slowly, Guess what? He really is. What? Zhu Qing was struck by lightning. He stood there in a daze. Then his pupils constricted and he turned around to look at Chu Fei in disbelief. Chu Fei clapped his hands to show encouragement. Ugly bastard, thank you for pretending to be so funny. I like it very much. Chapter 42, then I'll say a few words. It's not spread everywhere. Was Shen Miaoyu kicked out of the Shen family because of a poor boy? How come a poor boy became the chairman of Chu Group in the blink of an eye? Zhu Qing would never believe it. But the facts were right in front of her. Minister Wang of the Human Resources Department was also a shrewd man. When he saw that Zhu Qing had offended Chu Fei, he immediately called the security guard. "You guys, throw this idiot out, and don't let her set foot in the group again." Several security guards came forward and tried to take Zhu Qing away. "I can't lose this job, Minister Wang. Please give me a chance." Zhu Qing pushed the security guard away. "Kneel in front of Minister Wang. If I were kicked out of the group, Minister Wang would definitely ban me with his methods. Which company would dare to hire me in the future? You are hopelessly stupid." Minister Wang kicked Zhu Qing and said, "Even the kneeling man is kneeling in the wrong place." After being kicked, Zhu Qing finally came to his senses. She turned around and begged Chu Fei for mercy. "Chairman, I'm a bad mouth, please let me go." Chu Fei didn't even look at Zhu Qing, but walked towards the meeting room. Zhu Qing rushed forward again and said, "Chairman, as long as you can let me go, I am willing to do anything. I am very obedient. I will do whatever you ask me to do. I will definitely serve you well." The words he said were almost as if "come and fuck me" were written on his face. Chu Fei was now interested. "Are you really willing to do anything?" Zhu Qing thought that her seduction had worked, and nodded quickly. "Of course, I'm much better at martial arts than the guy next to you." Shen Miaoyu, who was cued for no reason, glanced at Chu Fei with a warning look in her eyes. Secretary Jin, standing by, was thinking in her heart, "Oh my, is the queen going to be jealous?" Chu Fei did not meet Shen Miaoyu's eyes, but looked Zhu Qing up and down again. Zhu Qing began to show off her charm. She was very confident about her figure and appearance. As a result, Chu Fei said something. "Then go clean the toilet." "Ah." Before Zhu Qing could react, she was taken away by the security guards. Minister Wang also ordered the security guards to supervise her to clean the toilet every day. If she dared not to do so, she would be sued for violating the labor contract. After Zhu Qing was dragged away, Minister Wang quickly apologized to Chu Fei. The posture was just short of kneeling on the ground. Chu Fei was too lazy to pay attention to the other party, and just said to everyone, "Didn't we say we were going to have a meeting? Why are you all standing there?" "What about Minister Wang?" asked Secretary Jin. Chu Fei said expressionlessly, "Let him get out too. This guy is best used as an example to scare the monkeys, so that these so-called senior executives can know that the chairman of the board is not someone to be trifled with." Minister Wang was anxious, and immediately pleaded with Chu Fei. "Chairman, please give me a chance. I am willing to do anything. I am very obedient. I will do whatever you ask me to do. I will definitely serve you well." ISNT this Zhu Qing's line? My goodness, as soon as these words came out, Chu Ji was almost sent away on the spot. Chu Fei said disdainfully, "If Sking needs you to serve me, are you a pervert?" "Ah, that's not what I meant. I just want to continue staying in the Chu group and do my part for the chairman." Minister Wang pleaded. Chu Fei glanced at Shen Miaoyu nonchalantly. After showing enough power, it was time to use both kindness and force, and ask Shen Miaoyu to do him a favor. This will make it easier for her to do things in the group in the future, and it will also allow herself, a hands-off boss, to live a more relaxed life. Shen Miaoyu immediately understood and said, "Chairman, I think Minister Wang should not be blamed for this. There is always a bad apple that spoils the whole barrel. I don't want you to feel, I want me to feel." Seeing that Chu Fei was somewhat addicted to acting, Shen Miaoyu had no choice but to cooperate. "Chairman, Minister Wang has recruited so many talents for our group. I hope you can show some leniency." "Okay, I'll forgive him this time for your sake." Chu Fei took advantage of the situation and Minister Wang thanked him repeatedly. "If you want to thank someone, thank President Shen." Chu Fei acted out his whole act, left this sentence, and walked into the meeting room. Minister Wang said to Shen Miaoyu gratefully, "Thank you, President Shen. If it weren't for you, I would be in trouble. We are all colleagues, there is no need to be so polite." Shen Miaoyu replied, and then took a seat with a group of senior executives. Chu Fei had no interest in this kind of meeting at all. "But now that you are here, play this role well. By the way, I'll stand up for Shen Miaoyu and clear away some obstacles so that I don't have to deal with any troubles myself in the future." The senior executives present were basically those who stayed behind from the Ouyang group and those sent by the Meng family. Some of these people were afraid of Chu Fei, but many of them also relied on their seniority and looked down on a young boy like him. However, after what happened with Minister Wang, these people also realized that Chu Fei was not a soft persimmon that could be bullied by anyone, so they naturally did not dare to be too arrogant. Listening to the senior management reporting on the Wanli City project, Chu Fei yawned. Until the report was finished, he didn't know what they were barking about. But it doesn't matter, as long as Shen Miaoyu understands it. Chu Fei is still very confident in her abilities. Just when Chu Fei was thinking about getting off work quickly so he could touch her breasts, Secretary Jin suddenly smiled and said, "Chairman, after listening to the report, don't you want to say a few words?" "Aye." Chu Fei paused, then pointed his finger at himself. "Are you sure?" "How dare you?" Shen Miaoyu looked at Secretary Jin in shock. Based on her understanding of Chu Fei, there would definitely be nothing good coming next. Secretary Jin obviously didn't realize the seriousness of the matter and even instigated it. "Yes, don't be shy. Say a few encouraging words. Everyone is waiting." "Since you told me not to be shy, then you must not be afraid." Chu Fei raised the corners of his mouth, stood up and said, "Then I will say 2 sentences. Which 2 sentences are I going to say? I have already said 2 sentences, so I will say these 2 sentences today. Listen to the applause." Secretary Jin. Everyone. Shen Miaoyu covered her face helplessly. She knew that this guy was up to no good. Only Minister Wang said excitedly, "Well said, Chairman. What you said is great. My admiration for the chairman is like a surging river." Roll. Chu Fei rolled his eyes, and then his expression suddenly became serious. He looked around at everyone, picked up the pen on the table, and broke it with a slight bend. Then he asked Secretary Jin to collect the pens of everyone present and hold them in his own hands. No one knew what he was going to do, but at this moment, his aura was above everyone else. Chu Fei looked around at everyone and asked, "Do you know what I meant by breaking the pen just now?" "I know that pens are like chopsticks. A single chopstick is easy to break, but 10 chopsticks can form a ball. The chairman is teaching us that unity is strength." Minister Wang turned into an understanding man and began to analyze the situation seriously. Snap. Chu Fei broke all the pens in an instant. "No, even if you all join together, you can't beat me." Everyone. After the meeting, everyone was discussing with lingering fear how overwhelming the aura of this young chairman was. In the conference room, only Chu Fei and Shen Miaoyu were left. Seeing Chu Fei looking at him in a coquettish manner, Shen Miaoyu immediately found an excuse to slip away. As soon as Karen stood up, Chu Fei grabbed her and pressed her down on the conference table. "You said you would let me touch you. Do you want to break your promise?" Chapter 43. Are you here to discuss cooperation? Shen Miaoyu finally understood. Why was Chu Fei so anxious to end the meeting and even kicked Secretary Jin out? It turns out that he is just trying to take advantage of himself. "Chu Fei, let me go." These words did not come from Shen Miaoyu's mouth, but it came from Chu Fei's mouth. Shen Miaoyu looked at Chu Fei with a puzzled look on her face as he suddenly shouted out these words with great emotion. Chu Fei said happily, "I don't even need to think about it. I know what your next line will be." "Shen Miaoyu, I just can't figure it out. You wanted me 3 times that night, and we were clearly having a good time. So why have you been pretending to be a chaste saint these past few days?" Looking at Chu Fei's smug look, Shen Miaoyu became a little angry, thinking to herself, "How could you guess what I am thinking?" He immediately took over the initiative, grabbed Chu Fei's collar, pulled him down, and domineeringly took over the initiative. Chu Fei had never expected that Shen Miaoyu would suddenly do this to him. He even forgot to stick out his tongue. I saw Chu Fei's expression change from smug to surprised. Shen Miaoyu smiled like a cat stealing some fish. Her smile was obedient yet charming, so beautiful that it made people's hearts tremble. She didn't know why she suddenly became so bold. Maybe it was because she couldn't stand the way Chu Fei was controlling her. Chu Fei lowered his eyes and looked quietly at her soft yet somewhat heroic eyebrows. Moving my eyes downwards, I saw the chest heaving violently, not sure whether it was due to excitement or agitation. It was like her heartbeat, hitting her heart again and again. Why just 1 kiss? Chu Fei's voice was hoarse. Shen Miaoyu hadn't had time to answer. She felt a warm breath on her face. Chu Fei's pure and charming voice echoed in her ears. Hearing such straightforward words, Shen Miaoyu felt a little ashamed. But he did not stop Chu Fei's hand, and close his eyes as if he had accepted his fate. How could Chu Fei be polite to her? Shen Miaoyu didn't expect this kid to be so bold. He dares to bully me like this right in the conference room. If someone saw this, how would I, the new president, face anyone? Nowadays, many boys pursue girls just to have sex with them. Chu Fei is different. The sofa, balcony, kitchen, bathroom, living room, corridor, and stairs are all fine. If the other person wants something exciting, the street, park, cinema, bus, subway station, dressing room are all fine. Therefore, the environment will not have any impact on him. A truly strong person will overcome the environment. But Shen Miaoyu can't do that. She is not like Chu Fei, who doesn't care about other people's feelings. She could only hold Chu Fei's naughty hand and said, "That's enough." I still feel unsatisfied. Chu Fei kissed her again. Shen Miaoyu did not resist, The kiss was still within her acceptable range. But she soon realized that Chu Fei was still determined to do something evil and was actually going further and further. Shen Miaoyu could only defend herself and said, "Don't go too far, Chu Fei." Regardless of Shen Miaoyu's objection, just when Chu Fei was about to take down Shen Miaoyu with all his strength, she grabbed his hand. "What's wrong? Do you regret it again?" Chu Fei thought that he couldn't cure this little girl like you. Shen Miaoyu shook her head for the first time and said, "There's nothing to regret. Just don't be here. Let's go home." Upon hearing this, Chu Fei let go of Shen Miaoyu. While Shen Miaoyu was tidying up her clothes, she rolled her eyes at Chu Fei. "I almost thought you were attracted to Zhu Qing. Although my main message is that a good girl should not be let down, and a bad girl should not be wasted." Chu Fei spread his hands and said, "But we can't eat all the garbage, right? Why are you still looking at her like that? Not to mention how attentive your eyes are." Shen Miaoyu felt a little jealous. "Don't you know?" Chu Fei said openly, "For ugly people, looking closely is cruel." Shen Miaoyu couldn't help laughing again. This guy can curse people without using a single dirty word. It's simply amazing. But soon she couldn't laugh anymore, and Chu Fei suddenly grabbed her. "Go home. I just got to work. No one can get as good as me at work." Then, regardless of Shen Miaoyu's objection, he hurriedly pulled her downstairs. "Even though I just did that with Song Yalan 2 hours ago. But young people are in good health." Shen Miaoyu looked at his anxious look. "I didn't feel disgusted, but rather inexplicably happy. Is this what it feels like to be needed?" As a result, the two of them just went downstairs. Then I met Shen Linglong, who came to discuss cooperation. As the saying goes, enemies often meet in a narrow road. It's really bad luck that we bump into each other like this. Although Shen Linglong is not as pretty as Shen Miaoyu, but she has the aura of a femme fatale, which Shen Miaoyu does not possess. It just so happens that many men like this kind of seemingly dangerous woman, which is why she can easily win over Meng Xinghe. "Hey, isn't this my sister who was kicked out of the house?" As soon as Shen Linglong saw Shen Miaoyu, "I just can't stop making fun of her. Not to mention that she is now close to Meng Xinghe, so she naturally has to act superior when she meets Shen Miaoyu." Shen Miaoyu ignored her, because she was being pulled away by Chu Fei. "There is something urgent going on, so why would I have time to deal with this stupid woman?" Just when the two sides were about to pass each other, Shen Linglong grabbed Shen Miaoyu's arm. She said dissatisfiedly, "Are you in such a hurry to reincarnate with your pretty boy?" Chu Fei turned around and was about to slap Shen Linglong. His movements were smooth and flowing, and it had become his muscle memory. But Shen Miaoyu thought that it was not appropriate to cause trouble in front of the group's gate, so she grabbed Chu Fei and stopped his combo. Then she turned to Shen Linglong and said, "Are you here to discuss cooperation?" "Of course, young Master Meng has agreed to cooperate with our Shen family." Shen Linglong said proudly, "The Shen family is about to soar to the sky, but this has nothing to do with you, Shen Miaoyu, because you have nothing to do with the Shen family anymore. How about it? Do you regret leaving the Shen family for this pretty boy?" Shen Miaoyu reminded, "Although the Chu group has investment from the Meng family, the largest shareholder is not the Meng family, so the Mr. Meng you mentioned can't help you at all." Shen Linglong laughed and said, "What nonsense are you talking about? Young Master Meng is the young master of the Meng family. He can't help me. Do you think you can help the Shen family get this cooperation?" Shen Miaoyu blurted out, "Of course, it's me." Chapter 44, Switching the Language System. Shen Miaoyu was halfway through her words. "I thought of the conditions Chu Fei had proposed at the beginning. That is, he can let the Chu group and the Shen family cooperate, but the prerequisite is that the Shen family must not know that it was she who facilitated this cooperation." So Shen Miaoyu subconsciously shut up. "You what?" Shen Linglong looked at Shen Miaoyu sarcastically and said, "You don't mean to say that it was you who facilitated the cooperation between the Chu group and the Shen family?" "Shen Miaoyu, I think you really have delusions. You are an abandoned girl who was kicked out of the family. How can the Chu group still be interested in a lowly bitch like you?" Shen Miaoyu felt uncomfortable. If it wasn't for the purpose of ensuring smooth cooperation with the Shen family, she would have revealed her cards long ago. But faced with Shen Linglong's contempt, she didn't want to miss this cooperation because of Shen Linglong's foul mouth. She still couldn't help but remind him, "Who are you working with?" "Nonsense. Isn't it written here, Chu group? Can't you read?" Shen Linglong rolled her eyes. Shen Miaoyu pointed at Chu Fei. "What's his name?" "Chu Fei." "His name is Chu Fei, and this is the Chu group. Don't you think there is some connection between them?" Shen Miaoyu has tried her best. This made Shen Linglong look at Chu Fei with a frown. Chu Fei said nonchalantly, "Ah, yes, I am the chairman of the Chu group." Shen Miaoyu didn't expect Chu Fei to admit it directly, just when she thought that this would finally stop Shen Linglong from speaking foul language. But Shen Linglong snorted and said, "Him? Him? And the chairman of the Chu group? Are you trying to make me laugh to death? You don't believe it." "I don't believe it. If he is the chairman of the Chu group, then I am Meng Zi." Shen Miaoyu could only look at Chu Fei and said, "Go ahead and tell him your identity." "Didn't I just say that? I also put on a domineering expression that was 3 parts sneer, 3 parts indifference, and 4 parts nonchalant." Chu Fei spread his hands and said, "But she doesn't believe it. What can I do?" Shen Miaoyu said angrily, "You did it on purpose." "No, you guys still put it on." Shen Linglong looked at them with disdain and said, "Get out of my sight right now, or if you stay any longer, I'll have the group's bodyguards chase you out." Shen Miaoyu really had no idea what to do. She didn't expect Shen Linglong to be so stupid. If she continues with this attitude, the cooperation between the Shen family and the Chu group will definitely fail. Because this project really only requires a word from Chu Fei. Chu Fei ignored Shen Linglong and grinned at Shen Miaoyu. "You really should learn another language. It's necessary. Otherwise, if you meet an idiot, you won't know how to talk to her. So if I switch my language system like I do, my IQ won't be affected by her." Although Shen Miaoyu knew that it was not a good thing to say, she still couldn't resist her curiosity. "What language?" "Sign language. When you meet an idiot, you can just slap him." Chu Fei took advantage of Shen Miaoyu's lack of reaction. He suddenly slapped Shen Linglong. Then he pulled Shen Miaoyu, who hadn't reacted yet, into the car and left. After all, if I stay any longer. Chu Fei was afraid that he could not control himself and accidentally beat Shen Linglong to death. Watching the Emperor A886SB drive away, Shen Linglong was disheveled in the wind. It took her a while before she felt the pain on her cheek. Only then did she realize that Chu Fei had slapped her again, which made her so angry that she almost died. "I thought Chu Fei wouldn't dare to take action at the gate of Chu group, but I didn't expect that this guy was addicted to beating me." But soon, she realized something was wrong. That Rolls-Royce looked very expensive. Shen Miaoyu was left home with nothing, and Chu Fei was a poor boy, so they couldn't afford it at all. Could it be that he really is? No, impossible. Shen Linglong shook her head. "Put this ridiculous idea out of your mind. There are so many people with the surname Chu in Longxia. How could such a coincidence happen?" Afterwards, she entered the Chu group. She was greeted by Secretary Jin, who was very enthusiastic. Because they had already communicated in advance, Secretary Jin took her directly to sign the contract. This made Shen Linglong even more certain. There is absolutely no way Chu Fei is the chairman of the Chu group. Otherwise, with his personality, how could this cooperation be so smooth? "Miss Shen, is there a problem with the contract?" Secretary Jin's words brought Shen Linglong out of her thoughts. "No problem. Thank you for your group's trust." Shen Linglong didn't even look at the contract and just signed her name on it. "Miss Shen, don't you want to take a closer look?" Secretary Kim looked at her like she was a prey and retracted her fangs. Shen Linglong flattered him and said, "I trust your group. It is my honor to cooperate with your group." "No, it's our honor." Secretary Jin said something polite, then quickly put away the contract, as if afraid that Shen Linglong would react. Then she added, "By the way, the contract will be kept by us for the time being." Logically speaking, the contract should be in duplicate. However, Shen Linglong didn't care. With Meng Xinghe as her backer, she was not afraid of being cheated. Besides, the Chu group was funded by the Meng family, so she really couldn't think of any reason why the other party would cheat her. "Since the contract has been signed, can I meet your chairman Chu?" Shen Linglong was really curious. Who is the chairman of the Chu group and why does he win the favor of Meng Zi? That's why I wanted to meet him, to make sure Chu Fei was bragging. "I'm sorry, the chairman didn't come to the company today." Secretary Jin discussed the matter with Chu Fei in private and made up an excuse to get away with it. Only then did Shen Linglong feel completely relieved. Secretary Jin said that the chairman did not come to the company today. In other words, the Chu Fei she met at the door could definitely not be the chairman. After Shen Linglong exchanged a few more polite words with Secretary Jin, she left the Chu group. Just when she was about to go home and tell the Shen family the good news, a call came on her cell phone. Shen Linglong frowned, but finally changed her expression and answered the call. The other side. Chu Fei stepped on the accelerator hard. "I just wanted to go home quickly and do something happy with Shen Miaoyu." Shen Miaoyu was sitting in the passenger seat, and she was getting a little nervous. It was just a delaying tactic in the office before, but now it is too late to back down. Meng Ziyi is not at home. Chu Fei will definitely not let me go when he returns. When she thought of what happened that night, her pretty face turned slightly red. Looking at the man's handsome profile, she couldn't help but ask, Chu Fei, do you like me? If I say I like you, are you willing to shit in front of the door of someone I hate in the middle of the night for me? Chu Fei asked sincerely. Shen Miaoyu. Look, you can't even do this, and you're still talking about whether you like it or not. Then you are willing. Of course, as long as I like someone, I don't mind even if I feed my sincerity to dogs, let alone shit. In the end, Shen Miaoyu's personal quality was too high. As a result, I didn't ask this question anymore. Chu Fei was happy and didn't mention it again. Life is one stupid thing following another, and love is two stupid things chasing each other. A wise man does not fall in love and will not be responsible for pregnancy. The gender ratio is unbalanced now, so what's wrong with me having several partners super loud? Just when Chu Fei was about to continue Pua Shen Miaoyu, an off-road vehicle came at high speed and hit the Rolls-Royce directly from behind. Chu Fei parked the car calmly and saw an old man and a child getting out of the SUV, looking as aggressive as if they were looking for the murderer of their father. Chapter 45. I've long forgotten this little thing. Chu Fei knew that the two men were coming for him, because the young man leading the group in front was Yi Chen, and the old man behind him was probably the reinforcement he had brought in. The reason why Yi Chen came here was because he had called Shen Linglong earlier. Shen Linglong then told him the whereabouts of Chu Fei and Shen Miaoyu, as well as their license plates. Yi Chen used some means to locate Chu Fei's position, which enabled him to successfully block Chu Fei. Chu Fei asked Shen Miaoyu to wait in the car while he went to deal with it. Shen Miaoyu grabbed Chu Fei's hand. Chu Fei smiled and said, Are you worried about me? That Yi Chen dared to come to you, he must have made sufficient preparations. Why don't we run away? Although Shen Miaoyu knew that Chu Fei was very good at fighting, but there is always a mountain higher than the other in this world. Especially the old man behind Yi Chen. He looks like someone who is not someone to be trifled with. I have 1 year left before I die. So, the desperate are invincible. I don't know why. When Shen Miaoyu heard Chu Fei's words, she suddenly felt distressed. Yes, he was only 1 year away from death. He was still so young, but his head was already buried in the earth. What was there for him to be afraid of? This person, Chu Fei. It's not that he doesn't care about other people's life or death. He is equal and doesn't care about the life or death of anyone, including himself. To sum it up, if we have to die, let us die together. It's no big deal. Besides, there is only Yi Chen. Not enough for him to die here. See Chu Fei get off the car. Yi Chen immediately cursed. You bastard. Do you still remember your grandfather? I will let you die here today. Who are you scolding, you bastard? Chu Fei raised his eyebrows. The dog is scolding you. Oh, it turned out to be that dog scolding me. Yi Chen was let in. After he reacted, he realized that Chu Fei was calling him a bastard. He was so angry that he immediately shouted to the people behind him, Master Tan, this bastard hit me in the face. Help me break his limbs and press his head down to make him kneel down. Grandmaster Tan behind him was also planning to take action. But when he saw Chu Fei, he was stunned. Yi Chen was still chattering there. Master Tan is one of the 5 great masters of Longcheng. It's easy for him to kill a nobody like you. If you don't want to die, then kneel down and lick my shoes clean. If you let the woman in your car sleep with me again, I will spare your life. That's what I said. But Yi Chen had already made plans. That is to punish Shen Miaoyu in front of Chu Fei in order to humiliate Chu Fei. When he's had enough fun, he'll kill them both. Anyway, Shen Linglong doesn't care about their lives, so he has nothing to worry about. But he had already said all the harsh words. Grandmaster Tan behind him didn't move at all, looking quite embarrassed. This made Yi Chen frown and asked, Master Tan, why don't you take action? Master Tan, why are you putting your hand on my head? Master Tan, what's with that awkward expression on your face? Snap. Tan Yingyao exerted force with both hands. He broke Yi Chen's neck. Yi Chen fell to the ground with a bang. Until his death, he couldn't understand why he was the one to die. After killing Yi Chen, Tan Yingyao knelt down in front of Chu Fei, crying and sobbing. Mr. Chu, I really didn't know that he wanted me to deal with you. Otherwise I wouldn't dare to trouble you even if I had 10 guts. Only then did Chu Fei remember who the other person was. That night at the Mayumiu bar, this old guy happened to be Huang Guizhi's bodyguard. Then he called for his ultimate move, and was killed instantly by himself. But for Tan Yingyao, Chu Fei is a monster, not to mention that he beat Huang Guocheng into the hospital that night. In the morning, he wiped out the entire Huang family, and even Fang Yuanliang died at his hands. Who dares to go against this idiot who would kill an entire family over a disagreement? So in order to protect himself, Tan Yingyao had no choice but to kill Yi Chen. Although Yi Chen saved his life, no one's life is as precious as his own. Seeing that Chu Fei didn't reply, Tan Yingyao could only say cautiously, "Mr. Chu, please don't take what happened before to heart." "Oh," Chu Fei said casually, "are you talking about the time I beat your master at 12 o'clock last night, and you yelled at me and fought with me, but I beat you in one move? I forgot about this little thing a long time ago." "Forgot? Why do you remember it so clearly? Isn't this a disguised threat to me?" Tan Yingyao's mouth twitched, and he could only bite the bullet and say, "The Huang family has been destroyed. I hope Mr. Chu will be magnanimous and spare my life. I will definitely work like a cow or a horse for Mr. Chu in the future. Isn't there another person in the hospital?" Chu Fei's eyes were as sharp as knives. "Then I will go and see Huang Guocheng off for the last time." Tan Yingyao immediately understood what Chu Fei meant. "I thought to myself that Mr. Chu was really cruel and ruthless. However, if I could work under such a master, I would be able to walk around Longcheng with my own might in the future. Besides, he lost the protection of the Huang family. Huang Guocheng is now of no value. Killing him would be just the right way to show our loyalty. Hey, so you really are ignorant." Chu Fei curled his lips and said, "Some things, you just need to do them. Why do you have to say them out loud?" "Just like I asked you to do." Tan Yingyao, "I assent it." But Tan Yingyao didn't dare to say it out loud. He could only cooperate and said, "This matter has nothing to do with Mr. Chu. I have been unhappy with Huang Guocheng for a long time. I wanted to kill him myself. It has nothing to do with you. Deal with the bodies here first." Chu Fei waved his hand and said, "When that Huang something dies, you can take over the Huang family's assets. Then find an excuse to send money to the Guan family. Do you understand what I mean?" There is only desire between Chu Fei and Song Yalan. But no matter what, the other party is still his woman. This little benefit can be considered as the payment for prostitution. Tan Yingyao was overjoyed. He could tell from Chu Fei's words that he was planning to recruit him as his younger brother. It doesn't matter who he serves as a dog for. It is his honor to be a dog for a strong man who can easily destroy the Huang family. I will do it immediately. After Tan Yingyao left respectfully, Chu Fei returned to the Rolls-Royce. With such a little brother, I want to have to do many things myself in the future. He can also spare more time to meet his fiancées. After all, some of them are still out of town. Shen Miaoyu was still in shock and asked, "Is this resolved?" "He has to accept one between reason and physics," Chu Fei replied. "Why did I hear the Huang family just now? Did you destroy the Huang family?" "I like to repay evil with evil." "Then you killed them?" "Yes, if someone has a grudge against you, just beat him to death." "Is this how you repay grievances with justice?" "That's not the Analects, that's the Luan Yu." Before Shen Miaoyu could complain, Chu Fei started the car again and returned to the villa, thinking that no one would disturb him this time. "We are all serious people. Love this kind of thing. We should talk less and do more."